How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. Don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of 4 races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, coloured family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, colour, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were 1 or 2 from Ireland, but most of them were German-speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were coloured, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cradock, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality or materiality.
I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958, I was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuancedness of life.
My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so strong that once I realized that actually it's not leading anywhere, it's not leading to struggle, it's leading to the avoidance of struggle, when in fact struggle was what we had to get engaged in, it made it very easy for me to become a socialist and to redirect that energy and that commitment into the attempt to realize a different world altogether. I grew up in what I call really a purified Marxist and in fact Trotskyist environment. And whatever anti-white black nationalism may have been latent within me, which was the case, was very quickly excised through the debates and the discussions and the reading that I did in the course of becoming a loyal member of the Non-European Unity Movement. The Non-European Unity Movement was one of those organizations that came out of, I suppose one could say, the Labour Party, what used to be the White Labour Party. And when the White Labour Party split around about 1918, 1919, the Communist Party came into being in 1921. And that again split eventually into Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the Non-European Unity Movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway.
It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc.
If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase or a stage, but an aspect of socialist revolution. Certainly, the coming into power of Gorbachev in 1985, the cessation of support from the Soviet Union for armed revolution meant that no permanent revolution was going to take place in South Africa, or for that matter anywhere else in the world. And to that extent, I think that the unity movement was on a losing wicket. And the ANC, the African nationalists, were on a winning path. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the unity movement, and by the way also the Congress movement, made in those years, I'm talking of the 40s and the 50s, was the fact that they did not encourage their following, especially the Afrikaans and English-speaking following, to learn African languages. Had they done so, and had it become a cultural movement, similar to, say, the Afrikaans movement, had become a cultural movement, we would not have the kind of alienation that you have today as between language groups that we know. The unity movement hadn't thought through the cultural revolution. For them it was just political education, and at some point people would be so hurtful, as it were, they'd be so fed up, that eventually they would go on a general strike and the whole house of cards would just fall apart. If you read the text of that period, you'll find that the unity movement basically, because it consisted mainly of teachers, the leadership, basically was afraid of losing their salaries. We didn't know this. You know, I came into the unity movement in 1953. By that time, there was this pattern that you don't disport yourself in the streets. You don't demonstrate and protest and march and whatnot. That's not part of politics. Politics is teaching people the right thing. Education, political education, that's politics. And our youthful rebellion, our youthful refusal to be restricted by this sort of ethos was often seen as being undermining of the leadership.
By 1960, the apartheid government had closed down all avenues of peaceful protest. The entire liberation movement was compelled to move towards armed resistance. I was finally expelled from the unity movement in January 1962 for alleged insubordination. By then, a group of us had formed the Uchichen Club. The Uchichen Club consisted of a group of activists who understood the need to turn to arms and who wanted to acquaint themselves properly with the theory and practice of armed struggle. We took the name from a book by Mao Zedong, which meant guerrilla warfare.
Welcome. Please feel free to sit in the center. We're just waiting for the last people to come in. I have a few announcements. If anyone has left a charger in this room, please come to me at some point and I'll hand it back to you. We hope those of you that were here yesterday have had some good rest. I know I slept very well. We got a long day ahead of us, but hopefully it'll be as generative, both inside this room and in the lunch and tea areas, which is almost more animated than what's happening inside here. So we welcome you. For those of you who are joining us, I'm going to invite Yunus Omar, who's a colleague of mine at the School of Ed, to do a summary reflection on yesterday for the benefit of those who were unable to join us because of work and school. It's a very busy time in the education system at the moment, marking and exams and so on. So Dr. Yunus Omar, he teaches in the School of Education at UCT. He's been fortunate to be the student of modest and brilliant teachers at schools and at universities. These teachers include Peter Meyer, Derek Naidu, Helen Kiss, Farid Kabelka, Maureen Adrian, Lionel Adrian, and Crane Sudin, all of whom he owes very much. And we are going to owe him quite a lot because he's going to summarize for us and help us remember, for those who were here and for those who weren't, to just give you a sense of what happened yesterday. Thank you very much, Yunus.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. And thank you to all colleagues. Use their sound.
Get closer to your mouth.
Check. Is this better? Still not better? Even closer. All right. Thanks, Comrade Chair. And thank you, colleagues. And thank you to all the contributors yesterday for a really stunning day. It's my task to provide a summary, and I do want to state from the outset that the summary will not include many names because we're trying to foreground the ideas. The recordings are available on YouTube, and so people will be able to connect names to the ideas that were promulgated yesterday. And so thanks again for this opportunity. I'm going to be reading much of this, and then a la yesterday, I don't have an A5 Croxley notebook, I've got an A6 Croxley notebook. I'm very proud of that, actually. I was thrilled yesterday to hear that. But these notes were taken from the Croxley A6. Yesterday, from the outset, at the welcome, the often invisible connections between persons and ideas came through very strongly. We often meet people of great significance without, in fact, knowing this at first. And so the chairperson who handed over the welcome to our chair of the School of Ed, the director, allowed us to look at that through his biography and his journeys with Neville. I thought it was a very important point that was made, and there's something that we need to take forward from this. We don't know what we are working with, and so we don't take the best we can from these relationships when we don't regard people as significant at any given time. I think that came through very powerfully yesterday. Throughout the day, there were multiple ways. It was very clear that there were multiple ways of coming to Neville and his life. Some encounter him in the academy, and they restrict his life to this realm, while some meet and engage Neville outside of the academy, fully aware of his footprint within the academy. This presents a challenge to us all, one that could be called a depoliticizing of his life and work, and it is an approach we were alerted to from the outset yesterday. Neville committed to and built organizations throughout his life. The sheer breadth of that work was an ever-expanding list and expanded throughout the day. It grew as the day progressed, and it is a stark reminder of the need for us to think and act. Neville's praxis was foregrounded in various ways throughout the day. His central identity as it emerged yesterday was that of a revolutionary socialist. His work cannot be and should not be considered outside of this framing. To do so is to miss the key driver of his adult life and the key impetus that made Neville think and act in the world. As such, Neville, as the ever-optimistic idealist, comes through very strongly. His ideal of a raceless, classless society, not just in the heavens but on earth, ought to be something we need to embrace in the permanent struggle for justice. Neville's socialism then was not just an intellectual orientation. It had a deep, emotive, compassionate dimension, and it drove his socialism. And so we were left with a question at the end of the welcome session. This is in the welcome session. How do we rethink our broader responsibility? And some of these points were step back, get perspective, rethink outside of dogma, find a point of engagement with the world. Neville, and it came through very strongly yesterday, worked locally with a global imagination. He was not a detached scholar, but was deeply attentive to others as he lived out a radical humanist. He was an outstanding revolutionary scholar who saw, and I quote, no Chinese wall, unquote, between scholarship and activism. His principled approach did not preclude him engaging with colleagues and leadership across the liberation movements. He was not sectarian, and we ought to reread One Azania, One Nation as a key text by Neville in which this approach is made available to all of us. Neville identified radical capitalism as the key concept through which to understand the struggle. He was a Pan-Africanist who railed against barbarism in any form and challenges us in the present to be urgent about preparing for the battles ahead, even as we deal with the urgencies of the short term. His was a collective vision of struggle, and he would be aghast at individualizing his life and contributions to justice and decency for all if we were to do so outside of the collective. We were then treated to the South Peninsula High School students, whose artistry dazzled us. Beauty is something Neville wrote about, even in the despair of Robben Island's confines. It is from the inside out that he theorized beauty, and we were stirred by those artistic contributions yesterday. Our thanks in their absence to those talented people. We then moved to panel one. A key insight from this panel was the idea of text over text in terms of translation. We were asked to imagine a text in English, an actual page of text with illustrations on the left and text on the right. And to imagine that text being translated into, let's say, Mauritian Creole, for example. This translated text on a different page was then cut out physically and pasted on top of the original text. This is a wonderful and deeply meaningful image. And it indicates for us, I think, amongst other things, how we need to pay attention to what is visible and what lies beneath. It was a powerful moment and a powerful image which I think we ought to keep. In librarianship terms, a previous life I came from, it's called the palimpsest, and it's really important. We also were pushed yesterday quite hard to think about the need to train people in the complex arts of publishing and translation. Neville nurtured these ideas about translation as a key mechanism for peoples of the world to be able to communicate with and understand and appreciate the wisdom of others through the translations of text. I use the word others very shakily here. Neville understood translation as the archetypal form, and I'm quoting here, the archetypal form of intercultural communication, unquote, and its potential for disruption of divisions perpetuated via reactionary politics and politicians. A challenge to the academy was reissued, I think, in the sense that we ought to think about engaging our students in the translation of key international and local texts as part of the assessments of their academic work via the deep complexity that was spoken of yesterday. We then moved to panel 2, the national question, language and education, and I'm going to revert now to the A6 Crossley. The initial, let me take a step back. I've not yet completed panel 1. My deep apology. Sorry, we were then addressed in terms of the interim People's Library project. My deep apology for that. The idea of the interim and its work in a locale in Cape Town, Kensington, foregrounded yesterday a really important aspect of the formal archive and what is loosely I can term the non-formal or informal archive. The idea that people's lives matter and the archiving and the collection and the dedicated professional search for what is happening in communities was directly addressed by Mishka Peters yesterday, and it was echoed by very many people in the afternoon. For example, when we commemorated our fallen colleague Madni Alim, very powerfully in the photograph that was displayed yesterday. I think the idea of Mishkat speaking to us and saying that we ought to be mindful of, and I quote, the inequality of knowledge production and how these archives are surfacing in spaces that the academy doesn't even consider at times. And let's be very frank about this. The academy considers itself as the apex of knowledge and knowledge production. We were then asked to think very, very strongly about the fact that our attention needs to be shifted. We need to get lateral vision and then 360 vision, as it were, in terms of thinking about where we are grounded and to do the work, the excavation work of people's lives, communities, through arts, culture, or sport, etc., etc., and to do that thoughtfully and with others. The insert yesterday on the archive of Neville's work, I think, was dazzling. The apology of the person who did the presentation yesterday, I think, was misplaced. We ought to recognize, I think, as Mao said, that it takes 9 people to send a revolutionary out into the field, into battle. And often people work in places that are not seen. And so the archival work and the care, the steps, the care with which we were taken through yesterday, I think, was exemplary in terms of our own work and how we ought to approach our own work. The fact that this was stimulated by a fire and that we are trying to rebuild from the ashes is not insignificant. And so the idea of how one re-excavates and reinserts an archive that many of us were not even aware of until yesterday, in any manner or form, I think is a takeaway that we ought to reconsider across all of our work, and to think about how our work contributes to this archive and to the imagining of archives in spaces that are not in the traditional academy. I think it was really useful to listen to that yesterday. And I do want to repeat for those people who were not here to listen to this, that the archive is available. Apparently the manuscripts and archives room, unlike the other university libraries which are under lock and key and swipe card, apparently people can walk in and read the newspapers and ask to see the archive. And if that is so, please take advantage of that. I think it's really important to do that. The next session was in fact session 2, and I will be really quick with this. Chair, I know I'm taking up quite a bit of time, and I really don't mean to take the time from the panel. But the national question was an important panel. And we, again, the text, One Azania, One Nation, was foregrounded as a key text. It came up thrice yesterday in different panels. And I think we ought to think about that. One Azania, One Nation. We need to think about how to start thinking about a revolutionary commitment. We were challenged yesterday to think about our commitment to struggle as a global commitment that instantiates, plays itself out in the local. We cannot act in the local without knowledge of the global struggle. And it's a point about Neville that was emphasized on this panel, that he was committed to a socialist world. The word "koi" was used for many people who fight shy of saying that they are socialists and are fighting for the socialist world. Neville was unabashedly a socialist. And we ought to take that kind of confidence. It's not brashness. It's a confidence that ought to be inserted time and time and time again without needing to justify. All right? We ought to explain. And I think it's really important. And so the false premises of these crude manifestations of of people who claim to be socialists was one of the key themes that emerged yesterday. For example, the idea of the CPSA, the Communist Party of South Africa, other interpretations of socialism, the kinds of forms in the Soviet Union, its satellites yesterday. Neville disavowed that. Neville was a key revolutionary socialist that centered humanness and decency for all. And that is a key, it's a key difference. The issue of barbarism popped up very strongly in that issue. And that a key takeaway was that all his work was about the struggle for a socialist society. It's a very simple encapsulation, I think, of what that life was about. A useful introduction yesterday was the idea of Neville as a transnational new left intellectual. The idea was then was linked to the idea of the decolonial struggles of persons, for example, revolutionaries in Algeria and in Cuba, and how that impacted on Neville's development in the 1960s, having left South Africa to go and study in Tübingen in Germany. That phase of his life, I think all of us agree, is underdeveloped, it's under-researched, it's underwritten, and it is a key component, I think, in how we ought to be thinking about tracking the emergence. Yesterday, Marcus, who was on the panel with me, made a very strong point that we ought not to see people's emergence in terms of organization or in terms of a formal movement. That people are developing elsewhere and are drawn to things because of their developments elsewhere. They may be shaped differently within the movements and organizations. And I think this is very important in Neville's upbringing. His missionary schooling, for example, must not be romanticized. The missionary schooling project must be interrogated. It cannot be accepted as something simply useful, and the care and nurturing by the nuns, etc., as something progressive, and then pushing the barbarism of the missionary enterprise aside. All of those complexities, I think, are very important for us to pick up. And so in a few sentences, I think, Marcus really got us thinking, along with Enver and other people, about the fact that we ought to see the emergence of people a lot more organically. And so the task of biography within the unity movement and elsewhere is absolutely essential. Following that, I think one of the key takeaways was that a key influence on Neville Alexander was the person of Isaac Bangani Tabata. And I quote here, Neville is quoted as saying that Tabby, and I quote, "Tabby was the greatest influence on my life. unquote. Again, the critique of Tabata and the critique of persons in the unity movement should not overshadow the idea that this coming together of worlds is a really important phase in Neville's and other people's lives, and that we ought to pay keen attention to those complexities and how they shape movements and thinking, etc., from the genesis right through to him entering UCT, being barred from taking up a post at UCT with a PhD, and then going on to teach at Livingston High School, where many people were frightfully lucky to engage with him. The idea of guerrilla warfare, I think for me, was very important. The emergence of Neville after Germany to come into the UG Chan, to, along with others, establish the UG Chan Club. And there was a wonderful, remembrance insert yesterday that spoke about the Southwest African four-phase movement, and using that as a front for a meeting of the UG Chan Club, for example, was really important. But the Neville as the guerrilla is not written about much. Right? And we ought to be thinking about that when we engage with our students about what Neville's work was. Neville undertook a very deliberate attempt to engage the South African racial capitalist state in armed struggle, learning from the Algerian struggle and the Cuban struggle. This is completely underplayed. And so we depoliticize him to the detriment of our own struggles, and the struggles, if we are serious about our children and everybody else's futures. And so there's a project that needs to be taken up by far more people than is being undertaken at the present. And I thought that that was very useful. The language issues yesterday, I think, were really, really central to the entire day. And I'm going to try to squeeze this into a single kind of a report. Language policy, as we saw it in South Africa, I think was very smartly taken apart into three strands. The first strand, the national party, the South African strand. Each language and each community separately develops itself and explores its culture and living through that. Completely rejected. The second strand was that we ought to be able to think about this in terms of, for example, the DA currently, taking it from the National Party as well. And that is to say that we're going to have English and Afrikaans, but we're going to exclude the indigenous African languages. Completely rejected. It's not useful. But the strand 3, I think, is where many of my colleagues and many people are working, and that is in the idea of multilingualism. And so to think about it not just as something, as the right thing to do, but to think of it as a tool for transformation, to think of it as a tool for allowing communities to engage with each other across lines that were legislatively not enabled and legislatively disabled for all of us. We went through a very powerful session through a colleague at the School of Ed who worked with Neville at Pricer about the range of language projects that was simply dazzling to watch yesterday. And what came through very powerfully, and something that many of us must, I certainly do, and I'm thankful for yesterday's presentation, was the African footprint in terms of Neville's language work. And the idea that that African footprint was intellectual and political. There's no separation, but I'm doing that for analytical purposes. That there was a far broader vision of Neville's language imprint in Africa that had as its core his Pan-Africanist outlook and his global revolutionary outlook, where language was one of those mechanisms, an important mechanism in and of itself, but should not be dealt with as a discrete element. It has to be seen as part of his revolutionary oeuvre. And I think that was really, really powerfully done. And so the idea of linking that to the translation panels, for example, was very useful and very urgent in terms of what we were doing yesterday. The idea of children is the third last insert I want to this foreground here. the idea of children's voices and what we would often call noise came through very powerfully. There were multiple tales from Robben Island of prisoners and missing children. And the point yesterday was that the work in education of people who are seen to be playing with education rather than doing serious education work was underscored yesterday in terms of Neville's deep reverence for and respect for people who work with very young children in terms of language. I think that that's a really important point, that Neville could engage with everyone. But to see the photos of Neville at the Vulindlela reading clubs, for example, completely at ease, knowing how to work, knowing what to do, knowing what respect meant on the ground, is a tangible takeaway that we ought to think about very deeply as we engage, and as we engage through what we call ageism and those ageist kinds of ways in which we, certainly I do, approach education. And so the idea of language, to sum up the panels before we get to the remembrance panel, I think underscored and underlined for us the need to consider how Neville worked to drive home the idea that our struggles are interrelated, they are global, they are completely local. They must be exercised in the dirt, right? But also the understanding that what we are confronting is nothing more than the theft of everything that we are. They didn't steal our land, they stole us. They took us. They colonized us. And so the fight that Neville engaged in, I think worked as, and I think the issue of the beauty, the metaphor of beauty is so apt. We often think of the mind as inside. But if the mind is beautiful from the inside, then we can only do what is useful in the external world. And I think that came through really powerfully yesterday. We then moved on, and I hope I'm not missing anything from the panels, but we moved on to a very poignant session yesterday in remembrance of our fallen colleagues. I must say I take a leaf out of people's books, people who can stand up front, not shed a tear when they do this kind of work. I mean, I can't do that. And what emerged yesterday was the fact that we ought to be remembering others alongside Neville. That is so important, that Neville would not want to be eulogized. And significantly, virtually everybody else who was memorialized yesterday, tales were told about them, and people being told, you know, if you memorialize me, if you do things, I'll come back and haunt you with piano keys in your lounge. And so the selflessness and the self-effacedness of people that we memorialized yesterday was just absolutely driven home. And the power of people that we don't see, that we don't know about, is so important. In other words, we need to do, and I'm not going to talk about racial capitalism here, we need to do the anti-apartheid stuff, the anti-apartheid stuff. We ought to go to this place of strangers. We ought to make our work go to the place of the unknown, so that they can be known to us, and that we don't only memorialize who were the unknowns when we are confronted with that. Person Chair and colleagues, thank you.
Hi again, everybody. So I'm deeply grateful to all on this panel for accepting the invitation, but also for doing the work that you've done over your life and the work that you continue to do now. As someone who's concerned about the present, about how we are together and how we build a more just world, I'm also fascinated and compelled by history and historians. I suppose this comes from being raised by a father who taught at Harold Cressy High School, taught history in particular, and then was with others making history in their commitment and fight against injustice and racial capitalism. This panel, peopled as it is a walking, living archive. After hearing Karen Press speak yesterday about my mom, Venetia Naidu, who's over there, it landed for me that she was not only an administrator, and an organizer and a supporter of some big and small men around her, but also an accidental archivist, as Karen mentioned, typing, recording, making sure the minutes got done. My generation was fortunate to be in and around many people here in this room, and some who have passed, having been exposed, as Lydia and Yvette have already mentioned yesterday, to many bold, critical, sometimes mad ideas and actions of the many, many people fighting colonialism and apartheid. The people on this panel have variously written, acted, played, sacrificed, been imprisoned, taught, built, and sustained resistance and critique, but also very importantly, hope that things can be different. This is something they shared with Neville Alexander, and something I certainly look to and try to draw on. Asher Gamedze here is the youngest person on the panel today, but as I've joked with him, he has the orientation and the presence of an Obali, which is translated to mean an old wise uncle. Maybe it's because he studies and writes about radical history. Maybe it's because he has an attentiveness and a willingness to listen and learn from those who have worked in the black radical tradition. Maybe it's because he's one of those who are what I have thought and written about as time travelers, deeply engaged and aware of the truth of the present, committed to moving into the past to learn and remember, all in service, all of it in service of building that new world we so desperately need. So Asher, and I'm now going to introduce the panel as we go. Many of them could have a conference about them, but I'm going to try to summarize. He's a cultural worker based in Cape Town. He's currently a fellow in the history workshop at Wits University, working on a PhD on the relationship between study and struggle in the history of the Yu Chi Chan Club and the National Liberation Front. He's a fine musician and is interested in the production of culture more broadly. He's also interested in history's and unfolding presence of revolutionary thought and practice, the potentialities and possible openings of the black radical tradition, and many other things. I'm fortunate to be working with Asher on some of these other things. Sophia Kisting-Kenkros on the far end. She's a professor in occupational medicine in the School of Public Health, Health Sciences faculty at UCT. She continues to actively work for social justice as an occupational medicine specialist, supporting workers sick from work to obtain compensation, support relevant gender-inclusive teaching and research. In 2018, she was recognized by UCT as having made a significant contribution to the common good in public health, and in 2019, the American Public Health Association awarded her the prize for global achievements in worker health and safety. She had a decades-long friendship and comradeship through various entities with Neville, including WASA, the WLP, African History, the Truth Movement, various NGOs, a community cooperative in Manenberg, a community clinic in Crossroads, and many other things. Marcus Solomon was born in 1939 in Grahamstown, now Makanda in the Eastern Cape. He was schooled there until he completed his junior secondary certificate, or what is now grade 10. He came to Cape Town in 1957 to do his matric at Trafalgar High School, which he completed in 1958. He went on to train as a higher primary school teacher at the Hewitt Training College. Neville was a member with Marcus of the CPSU when Marcus joined it in 59, and later with him in SOYA, the Society of Young Africans, APDU, the African People's Democratic Union, APDUSA, African People's Union of Southern Africa, the NLF, or the National Liberation Front, WASA, Workers' Organization for Socialist Action, and he was also with him in prison from 1964 to 1974 on Robben Island, and then was under house arrest from 1974 to 1979. Marcus also worked with Neville at SACED. He remains committed and working with the Children's Movement, the Children's Resource Center, and the Dialogue for Alternative Futures. Elizabeth van der Heijden, Auntie Betty, as some of us know her. She's an activist, a teacher, an ex-political prisoner. She joined a variety of organizations such as the Non-European Unity Movement, the Teachers League of South Africa, the Cape Peninsula Student Union, the African People's Democratic Union, APDUSA of Southern Africa. Betty was a founding member of the Yu Chi Chan Club, a study group for Mao Zedong's Yu Chi Chan, or guerrilla warfare. Their aim was to assess whether and in what ways these guerrilla struggles might be applicable to South Africa's conditions. In December 1962, they disbanded the Yu Chi Chan and started setting up a network of cells across the Cape Peninsula called the National Liberation Front, to which they recruited CPSU and APDUSA members they thought would be amenable to discussions on guerrilla strategy. Betty was arrested on the 18th of July 1963 and detained in solitary confinement for 4 months, the first woman held under the General Law Amendment Act of 1963, the 90-day detention law. The Times newspaper of 1964 reports 11 men and women described by the judge as quote-unquote intellectuals were jailed today for terms of 5 to 10 years on charges of having plotted to overthrow South Africa's white government. The secret organization was said to have been formed to direct the overthrow of the government by guerrilla warfare and sabotage. Betty spent 10 years in prison and was released on the 12th of April 1974. In 1979, after her banning order expired, she began working at the Scandinavian-funded South African Prisoners Education Trust. And in 1986, she returned to her first love of teaching at Heathfield High School, where she taught me guidance. It was really good guidance. And later at South Peninsula High School until her recent retirement in 2000. Eugene Cairncross, second to the end for those who don't know. Eugene attended Trafalgar High School in his matric years, 1964 to 65. This was the time of the trial and sentencing of Neville Alexander, the arrest of then students James Marsh and Ahmad Kasim, and chemistry teacher Sadiq Isaacs. It was also the time of many protest actions by TRAF students against these arrests and the banning of many teachers, and the attempts by government to crush the lively spirit of rebellion and inquiry at the school. This is Eugene speaking. Eugene went on to study chemical engineering and over many decades has contributed his engineering and scientific knowledge to the struggle for environmental justice through many fora, including the Environmental Justice Network Forum in the 90s. He met Neville in the mid-70s and worked alongside him in various political formations, WARZA in particular, and remained a close comrade and friend until Neville's passing in 2012. Eugene has taught chemical engineering at CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, as a professor, also conducting research into the health impacts of air and water pollution. Over the decades, he has lent his scientific insights and expertise to many environmental and community groups to support their struggles against polluting industries, believing that an understanding of environmental science should not be the prerogative of the elite, but should be democratized and made available to all. He's increasingly preoccupied with the crisis of climate change and the government's evident subservience to environmental and economic policies dictated by local and global big capital. He continues to work in the environmental justice movement as a recognized expert, scholar, and activist. Lastly, Prof. Crane Sudin is an emeritus professor affiliated to UCT, Nelson Mandela University, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. He also serves on the boards of a number of cultural heritage, education, and civil society structures, and has been writing about the history and curriculum of education for a while. He wanted me to just keep it short and say that he's also one of Neville Alexander's biographers. Can we please give everyone here a round of applause at the outset? I'm now going to ask Asher to give us a provocation. And the name of our panel today, as for your program, is Trying to Understand Neville's Place in the Movement and Intellectual in Context.
Thanks, Leanne, for the very kind introduction. It's a very humbling and privileged experience to sit on a panel with all of these wonderful people, many of whom I've learned a great deal with and had the privilege of spending some time doing interviews for my PhD, which is kind of just an excuse to get to speak to these people. So I'm going to give a slightly obscure, nerdish presentation that hopefully might open us to certain, might open some things to discuss that have already been floating around at the conference, and a number of people have made inputs around. The title of my talk is The Individual as Fetish in Historical Imagination. And basically I'm going to kind of speak about, I guess, something that I'm trying to deal with in my research, which is kind of disentangling the individual and the collective in the history of some of what I'm trying to write about, which is the Yuchi Chan Club and the National Liberation Front and some of the afterlives of those formations. And I guess the particular role that Neville plays in this, and how Neville is often foregrounded as this great individual, which undoubtedly he was in many ways, but really trying to ask a question around what the focus on Neville in particular, or big men more broadly, obscures in our historical imagination. So I mean, if we think about people like Amilcar Cabral, who is understood almost to be the embodiment of the organization of the PAIGC, which was a liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, or people like Lenin, who is understood to kind of embody the Bolshevik kind of tendency. It's always often these individual big men who we kind of look at as a symbol and to symbolize and become synonymous with these movements, and potentially in a way that undermines our own capacity to understand them as more broad social and historical processes. So I wanted to start with, I guess, setting up a metaphor that I'm using to kind of think through some of this. So hopefully everyone will indulge me and go on a bit of a journey. I'm sure many people. Hello? This is Neville says get on with it, apparently. So one of my favorite concepts of Marx's is the commodity fetish. And for those who don't know, I'm sure many people know a lot more about it than me here, but basically the idea of the commodity fetish is that the way that a commodity confronts us, or we encounter commodities under capitalism, is in a way that obscures the social relations that produce them. So basically, if we think about a cell phone, we find a cell phone in a shop. It's presented in, I don't know if this, yeah. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Okay, so yeah, if we think about a cell phone and how we find a cell phone, it's shiny in a new box, and we don't see, for example, the war in Congo that is the basis of the mining of coltan, and the exploited workers who have produced this cell phone. We see this kind of shiny box, and really we don't have to engage with the process of this thing's production, right? So I'm interested in using this idea of the commodity fetish as a metaphor, a concept to think about how the individual often obscures a more broader collective process in history. So I'm going to leave that there and come back to it, and hopefully illuminate make sense of what I'm talking about through a few little historical anecdotes. Are we together at this point? Cool. So I guess in the course of my research, I've come across a number of instances where Neville's name is used to speak about something much broader than him, right? And I think we can all probably identify with some of that. But just want to give two examples of that and try and break that open a little bit. But in one of my interviews with Auntie Betty, she told me about Neville Alexander's ragtime band. And I don't know if anyone has heard of Neville Alexander's ragtime band. Unfortunately, it wasn't a band. I would have loved to get that record if there was. But Neville Alexander's ragtime band was basically kind of an insulting nickname, apparently, that some of the white liberal NUSAS members gave to the CPSU. And so in the late 50s, as many people will know, Neville, amongst other people like Auntie Betty, Marcus, Frank Musson, and Frank van der Horst were part of the CPSU, the Cape Peninsula Students' Union. And one of the main things they were organizing around was the introduction of what got called university apartheid. In addition to critiquing the apartheid government's implementation of this act, what they were also doing was critiquing the liberal response to this, which was basically an apology for apartheid more broadly and resisting the introduction of certain apartheid measures in the university. So in the context of this antagonism between the liberal NUSAS and the CPSU, the CPSU got branded by some of the liberals as Neville Alexander's ragtime band. And undoubtedly, I think in everyone who I've spoken to, his recollection, Neville was central to the CPSU, but he was one amongst many people involved. I remember at Figile Bam's memorial, Kenneth Abrams was speaking about how he was the first president of the CPSU, but he very quickly found out that actually the most powerful position in the CPSU was that of the editor of the magazine, who I'm sure people can guess who that was. It was Neville. So undoubtedly Neville was, one of the key theoreticians and organizers of the CPSU. And in an interview with Frank van der Horst, he said how a number of people entered the CPSU who were politically quite inexperienced, and Neville, amongst other people like Peter Mayer and Tilly and Kenneth Abrams, who had more political experience, were some of the people who kind of, gave other people tasks to do, and through that political experience, people learnt. So even as Neville was important to the formation of the CPSU, it was really a collective endeavor in the sense that there was someone to give a task to do, right? So, and later those people in themselves became, even in the CPSU, very important activists. Marcus was recruited by Frank van der Horst, and Frank Musson, who's over here, who's central to the Belleville branch of the UW's CPSU branch, also was politicized by Frank van der Horst. So these are just some small anecdotes to kind of give a sense of how some of these labels that get applied to collective organizations that center an individual really obscure the nature of how political organizing happens and takes place. Moving on to a second anecdote, as many people will know, the Yu Chi Chan Club and the National Liberation Front has received very little attention historically and hasn't been written about a lot. In one of the very few places it's mentioned in the armed struggle literature in South Africa, in a piece by Palo Jordan and Mac Maharaj, it's mentioned in a footnote. And I quote from that footnote, Abdusa in 1962 expelled the Neville Alexander Group, who under the name National Liberation Front were arrested and sentenced to terms of up to 10 years. So again, there's this kind of identification of the actual real tendency being the Neville Alexander Group, and that being at a certain point just named the National Liberation Front. And I think that really obscures the ways in which, from interviews with some of these people and other people in the room, the Uchi Chan Club was formed. Figile Bam in an interview spoke about, not with me, but with another archived interview, spoke about how at UCT a group of radicals had already started reading and studying guerrilla warfare. This is prior to Neville's return from Germany. And internal to Abdusa, there was a group that included some of the people here to my right who were growing impatient with the forms of action that Abdusa was involved in, and were already considering alternative methods of struggle. And of course, all of this took place within a much broader historical moment, nationally and internationally, where the question of armed struggle was on the table in Latin America, across the continent, in parts of Asia, in anti-colonial revolutions all over the world. So I guess the question there is how much, I guess the characterization of this group as the Neville Alexander Group seems to make Neville the eternal protagonist in a way that obscures the actual historical process that led to the establishment of the Uchi Chan Club and the National Liberation Front. So I guess to come back to the metaphor I set up in the beginning, the tension for me is obviously not to downplay the importance of Neville in history or important individuals, but the question is, how does the fixation on the fetish of the individual obscure the actual relations that produced those people and produced the collectives that they belong to? Marcus has been very strong on a point in all of the interviews and conversations outside of interviews that I've had with him around the context that produces individuals. And yeah, I guess I'm not saying that Neville's a commodity. Obviously, I'm just trying to use this metaphor for us to think about how we commemorate individuals, how we remember history and the forms of work that other people did actually to produce these people. We heard about how Venetia used to type up everything that Neville wrote, right? And even Neville as the intellectual, as the writer, we wouldn't have with outside of these people's labor, right? And I'm sure there's countless other examples of that. And maybe I'll end with a slightly more provocative statement, but how would we feel about a Uchi Chan commemorative conference instead of the Neville Alexander conference? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. So we have some fantastic people here. I'm just going to hopefully go in a line just to make it simple. And also, Auntie Betty was sitting here listening attentively whole day yesterday. So I'm going to start with you, Auntie Betty. Asher was talking about how important it is to acknowledge central and important people like Neville, but there were also a whole lot of other people involved in resistance. Do you have any memories that you want to share with us about your experiences with Neville in organizing, or anything else you would like to start sharing with us? Do you want to hold the mic, or do you want to talk into this?
What is it you want to hear?
So Asher was talking about how Everyone remembers Neville. Uncle Neville. Everyone remembers Uncle Neville, but we're interested to know how you remember Uncle
things
Neville.
he spoke about the Cape Peninsula Students' Union of Tucson, that's all right. The Cape Peninsula Students' Union, of which very few members remain, was started at UCT here in response to NUSAS, the non-European Unity Movement, at least the White Unity Students' Union. And it was on the eve of moving from UCT to UWC, which was at that time known as the Bush College. But anyhow, and they met with opposition, of course. And Neville was in the main, and most of the students were students at UCT, like Kenny Abrams, Frankie van der Horst, Bobby Wilcox, Fikile Lebon, Archie Mafajan, that lot. They were all part of the Students' Union then. And it was mainly in opposition to the White Union at the time, and opposition to the splitting of the university, UCT and the Belleville College for blacks. And we joined, of course. I was out of university at that time, at least out of college at that time. I was already teaching and joined as an associate member. My brother was there, that's why I got roped in. So we joined. And from there, of course, we joined the Abdusa, which came after the split in the Unity Movement, the early Vataza and Tabatas on one side, and the Keys and Dudleys on the other. We remember those splits and wonder how they came about. But they split. And we fell into the lot, the Tabata, Jane Gould, Ali Fatah group under Abdusa, the All African Convention and Soya and those organizations all, and joined them. But we were young, and the pace of the movement against apartheid was much too slow. We'd sat through several conferences and meetings and gatherings against apartheid, and we were bloomin' tired of that. So when Neville came back from Europe after his stint there, with the idea that we joined this Yuchi-Chan Club, a study group for guerrilla warfare, we were ripe for the pickings. We were there. And so we joined. And I remember Kenny knocking at my door one day, Kenny Abrams saying, "You got these new organizations, we think you'd be interested." Of course I was, so I joined. At that time we were very few, with Neville and Kenny Abrams. One tends to sort of slide Kenny Abrams down the line, but he was one of the prime movers in the organization. In fact, when Neville was the go-ahead and Neville was the leverage, he kept us steady. And Fikile Baum was another one, wasn't there? It was the three of them, together with us, who actually suspended Neville at one time.
Tell us more. Why did you suspend him?
Because he turned up late but under the influence. Continuously. So we suspended him and then kicked him out. He came back afterwards. He never turned up late again, never turned up drunk again either. So it was a good thing. But we weren't really just followers, And that is why when we were caught, we couldn't let Neville take all the blame for that catching, because we had all been around and we had all known what was happening. And we also had not taken a step to protect ourselves. You know, we underestimated very heavily the power of the regime. But that being so, that's how I joined the Yuchi-Chan Club. And from the Yuchi-Chan Club, which moved into the United Liberation Front, we were just getting started, actually, when we were caught. And that's left 15 years out of my growing life. But that was it. And then after 15 years, 74, it was a whole new, different world that I came into. And I had to find my feet again, and so had Neville and the rest of us. And it was an uphill climb for most of us. But the world was different. The world had changed. Some people had become more advanced. Others had turned to the habitual comforters, the church, and left politics to others. But it was a time when the youth were again impatient about the pace of change and became active again, which led to 76, later to 84 and so on. But it was a stirring time, that whole period, and new ideas kept popping up. And alongside, of course, was the education thing. By the way, the split in the unity movement was because of the language question, one of the issues, the language question and the land question, because of differing views on how these two were to be tackled. And it's amazing that it's still a problem today. Both of them are still, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Is there anything?
We're going to come back to you. We're coming back. Uncle Marcus, I know you're going to do what you want to do, so the question was going to be, oh yeah, let me.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, let me say how pleased I am to be here today with all the wonderful people. Some of them I haven't seen for many years. You must have heard some of the shouts and the screaming that went outside. I must also thank Escher for his introduction. I was sitting and I was thinking, what would Neville say about all this? But I want to go to a class session with Cosmo Peterson at Trafalgar. I think it was 58. He's one of the teachers at Trafs. Cosmo was also one of South Africa's great Shakespearean actors. And he then gave us, in fact, Polly was is Brian here? Where is he? Okay. Right. Polly's father was one of the great history teachers, I think, of the time. But it wasn't Polly who gave the lesson, it was Cosi. And he read as a poem, "The worker reads history." Who makes history? And it was the most important history lesson when I think back, that I ever had. But also, it was written by, I'm sure some of you know, Brecht, the great German socialist poet. It was also one of the best lessons in historical materialism and Marxism. The poem is about Alexander crossing into India and Brecht asked, were no cooks in his army? And when Ash refers to the context, it's like in South Africa today, for a number of years now, we've been very critical of the way in which the people who came into office, and it was Nelson himself who said, we are not in power, we're in office. We've been very critical of the way people's dreams have been reduced to Nelson Mandela's dream. In fact, I heard Nelson speak about that, and he said, that dream has always been my people's dream. And at that time, we had an emergence from Konto Wesizwe, the African People's Liberation Army, the PAC, even the African Resistance Movement, by the way, was the arm wing of the Liberal Party, if my memory serves me correctly. And over the many years now, in fact, I want to take up the question, not only have a memorial for the National Liberation Front, the memorial for our people. We need to have, in fact, right now, you know, there were a number of great Marxist historians in Britain. One of them was E.P. Thompson, the history of the British working class. When are we going to write the history of our people? Ne? So I'm also saying yes, and I think Neville and many others, in fact, that's what Neville did over many years. He did, and I think Selby summed it up well. You were sent to school to go learn and read and write. And when he comes back, you must go and serve your people. Because that's the first lesson of the socialist. When the Bolshevik Party took power in 1917, thank you. I sometimes confuse that with 1916. But the thing is, let's go and create the society for the emergence of the new socialist man. Of course, we turn into the new socialist person. What were those conditions? You must serve. And of course, I agree. It's very difficult because the literature of the left and the socialist movement is very rich with finding what is the balance between the role of the individual and in the context of the struggle of the masses. And we're dealing with that now. But we have to be very careful, comrades and friends, that we don't fall into the same trap, that we elevate individuals to the position of gods and goddesses. And I'll be quiet, and not in an antagonistic way, please. I've known Neville since the day he arrived from Germany, in Cross Street at Bobby Wilcox's family's home. Well, it wasn't the same day, but in any case. And ever since that, we've been always close. And I must say, it was, when I read the message that Karen and Neville wrote in when my birthday, they gave me the present of, I'm a bit slow these days, Alison Dure's book, Comrade, Friend. We were very close. Even when I became a member of the Civic, and we then moved a civic movement in Mitchell's Plain, and I became active in the United Democratic Front, and they moved into the National Forum. We never, at any time, were antagonistic. I spoke to Neville most of the time. I worked with him second. So when I raise this issue, is that we have to be also very careful that we don't take away in these forums, because in the streets we will never be able to take away the history that people make. And I made the point yesterday. My work in the children's resource in the children's movement has really given me a lesson in how every single child that we've worked with, and Castro and Lenin and all these people, Vygotsky. In fact, Brian spoke, Vygotski's discovery in 1924 in the Soviet Union, he said, we all have agency. from the time we are born. In fact, Vygotsky formulated a law of science, whatever, that children are co-constructors of the world from the time they are born. Just that adults don't understand them when they speak. And how do they speak? Laugh, cry, scream, etc. So my contribution to this discussion, and because there are every single child in this country right now has the potential to become what Neville and Betty and Dulcie and every single person, because we've been privileged to come from, like Patrick and Otto, came from communities where they were given the basics, reading and writing. And in that sense, Neville zoomed on, and so many others, that we need our kids to read. And they need education, they need the food of love and care. And it wasn't that Neville had to go to the island Bible to learn that. He learned it from his mother. I think we take away the essence of his family. And I know them intimately. And until the very end, and I wasn't there, Neville was so close to his sisters and his mother, while his mother passed on. You know. So, yes, let us speak about what made Neville, and let's speak about his contribution, but also in the context of how I understand Neville. And we discussed it extensively for 7 months. And I want to make the point here, and that's why Betty and Dulcie and all the women who went to prison are so angry, and rightfully so, because Robben Island became the male story. Yeah. And it was all about a few individuals. In fact, it would be very interesting. Neville and Nelson and Walter and all, they were in a very segregated part of the prison. They were never in the communal sections, never. Neville and I communicated through this toilet paper. Yeah? So we have to be, the role of the individual, and in our movement, the children, we say every day we try, and how do we teach us the other thing, by the way? It is an example. You know, the children, in fact, over the years, what children have taught me is that adults are hypocrites. Why? Because you say one thing and you do something else. And it was in the context of the great debate about the presidency of Jacob Zuma. So I think that because we are going into a period now that we really need to build communities so that we can all grow. This thing of parties, I think it's the lesson parties have become ethnic formations looking for jobs and money. So we need to build movements within the context of communities, as they used to do. In fact, Marx didn't discover class struggle. I mean, he didn't invent it, by the way. He discovered it. That's what historical material is about. No? Okay, time? Okay, can I? Oh, no, fine, yeah, because I could like to but... just the one point. In the children's movement, our great slogan is, for children, the future is now. But it also applies for adults, by the way. The future is now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much. I'm going to try and be brief. I really want to make 2 points. The first point is about the question that Asher has raised with us as a provocation. And to try and put that into context in the space in which Neville and his comrades developed. So that particular question, and Marcus has now alluded to it, was like an abiding question in the way in which these comrades gathered together and assembled. I mean, they were reading deeply, and it really is an extraordinary thing, and I'm going to come back to that as the second point. They were reading deeply, so they were reading these comments and these critiques about history and how history is made, and this question of the individual was an extraordinary element in the debates in which they had. I do need to say that they were a little blind when it came to the question of gender. And it was only actually very late that Neville came to a realization of this and the importance of this himself. But for a long time, that whole discussion was dominated by men. And it was dominated, but also by the politics of the time. So the politics of the time, you need to understand global dynamics and the way in which the socialist struggle was attempting to be born. Neville comes out of a tradition which is born in the 1933. And that tradition is essentially a tradition which is a reaction to Stalinism. But that reaction precipitated an extraordinary attack across the world of anybody opposed to Stalinism. People who were opposed to Stalinism were physically wiped out and eliminated. Now, you might say that this led to kind of hyper-hysteria, and maybe it did, because by 1937, this movement of anti-Stalinists in Cape Town goes so underground we never see them again. We never see them again. That whole archive of that organization is not available to us. We know very little aside from remnant documents about what they were talking about and how they were mobilizing, to the extent that they continued writing, and we never know who the authors of particular pieces were. And Neville's an inheritor of that, of course, with Nosizwe. He doesn't write under his own name. You know, he writes under this pseudonym. He comes out of a tradition of disguise. And this disguise is a big, big part of that whole story. By the way, when this trial plays itself out, and I'm writing about this now, I'm going to write two versions. The one version is the version that is there in the official record. And that version is an extraordinary version essentially created out of the testimony of largely the spies and the informers who had infiltrated the YCC and the NLF. And it's really extraordinary. But Neville and them never. They chose in that trial not to say anything, not to speak. It's only at the end that Neville made a statement. You know, didn't speak. But this willingness to disguise was so evident, and this is the other version. In that trial, one of the key people, of course, is Kenny Abrams. But what Neville and Kenny and Marcus, and this is what I want to talk to you about, had made an agreement was that they would blame everything on Kenny. You know, the writing of this pamphlet 3, which is this extraordinary document. When my wife read it the other day, we were reading it, she says, "Oh my God, what were these people thinking?" It was an extraordinary document of how we will go out and even to kill for our people. Who wrote it? Not Neville, Kenny. Kenny wrote it. Kenny was the chief architect, behind that. And this is the other story, and it's a story which of Kenny which needs to be told. And I interviewed Kenny and Neville once together, and they were there together. And there's this amazing story. So we heard part of it yesterday of this community, the Buster community, surrounding the place where Kenny was living, and stopped the police from arresting Kenny. Kenny escapes, but he doesn't get very far. He maybe crosses the border, but and this is the drama of all of this. He's abducted by the South African police and brought back into the country. And at a particular point in this journey, this car in which they are driving has a puncture. And these police people by that time are quite drunk. And they don't know now what to do. As Kenny says, all I could think of at that particular time was, how shall I die with my honor intact? Because these people were threatening to just blow these people up and just escape. Fortunately, somebody comes along the way and they're able to fix this thing and go. But the way in which that story gets told is, with Neville sitting alongside of Kenny, is clearly Kenny taking center stage, Asher, alongside of Neville. And Neville accepts it. Neville accepts that Kenny plays this important role in this experience. But the big point is that they never sought to be projecting themselves. And you see this, and this comes out of their reading. You see this in the way in which Neville, and I talk about this quite a lot. I talk about, when is the revolution coming? I say, look at Neville, the revolution is already here. It is with you. It is in the person of people like him. He lives it. It is not something which he is wanting to wait for. He's already growing it. But he's growing it in a way which is not about himself. It is never about himself. So, I'd like to, say to you, Asher, in thinking about this, that we have the incredible fortune here of seeing how people come to live in the space of the making of history, and how to live in a way which comes to help us even narrate what that history is all about. And there's a lot to talk about this. But having said that, I want to come to the second point. And the second point is, and I have had a little bit of an engagement with Asher around all of this. So Asher said once in an engagement that you're making too much, I'm over-dramatizing it, Asher, so excuse me. You're making too much of the contribution of these people.
No, that's, yeah. Well, I can clarify.
Yeah, please. Yeah. You're not acknowledging how much else was happening in the world as these people were writing. But having, and immediately after Asher said that to me, I actually went back to go and read the works of a whole lot of people writing around race and the making of racism at that time. And I want to say quite assertively here that what came out of this community of people, of which Neville is a clear descendant, is a contribution which is in global terms absolutely landmark making. It is landmark making because it is for the first time that the question of race is contextualized against the growth of capitalism for 500 years. And what Neville and his colleagues try to do, and particularly in One Azania, One Nation, is situate the role that race plays. Sorry, I can't see people over here. Is situate the way that role that race comes to play in the way in which capitalism comes to this global dominance and pervasiveness that it has. That racism is essential for capitalism's emergence. It's essential. It is not, as many Marxists narrate, an epiphenomenon of capitalism. It is essential to capitalism. It is what makes capitalism come to assume this almost total discourse around classification, around superiority, around being that it has. And Neville is, if you like, the climax of that particular argument. Kiss begins it in 1953, and Neville brings it to a conclusion in very clear kinds of ways. And what he does there is to show how important these ideological features, and so a lot of us very mechanical Marxists, and so it's a real kind of instrumentalism, you move from this kind of base to the superstructure, and everything is in that base. I mean, what Neville does is begin to show how that base and infrastructure are in a complex dialectic. And that dialectic is essentially the way in which capitalism is able to reproduce itself. So I don't want to kind of make too much of this point of the individual. But in this instance, these individuals, this group of people here, come to play, and it is about our South African history, and putting our South African history into a global picture, and to think here about how South Africans can come to illuminate the way in which this hegemonic frame in which we find ourselves continues, and how hard it is to undo it. Even when you undo it materially, you are going to have to deal with these ideological dressings and interstitial kinds of things inside of it. And this is what Neville is talking about. So when he talks about racelessness, it's not color blindness. And many people confuse him with that. Many people will say that, and this is the way in which American dominant sociology comes to over-determine the way in which we can speak here. So when we speak about non-racialism, we're talking about non-racialism and anti-racism. And it is Neville. It's an incredible contribution to global sociology. It's in the same way that Du Bois gets misrecognized from 1910. Yeah, Neville comes in 1917, the late 1960s, and it's absolutely landmark. So we need a rereading of One Azania, One Nation, and it's really important to kind of put it in a way in which we can work with it critically. I have criticisms of it, and I'd be happy for us to be able to look at it critically. It's not without criticism, and we're not coming to think of Neville here without criticism. I love the story about his suspension. Very many people don't know that. There's more to that story. I won't tell you about it, but there are incredible things about the way in which these people lived and came to produce a new template for all of us. And Neville loved that word, template. A new template on which we could come to think about who we are as human beings. And I'm deeply grateful for it. Thanks.
Thanks, Crane. Eugene, you can really, as everyone has done, take the broad question and run with it in whatever way you like.
Yeah. Well, I struggle to interpret the topic. And all the speakers before me have given me some ideas, but let me say that I want to look at the global context rather than the microscopic and the national context. What was happening in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s? It was the era of the anti-colonial struggles, but it was also the era of the Cuban Revolution, the successful taking of power by Fidel and Guevara and so on. And the struggles in China, of course there was the example of the October Revolution. So for socialists, Marxists who had a particular conception of the state, how do you, what is the role of the state, and how do you make a revolution? How do you replace the capitalist system with socialism? That basically says the state is represented by or keeps power through a body of armed men, and you cannot overthrow it through voting, peaceful protest, and so on. Ultimately, you have to challenge that power of that is held by armed men, and the state has a monopoly of that power. So, what are the examples? The insurrection, let's characterize it that way, of the October Revolution, the Foucault theory, and represented by the Cuban Revolution, and people like Debray, who went to prison for simply writing about it. You know, spent 30 years in prison for theorizing about this way in which the people can overthrow the state and take power. Mao's People's War. So you can understand that if you knew Neville, the first thing he did, confronted with any problem, is to study it. So he studied all of these things, and with, of course, his comrades, Marcus Betty, and so on, in order to understand and see what is appropriate in South African situation. So that's one context which I want to give to, in which world events influenced his thinking and so on. The other is, of course, what Crane has alluded to, the Stalinism and the great Trotsky-Stalin the split that they created in the world socialist movement. What people haven't touched on is what was Neville's relation to the Fourth International, for example. His friendship with Mandela was mentioned, but exactly what were his thoughts about that. And no doubt, of course, he was anti-Stalinist and so on. But the question of, was he a Trotskyist in the sense that a follower of Trotsky rather than the ideas of Trotsky, if I can distinguish between those two things. In other words, whatever Trotsky said was correct, a bit like the Bible, or taking the ideas of Trotsky, the ideas of permanent revolution and so on, understanding them and accepting those as part of his conception of the world and his guide to action. So the importance of that is going with Stalinism is the theory of socialism in one country. And the subordination of struggles in the rest of the world to the survival of socialism in Russia, in the Soviet Union. So everyone else had to not challenge the capitalist system, but had to go through the democratic phase, the so-called two-stage theory, and that was one of the abiding criticisms of the position of the ANC and its allies, that apart from the sort of the race-based construction, the four spokes theory, and so on, of a new South Africa, it was also that it could not be a socialist revolution. It had to be a bourgeois democratic revolution in which the bourgeoisie would first be in power and prepare the way for, or the struggle against bourgeoisie would then take place, and socialism in some way in a distant future. So that theoretical base was forced on all the so-called favored six, the organizations which paid allegiance to the Soviet Union under the Stalinist banner. Of course, it went carried on beyond after Stalin's death and so on. So that context very much had an impact on Neville and the people on the left outside of the ANC tradition, the unity movement, Abdusa, and so on. So I just wanted to place that in context. The other one, which, and the last perhaps, is that period of the 60s and 70s, and it all relates. Well, let me go back to the Second World War, the aftermath, the conclusion of the Second World War and its aftermath. In 1945, 1945, the war had not quite ended when the powers that, and the United States was the most powerful of the Allies, simply because of they profited the most from the Second World War. America was basically untouched. No one bombed America. It was distant. Europe was destroyed or in ruins. The Soviet Union was also in ruins, basically. They had lost 27 million people in the war. The Allies, the rest of the Allies, had deliberately encouraged Hitler to attack the Soviet Union, hoping to actually destroy destroy it as a socialist country, however you might characterize that. And so they got together and created the architecture of the World Bank, the IMF, the United Nations, and all the economic, the global economic systems, which enables capitalism to suppress the rest of the world and colonialize, neo-colonial imperialist exploitation to continue. So in that context, it's not just a struggle against the local bourgeoisie, the local capitalists in their racial form and so on, but behind that is the contest between this perspective of the world which sees the indefinite future as the subordination of the colonial countries to the interest of the West and America in particular. So then, of course, 1989, there's a collapse of the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall falls and so on, and the declaration, history is over. We've won forever. No more class struggle, because we are in a position to suppress the class struggle forever. Of course, that doesn't last for very long, but along the way, that's the point I almost forgot of, the main point. One of the results of the Second World War was towards the end, America developed the atomic bomb and bombed, as you know, Japan, 2 cities, dropped 2 bombs, atomic bombs, killed probably about 200,000 people immediately, and in the aftermath, in the year or 2 after that. The Soviet Union, of course, understood very clearly what this meant, that they were vulnerable to being destroyed with atomic weapons, started to develop their own atomic weapons, and soon the US and Soviet Union had enough capacity to destroy the world several times over with atomic weapons if a war between the two started. And the means of delivering the atomic weapons was the intercontinental ballistic missile. They went through a phase where they realized that it didn't matter who started the war, providing you did not destroy the other power or capability of retaliating immediately in the first strike. The retaliatory strike could happen, and you would both be destroyed. The so-called mutually assured destruction status quo was the status quo, because they did not have the capability of intercepting these missiles. So if you launched it, providing you didn't destroy all their silos and so on, in that first strike, they would launch a counter-strike, and, game over. The planet would be destroyed because of the nuclear, the cloud, the dust cloud, and the nuclear winter, and so on, that would follow. In the 80s, Reagan said, "We don't like this. We're going to develop an anti-missile system." So that's the other context of that period of the 70s and the 80s, of this constant threat of nuclear war in the world. And so the contest between the two sides was happening at the level of the anti-colonial struggles and so on. The suppression of those coups, the history, and the threat that if you raise the threat level, nuclear war is the only way of settling the arguments. So I want to just leave us there because with just one last comment, that we are now almost in that situation, and it's a discussion that's not happening. If you listen to Noam Chomsky of the last few months, for the last couple of years, he's been saying there are 2 things that are a threat to humanity. The one is nuclear war, and the other is the climate crisis. And with the recent situation, the proxy war happening around Ukraine, both those things, but particularly the threat of nuclear war, has become more and more imminent. And my last point is that the first Cold War, which was that first period it was an information war, it was an ideological war, and so on. We're in the Second World War, where our access to information just knowing the facts, what's happening, is greatly diminished. Our schools don't, in our education system, from schools all the way through to universities and so on, do not enable us to access the information that we need to understand the world that we are living in now, and the realities of climate and the realities of nuclear war. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hussein. Thank you very much for that expanded view. It's been it's really useful. Sophie?
Right. Well, I'm the last of the speakers, and I know you've been sitting through really just wonderful contributions of history globally and nationally and regionally. And I need to say at the outset, I've sort of been through a bit of a difficult time, health-wise, a bit of a dark time. So I feel very, very emotional today. And if I look at my comrades around the room, I really, let me just say my heart is very full. And I want to say, Asha, your provocation about should it be the Yu Chi Chan discussion, I would vote for that. Because I think Neville would have preferred that as well. So in order for me to say something about the role of the individual and the collective, I would have to talk a little bit about how I knew Neville and so on. Lydia and I had the opportunity to speak at the UNISA yearly memorial lecture for Neville, and I thought, what could we do? So we sat and we put a lot of pressure on Eugene to bring out all his photographs of the many years of that we have been together with Neville, and actually just walked in that lecture talking about the photographs, because it talks about the collective and Neville as part of that collective. Because in our interactions and our lives together with Neville, he fought very hard for his own ideas. But he had the humility to accept when he was wrong. And he really didn't want to be the person just up front all the time. Really didn't want that. But so often he ended up there whether he wanted to be in that position or not. And I think it came out, I've seen him at his happiest when he was just doing the most ordinary things, like working with the children, when he was helping to organize a fundraising dance, or just the most ordinary things, or whether he was trying to convince us of the importance of speaking each other's languages, speak the next language. So I am Namibian, and yesterday I wasn't here, but I listened to Yvette's rendition of her mum and the dad of Yvette. And that event that happened when Neville, the police looked for Kenny and Tilly in Namibia, I was there. I wasn't at the event, but I lived in that same town in Riobo at the time, because I was attending the high school there. So it's sort of so immediate, and of course the desperate struggle that Namibia was going through because it was occupied by apartheid South Africa. through the mandate of the League of Nations and then the United Nations and so on. So there was a deep and desperate struggle for freedom taking place in Namibia as well. And one of the things that really appealed to me about Neville was his hunger for knowledge, his hunger that he shared with so many of us to understand the world a bit better. And so he knew things about Namibia that not many other people knew. So there was much that we could share and that we could understand. And he made you feel part of wanting to know that. So I came here in 1969 to study medicine. I came from in Namibia. Somebody wrote about it. I grew up in the desert. A little town is Niks and Nerens. It's just a little dot somewhere. And I came here in 1969 at a UCT. It's just post Mafeje. You know, there's a vibrancy. There's a discussion. Kenny Abram sort of referred to their years here at UCT, the joie de vivre, the discussion of ideas, the fighting for supremacy of ideas that can change the world, not ideas for the sake of discussing the ideas, but ideas that can really change the world. So it was that atmosphere, that milieu, many people, Frankie, Eugene, and so many others at the time contributed to those vibrant discussions, fearless discussions, and acting. You cannot think that you can just study, you must implement, you must do something, you've got a duty, you are privileged because you can study, so you must help, you must. And so when I met Neville in 1975, after he came out, actually 1976, 1975, Eugene and I traveled around South Africa, and we met Indus Naidu in Johannesburg, and Indus said, you must look up Marcus. Marcus lives not far from you there in Athlone. Go and look up Marcus. We met with Marcus and Teresa and little Leanne, and the next thing we met Neville, and so this is 1975 from then on. And I can tell you, one of the first things I got involved in through this work of study and implementation was a food cooperative in Manenberg with women in Manenberg. And you buy the food collectively, and the food it's cheaper that way, and it gets distributed that way. So I'm just using it as an example of the things. I mean, at that time I was a medical doctor, but that was not my job. Your job was to engage with the poor, you know, and do something where it's needed. So cooperatives were important, so you would start doing that kind of thing. The same thing with the clinic. With the help of Dr. Mahati and others and so on, we managed to run a clinic for some time, you know, in Crossroads. But you had to do those kinds of things because it's needed. Who would support, who would help, who would that kind of thing. And that's the influence of Neville's ideas, together with the ideas of many others. But the one who would insist, who would persist, who would push hard, and he was, for his ideas to be implemented, was Neville. And sometimes I think the rest of us didn't always fight hard enough for our ideas to be implemented, you see? And I think that was perhaps that difference. And the other thing, how extremely hard-working Neville was. He worked very, very hard for those ideas that he wanted. If you have to get up tomorrow morning, I'm surprised, Bet, that you suspended him for coming late, because I don't know him as ever being late. Maybe that was the lesson, you see. So maybe that was... so because he was a disciplinarian as far as time is concerned and being on time. And if you have to go and give out those pamphlets at that station with Peter and Audrey at that time, you better not be late because things will carry on without you. So these are just, I suppose, anecdotal things that I'm trying to say. It was always a collective doing things together. He would come for a meeting, and he would come like many others at Comrade Pat van Voores huis in Uitzicht. And there would be koeksisters, and there would be samosas, and there would be something to eat, and there was always good food, that I must tell you, and often good drinks as well. The meetings didn't just happen. They were part of socializing as well. And that bonding with people that you can see here was important as part of that struggle, that joie de vivre, that we built on each other's strengths and not the weaknesses, that we built on strength and that we overcome the differences, And I think in medicine, I work in a field of medicine that is very badly neglected for very good reasons, and it's occupational medicine. It's the medicine of working people, the health of working people, the workers who get sick from working in the gold mines, the silicosis, the asbestosis, the nurses in the stress at work, the back injuries because of the construction industry, how workers get sick at work, how women have abortions from too much pesticides. It's so neglected because it's in the interest of the big corporations to keep that very much suppressed. And sometimes I would work at Baragwanath Hospital and come to our home, and they would be having a meeting and discussing and so on. And I would think I was up busy working the whole night in Soweto the night before. How does this meeting fit in with the person that I've just lost, who had asthma, the person who couldn't be saved? And yet, I found the answers in those discussions, because it was so necessary, that you cannot just carry on. You need to be motivated. We need to continue to motivate each other, that we mustn't be scared. Someone said we are scared to use the word socialism. We mustn't be scared to use the words. We mustn't be scared to put out our ideas there, because the ideas help to infuse the mass consciousness and change things in little and in big ways. And even though we seem to be in such a minority, we are not in a minority if we think that we have to do the things that the Pat van Voores did at school, that the Bettys did with the Prison Education Trust. How do we support the Leannes and the Asherim and the other young people now? And sometimes I think, what have we done wrong? Part of the reason that there's sometimes such a sadness is that the great, great ideas that was there and the amount of effort that went into recording those ideas and sharing those ideas and finding home for those ideas, how much effort went into it. And still, by the time Neville died, something died with him. That coming together and discussing the ideas. We don't do it anymore. We don't challenge each other to a different interpretation as to what's happening around us. And we think, what would have Neville maybe have said about this? But we have allowed that to die. And it's a collective failure. And I think that we must go back to that, where we, without hesitation, but with a great urgency, discuss in order to implement. Because there's so much fear in the country, so much fear not to be attacked, not to be different, not to lose your life. And I listened to some of these fears during the Zondo Commission, and one can understand it because of what's happening in the country. But I think we need greater fearlessness to get back, to discuss those ideas, to overcome the small differences, and to look at the great needs of our country, and knowing that within each one of us, each one can do something small to the greater good. So remembering history is part of that, and we need to support it. But urgently we support the interpretation and understanding of that history to uplift our downtrodden and dispossessed people, the majority of them still dispossessed and still downtrodden in the bigger part of Southern Africa. So I really wanted to just say, I suppose something that's just on my heart because of the time I find myself in. And so thank you for this opportunity, and Amandla.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Sophie. So many things have been raised. We had one provocation and we've had multiple interpretations. I'm a Freirean, but I'm going to open to the audience now, and I'm going to ask that you try to focus in on that question of the individual to the collective. The very important question that Sophie left us with: what happens when an individual who is so passionate about his ideas, or the ideas that come out of collective conversation, that he continues to drive it? What happens when he's gone? I mean, that was there's something we wanted to actually put to the panel, but because of time we won't be able to. So I'm asking you to listen with some focus on that question, because we can really have a conversation the whole day by the very important provocations that have come up. So I'm going to open for a round of questions. We're not going to let time dominate us. I see Mondli already at the back, and then we're going to finish with giving everyone a round on the panel to respond either to some of the questions or to each other, and we will get to lunch, don't worry. We started about 15-20 minutes late, so we're actually on time. So, do you mind if I borrow this form? Can someone help me run? Okay, does someone else want to put up their hand for number 2? So I've got 2 here, 3 here. Remember to introduce yourself, because there are new people in the room.
Okay, complete. Yeah, my name is Mondli. I just want to make 2 points. My first point is that in the context of the xenophobia, we mustn't forget that Comrade Neville has got the roots of slavery, and his maternal grandmother was Ethiopian. And looking at his picture there, I can see that there are Ethiopian features, right? And for me, that's very, very important, because we have to also speak about internationalism as well as Pan-Africanism, right? And another point I want to make is that I agree with Comrade Marcus that Comrade Neville was looked after by his family, right? His mother, siblings, and his father was a carpenter. There is a biblical story there, right? And of course, he was within the Catholic background, which, of course, with its own contradictions, teaches certain, solidaristic values, right? And I think that's an important, point, right? I did have some interactions with him. One thing about Comrade Neville was that he didn't want to. He didn't want us to, put him on a pedestal. He did disagree with many comrades here in the Western Cape, because the Western Cape has got that very strong tradition of debate, discourse, and there were many disagreements with various left-wing groupings. But I think for me, what was important was that even though he disagreed with certain comrades, he would still have a meal with them. He would still, meet up with them. He would still, discuss other issues. And I actually discovered him to be a very, gentle soul, right? And he would engage you, talk to you. I remember when I was at UWC, right? There was a seminar series called a Marxist theory seminar. He would come there, give a talk, and then after this seminar, he would still engage you. And I think for me, the lesson there is that if you are a left-wing comrade, it's very, very important not to personalize differences, right? And also, it's also very, very important to be approachable and have that humane element in you. And for me, I think those are very, very important lessons that I get from the life and the work of Comrade Neville, that he was always that gentle soul. He was not what they would say here. He was not Farkarach.
Farkarach, thank you, Comrade Mondi.
Not directly now. Hello, my name's Dale. Actually, I want to pick up a number of themes raised by the panel because I think they all are critical to the praxis, and I think this goes to Neville's mission in life, as it were. What Neville saw himself trying to do in the South African context and in the context of the world. The first thing I want to take up is the notion that's raised of commodity fetishism. And I think it's quite interesting you raise that, because in a sense what Marx does is he demystifies this notion. He understands that the commodity has the kind of properties which you raise, but he also tries to distinguish in the commodity between use value and exchange value, and how both of those are in a sense trapped inside the commodity, and how he tries to in a sense liberate those things. And I think that's important to understand when we begin to look at Neville's history and his life, that in a sense that was Neville's project as well, to kind of demystify the notion of revolution in South Africa and how that comes about. And in a sense, in defense of the individual, in a sense, and why we find them important to commemorate and to acknowledge. We talk about Leninism and Marxism and Maoism. We give it a name of a person. Why do we do that? Why is that important? It's because they begin to crystallize the ideas of the time. That many people share those ideas, but one individual, unfortunately, begins to bind all of that together in a shorthand way of understanding a phenomenon. And then I think that's, in a sense, what's important about Lenin. I have to apologize, Neville, in this regard. What does Neville try to do in the South African context? He tries to find a way to revolution. He breaks out of the unity movement tradition. And I think Auntie Betty describes well the impatience of the radical movement at the time, that this in a sense was not going anywhere, that this in a sense colored teacher intellectualism was bound, it was not in a sense making progress. And I think that's what Neville sought to do, to break out of the confines, to find a way to do that and to explore different options. And I think we go in the 1980s to the National Forum, his alliance with the Black Consciousness movement in the form of ZAPO and so on, was a means to escape that confines of the movement. And I think Crane makes a very important point here, that we need to understand the dynamic interrelationship between the individual and the collective, that in a sense they are related to each other. The one cannot exist without the other. And coming back to, I think, the question that Eugene raised, the fundamental question about power, This is what Neville's preoccupation was, power, that we need to have power. We need to overcome the state. And I think in a sense that what Sophie points about, a lot of this is lost. I think I find a lot of this lost in the discourse that I'm finding here. What is the path to power? How do we fundamentally change the world? How do we link up the individual struggles that are taking place with a broader struggle to change the overall society? And I think if we need to begin to interrogate the relationship between the individual and the collective, I think those are some of the things that we need to look at quite seriously if we want to make the kind of progress that Neville would have hoped for.
Thanks. Thanks, Leanne. In my very limited contact with Neville, I came to know him as someone who is prepared to speak to anyone regardless of their convictions. My question is, nowadays there's a tendency to use the Neville Alexander name by various organizations, structures, which one would not normally associate with the legacy of Neville Alexander. I know of at least 2 recent Neville Alexander commemorative conferences. So my question is, how does the panel perceive this tendency?
Any other questions? We're not going to come back to audience, I don't think, so we'll take a... Thank you very much for that question. There we go. No, there's a live stream, so if you speak, people can't really hear you. Can you run to the guy? So remember to introduce yourself.
I'm Brian. Because there are no further contributions being entertained, I'm being opportunistic. I'm piggybacking on the last question. Perhaps in answering that question, the panel can apply its mind to something else. The speaker's experience of Neville Alexander pretty much resonates with my experience of him. I chose a very different point of insertion into the political struggle from the one which Neville organizationally chose. This previous speaker said that nowadays there are organizations with whom one would not ordinarily have associated Neville Alexander, who in the recent past have asserted a link to him. My question is, to what extent was the non-sectarianism of Neville Alexander, his ability to engage with a broad spectrum of people who might have had different views on how they might want to insert themselves in the struggle against fascism, to what extent would those organizations, could those organizations to have claimed to have done the same thing? I don't know whether you follow my question. You do? You do follow my question? Yeah, I'm saying that if indeed it is true, and I suspect it is, that Neville Alexander had an ability, and I didn't think I was coming to a discussion about Neville Alexander, I thought I was going to come to a discussion on the struggle against racial capitalism, but I say that as an aside. I see. If it is true that Neville was indeed someone who was able to engage with a broad cross-section of people, and it is my experience that it was so, to what extent were the organizations or organizational forms of which he was a part able to do the same? And now I'll be the agent provocateur, and I'll say that in my experience, to no extent at all. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So morning, everyone. I'm Jody. I just have a question in terms of like, how do I start? Because I hear that people are saying, like, the comrades are talking about the rich conversation that was had and the community that was built and like coming together. And I'm kind of jealous. It wasn't the best time, but I'm kind of jealous because we don't have that. At my age, you don't have whereby you and people come together to talk about, you know, the struggle and what it is that you can do and like the sharing of these ideas and things like that. So where do I start? Where and how do I start so that it doesn't fizzle out again? How do I, as a young woman, bring back this thing where we actually come together and say, oh, this was our struggle, this is what we went through, this is what we can do, these are the new ideas that we have. So for me, I'm kind of jealous because I wish I was there in it to be able to hear it and to see the passion, because when I hear other people speak about it, it sounds so rich and it sounds so like I want to be a part of it. So how do I begin? And because the panel is like, you know, various ages, you have younger and less younger. So I just want to know, because I feel like it's a perfect panel to be able to give me that kind of advice. So where exactly do I start? And within starting, how do I make sure that it stays? Not just now and then it's gone again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we're going to have a round of responses. Oh, okay, Salim. Okay, I'm going to take two more, and then we're going back for responses. So Salim will be one. Anybody else? P&D will be another.
Thanks. This has been a really fascinating panel, and I know we can discuss a lot of the issues that have been raised until supper time. But just very quickly, just one or two quick points. I mean, Karen has, in response to the last question, the material, a lot of Neville's material is around. There is a website with a number of his writings, not all, and I think a lot of, and fortunately, gladly, a lot of young people are going around interviewing people like Asher, and his PhD is going to be on the National Liberation Front, and he's doing wonderful work around this issue. But there's also plans to put together biographies of Neville. Crane said there are a few people working on it. And we will be publishing a book. We'll project the cover of the book later. It will be published early next year by Pluto Press, which talks to some of this is precisely for the reason you've mentioned. The 2 points I wanted to make is really that that Neville was a national figure, that there are a lot of people here in this hall from different parts of the country, whether it's Soweto or Pabalelo Township in Northern Cape, or people from KZN, you know, and he interacted deliberately, consciously, and tried to work towards a national presence for these ideas. And I think it's important for us not to lose sight of that. There are many anecdotes and many meetings in the middle of the night in far-flung townships around the country, and discussions that were brilliant precisely because of the way these discussions took place under very deep repression and circumstances. There are people who transported pamphlets and got arrested. I think, you know, there are people here who did that. There are many things like that. And also, there are people like Lungisile Dumisani who, you know, Nsebenza and his brother who spoke and are beginning to record developments in places like the Transkei and also the attempts to form a united front. And I think Asher is also working on that, a united front that Steve Biko and Neville and others attempted with all the liberation movements in the country. And that story must also be told. And there are many other things, but I know we've run out of time. But thanks to the panel for raising these very, very profound and important issues. And it's an ongoing discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Pindi. You can make the last comment, ask the last question, and then we're going to give all the panelists 5 minutes, and we're going to break for lunch to take the conversation forward. Go ahead, Pindi.
Yeah. I think it's a comment, and I'm backing from the second last person around the idea of coming together and sharing ideas. I think this is a great space for us to maybe discuss that further on how do we build on that, because I think there's a lot of us, activists, revolutionaries, that have been thinking about these questions and are thinking about these questions on how do we come together and discuss ideas, how to change what's happening, right? And we all sit in our homes frustrated. Why isn't anyone doing anything? What can we do? And the challenge is that if you are not necessarily in the NGO activism kind of space, then you are kind of limited, right? And even when or spaces that have been tried to be spaces where we can come together as activists who might not necessarily be involved in NGO in that way as we used to. The challenge becomes when you have other people that come with agendas, either from political parties, that then the spaces become poisoned and they end up, not working. And I would like to hear from the speakers, what ideas they can help us with there, because I think back then it was easy to form those bases because we were fighting against colonialism. And of course, right now, we think we are free when we actually are not so free. Well, there is some, element of freedom, but at the same time, things are not the way I'm sure the legends that are sitting in front would have wanted them to be. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And that work cannot happen until we come together and share ideas of, how do we change the status quo at the moment, yeah?
Thank you, Pindi. I think Frank van der Horst wants to make the last comment.
Thank you very much. I agree with the last speaker that this gathering is very symbolic and very inspiring insofar as we bring together a large number of cadres and young people who are committed to the struggle for liberation. It comes at a time when there's a general reawakening of people wanting to combine and coordinate and organize themselves in a purposeful way to bring about freedom, change in society, a radical social change, and liberation. Luckily for me, I've been involved in sport most of my life, and Neville Alexander played a particular role in this. In 1982, he helped us in the organization of a conference called soccer, sport and liberation, soccer, sport and freedom, soccer, sport and the workers, soccer, sport and rights, soccer, sport and social struggle, and so on. He categorized the whole development for us that day. And we had a very successful conference with about 1,000 delegates from all over the country. That struggle, unfortunately, was atomized with the negotiated settlement. But today, I'm happy to report that elements throughout the country are busy organizing to revitalize SACOS. The major thrust is developing in Johannesburg at WITS, and they have organized a commemorative conference next year, 50th anniversary of the formation of SACOS. And this development is now spread throughout the country. It has grown now to the stage where people are saying, can't we revive SACOS? There are many problems because there have been divisions, there have been splits, there have been people who have been selling out, and to reorganize under the circumstances is not very easy. But it is possible. Indeed, it must be possible because the struggle demands that we make it possible. What I'm trying to say is that I'm opening up the idea of revitalizing and reorganizing ourselves in every walk of life, whether it's workers, community, youth, cultural, educational, language, whatever. As long as it has a progressive connotation, a progressive direction. And work together and coordinate the activities, build common principles, build liberatory principles, build a program of action, talk to each other, build unity, build a united front, build common action, build common campaigns. In other words, unite and grow in strength and structure so that we can revitalize the movement for liberation and freedom in South Africa. I want to invite everybody who are interested in perhaps in the sport area to come along to a meeting at Athlone High School on the 30th at 6:30 p.m. where the Western Cape part will start their meeting to plan the reaction and to restructure itself in conjunction with the national bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, this is the last lap. Sophie, will you start with us and we'll go this way? And we'll give everyone, I'll try to show when you have a minute after a minute left.
Thank you very much. And I find myself at a distinct disadvantage in that I miss many of the questions and the comments. So please forgive me if I am not addressing your question very directly, especially this gentleman here. I would have very much liked to respond to your question, but I did not get it entirely. I suppose I will start with what the young women ask here about where do we start, what do we do, because it's the doing that is important. And maybe I can say...
it might be a good idea. Whose question was this? Melissa?
Sophia's just speaking.
Sophie's speaking. Okay.
Do you want to go after her?
Yeah. Actually got this question here.
Sorry, Bet, yeah. Yeah, so maybe just because of that interruption, there are two things that myself and Betty share very, very much in this broad river, this great gharib of what our countries are, the struggles and so on, this broad struggle that involves so many people. We were both secretaries. So Betty very much was the secretary, and I think she can tell you, I think it's one of the reasons why she got 10 years. Because she kept the notes. She wrote the notes. And I was General Secretary of WOZA for many, many years, and Workers' List Party. So you keep the notes, and I can tell you part of those minutes, you're trying to record some of the things verbatim. It's absolutely artistic. the language, the wording, and so on. Anyway, that's just to say me and Betty shared that. That's another gender aspect that we haven't touched on. But about the practicalities, so I would think that it is critically important that we always try and work around something, an issue that is alive to our people. You know, it has to be an issue that's alive in your area where you can connect with people. And start very small, not very big. You know, small things. How many students could you perhaps help to get through English literature, you know, or through mathematics, you know, even if it's 1 or 2 in a year, start at the beginning of next year with a group of others who can help. What are in the area in which you live, what are the needs of the young people at school who often fail because of language, you know, when English is not the mother tongue, but the medium of instruction and so on. Young people often struggle with mathematics and science and so on. And sometimes it's just early on in the year to help with that or help organize others to do that. In sports, how can you support young women maybe to have greater confidence with regards to sports or engagement and so on? The issues will become clear to you as you search, but it has to be an issue that is alive and that has meaning to our people. Like anyone who's going to organize something around ESCOM will have, but that's a monumental struggle which I think requires a different approach. So I suppose the concept of the practicalities. And one of the things that often occur to me, like as socialists, so often you hear there is no parliamentary road to socialism, you see. But the decisions it's making in this parliament has a profound impact on the poor, on our people every day. So watch out when they publish and say, this is out for comment, you know, this bill is out for comment. How can our universities engage in those kinds of issues to actually make sure that there are some comments that can be for the common good for people, because your ideas must be taken into consideration, you know, and you can do it together with others. How can we support right in the beginning with our new parliament? A group of us here at UCT used to regularly meet with some of the parliamentarians and some of the women who came from food and canning workers struggle and so on. How do you engage to discuss issues, gender issues and so on, so that the ideas can spread? You learn and we learn from each other in that process. I'm just giving examples. It must be things immediately right there that can be of benefit. It is something outside what people need, then they will not be able to do it. And don't underestimate how much you and one friend can do. Sometimes even if it's just a walking club that you start with, you are beginning to do something and work around it in interest. But Frank is saying sports. Too few of our young women. Look at the sports. You hardly see women. Where are the women? Where are the runners of this country? They are there. So how do we encourage a different image for our young people at schools and so on? So this is just thoughts that came to me as you were asking. And maybe, sir, if you don't mind just asking your question again, and maybe I can say something about it. Yeah.
We should go down the panel.
Yeah.
And should, by the time we get to the end of
Thank you.
the question,
Thank you for cheering from the floor. We'll sort that out.
Yeah,
we'll come
okay.
back if you.
No problem.
Thank you, Eugene.
Okay, I'm going to be very quick. I think Jody and Ziggy, is it, asked the most important questions, you know, and Frankie has given a response, but I suggest that in the item on the agenda for audience reflection, we put that question first on the agenda and discuss how basically this conference can be turned into an activist conference. Yeah, that's all.
Thanks, Eugene.
Thanks. So I'll also be brief and just say that There are many echoes in these questions that were very almost intrinsic to the formation of Neville and his comrades. Again, right from 1935. And so these issues were essentially about how do we build the nation? How do we come together on a basis of non-sectarianism? And our record around all of this has been right up until the Truth Project has been extremely poor. We have struggled. So we have a real question, and I think we do need to come back to this in some ways. Because the extraordinary thing was, yes, that Neville actually spoke to a whole lot of people, including Helen Suzman, you know. And he was able to do that without giving anything away. And I don't know how we come to do what you're asking us here right now. I think Sophie's suggestion to you is absolutely right. Go where the issues are. In your local area, pick up the issues that are alive in that area and mobilize around that. Whoever wants to come, let them come. And you will work out in that, on the strength of that, who wishes to be there for everybody and who wishes to be there for themselves. And those who wish to be there for themselves, get rid of them quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Comment. Very briefly, and we've been busy with this project. Let's go to our people, and I said that yesterday. And it's in communities almost exclusively mothers. They're actually writing the national question. Mothers are writing that. They want peace. And they're not asking for food to be delivered. They are making the food. We've got about 200,000 community kitchens. They're fighting the gangsters. They're fighting gender-based violence. Let's join them. And this is, in a nutshell, every one of us, if you're committed socialist or not, whether you're committed to a Christian set of values, because that is what I said, I always joke, well, maybe in a sort of frivolous way, I call Comrade JC the first communist. You know, Jesus Christ was the first communist, and the thing is, he said, "Don't praise me, follow me." You know? So let us go to our people. They are teaching us there. They say, in fact, Marx, and I don't like to quote Marx, the permanence of revolution, it lies in our communities. They've never stopped struggling from the time, well, you know, we start history with Spartacus or sometimes the other guy or whatever. It's always a man, by the way. But the thing is, they've always been struggling. The permanence of revolution, it's there. Of course, Trotsky turned into a law of society, the permanent revolution. The thing is, people have been struggling. Let's join them. And that's the role of the social. When you're committed, so you bring what you've got. If you can write well, write well. You play Jaga in Brazil, or you play the guitar. You bring what you have. But bly nuchter, dankie.
Which one do you want to?
Anyone you.
Someone asked how Neville was able in his organizations to be non-sectarian. Very simple, really. Circumstances allowed how far he could go. At universities where CPSU was started, Cape Peninsula Students' Union, it was fairly easy to organize male and female students at the same level. That wasn't a difficult thing. What was difficult was to go against the colors, the whites, the blacks, and that was difficult. They managed up to a point, but not very far, right? Except in such cases where they're linked with Sawyer and other students' organizations, black students' organizations, but it wasn't very successful up at UCD, which of course moved over to Western Cape. That wasn't very successful. I don't know how it is today. I don't think it's very successful today either. Anyhow, now, as far as organizations outside of universities, that was definitely non-sectarian in the sense that there were no limits put on women who could join, and if you joined on the same level as the men. There was no real distinction between myself, for instance, and Marcus, except that I was brighter, so had to see. But otherwise there was no distinction. On the other hand, there were sort of conditional restrictions. For instance, Kenny Abrams joined as full member. His wife, Telly, was a background member, but she gave the same impotence to the movement. And that's the way we got along. And it was also, one of the aims of the study group was to organize people who were free, relatively free of encumbrances such as children, wives, and other things, other stuff. So we wanted people who were free to go and come as they pleased. And that is very difficult for a married woman. So the single women, all the way, except for Telly. Telly was an exception all the way through. But then, of course, Kenny was also a member, so they worked together. So that was okay. As far as the social structure was concerned, I don't know. I was a girl from the Cape Flats Council House. Frankie van der Horst was a chap from warmer states, upper class at that point. No, we were mixed. It wasn't a matter of sex either, or social structure. But those who were available came. And then we had a couple. The Namibians, the Swapo people, were in Cape Town, so they were part. There were members from Queenstown and Wellington at various levels of society, as I should say, or education. It wasn't matter. It didn't really matter. In fact, it didn't even matter what organization you belonged to. If you didn't belong to an organization, you were free to join us. If you belonged to an organization unaligned to any of the others more stricter bodies, you could join us. You simply had to follow our program. That's what it was. In the UGC, when it became the front, the same thing applied. It should have applied, let me say. It's one thing to have rules, it's another thing to implement them consistently. And though we had all the rules you could muster, all the good rules, like our Constitution, you have all the good things. Do you practice them? That's the thing. And do you have the force in which to monitor that these things are carried out, you know, that you work according to your structures. That's a difficult thing. So while you can say non-sex, material, non-racial, non-this, non-the other, it looks good on paper. It is good. But it's difficult to practice. And I think we will be struggling with that for a long time yet. It's a too long and too good and too profitable a run for some people. So it's going to be a long time. Thank you. Answer?
So many questions and so much raised on the panel and from the floor, so I'm not going to be able to respond to anything by any means. I wanted to respond, Jody, to your question of how do I start, how do I get involved? I think one of the things to acknowledge is that you've already started, you know. I think, and that's part of what Marcus has been saying, that people are formed not when you enter an organization or when you kind of become part of a political movement in an official sense or whatever, but and also part of, you know, what I think is important is to in the way we commemorate all of these people is to understand that they were regular folks, you know. Neville was a regular guy who missed meetings at times because he got drunk. You know what I mean? Like these are, and you know, these are things that people we do. You know, these are not some people who are kind of gods or something beyond what we are. They were the same people who were asking the same questions that you're asking, that we're asking today. You know, and so your response to that question is as legitimate as any of theirs or anyone else's. You know, so I think it's about trust our own questions and trust our own responses to those. In terms of, and then we experiment, you know, we try things out, things fail, organizations fail, projects, and we learn from all of those things, you know. But to realize that you have already started is I think, an important thing. Somewhat related, I guess I wanted to respond to something Prof. Crane was saying about that Neville and them were reading about the relationship of the individual and the collective, and I wanted to just quote something from an interview with Neville that someone did in the 80s, and he says, we were taught to reject any form of leader cult. We were taught that the role of the individual is no more than to accelerate or decelerate development. The personality cult was not only frowned upon but anathematized in the unity movement. And this is the extreme irony. The final paradox of the unity movement's history, I think, is precisely that the movement, more than any other movement in South Africa, actually cultivated the personality cult. People like Benny Keese and I.B. Tabata became gods to their followers. So all I'm trying to point out is that the fact that someone is reading and discussing a certain set of ideas does not mean that, and this is what I think Auntie Betty is saying, that they are practicing those politics. And also, maybe to clarify, I wasn't saying that Neville didn't want others to be in the limelight, like Kenneth Abrams. I'm saying that there's maybe a mode of commemoration and memorializing that we are participating in that kind of produces these people as not as gods, but as contributes to a personality cult. And then just maybe to engage with the a potential over-dramatization or maybe a miscitation of something that I was saying. My point was a critique of the form of exceptionalism that you give to a whole range of thinkers from the unity movement. And really it's a question about, I mean, I'm always suspicious of whenever someone makes a claim about exceptionalism. I feel like there's always a project at play there that is maybe not being stated up front. And I think that mainly on the level of intellectual method, I find it strange to make a claim or declare that these people are far beyond anyone else in the world without actually kind of dealing with what other people who were in that conversation were saying and what the particular jumps that this group of people you are saying have made is. For example, what was CLR James saying in the Black Jacobins about the relationship between racism and capitalism, which we know from your book, The Cape Radicals, that there was a talk about in the 40s, right? So these people have read these things. What is it that they have gone beyond that? What was Du Bois saying at that time? So I'm saying that it's to me it seems irresponsible to make a claim that Leanne is the best volleyball player in the world without either her playing other people at volleyball or showing like through some form of maybe it's a bad example, but through some form of logical sequence why I can make that claim. So you make a claim about these people being exceptional without necessarily saying what the arguments, what they were reading at that time, what and how they kind of progress beyond that. So that's mainly what I was saying in that sense. Maybe I'll leave it there. Thanks, everyone.
So the conversation will not end. It's now 1:05. I just want to remind everyone before we close proper that we'll give ourselves an hour and a half. So, Salim, can we push the start of the next panel back a little bit? Okay, we meant to start the panel for understanding racial capitalism and the struggle for a new society at 2. So we're going to push that back to 2:30. We're going to take lunch together downstairs and continue the... Where are we? Upstairs, sorry. We're going to take lunch upstairs where we did yesterday. Can I just say that the comments around how to think about this gathering as more activist or to think about praxis and what we do coming out of this engagement, we're going to break for tea after panel 4 and come straight back in here to have some reflections with you again and to think about way forward. So that will happen later on, and we ask you to please stay with us so that we can have a conversation and engagement. And yes. Okay, 2:15. So we'll have an hour to eat. We'll get back here at 2:15. And then just to say another round of thank yous, the provocations, the responses, the engagement and the questions from the audience all contributed to making this a really interesting conversation. I hope we take it forward, not only over lunch, but after the day is even over. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for, thank you so much.
How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. Don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of 4 races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, colored family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, color, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were one or two from Ireland, but most of them were German speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were colored, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cradock, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality or materiality.
I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958, I was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German and rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuanceness of life.
My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so strong that once I realized that actually it's not leading anywhere, it's not leading to struggle, it's leading to the avoidance of struggle, when in fact struggle was what we had to get engaged in, it made it very easy for me to become a socialist and to redirect that energy and that commitment into the attempt to realize a different world altogether. I grew up in what I call really a purified Marxist and in fact Trotskyist environment. And whatever anti-white black nationalism may have been latent within me, which was the case, was very quickly excised through the debates and the discussions and the reading that I did in the course of becoming a loyal member of the Non-European Unity Movement. The Non-European Unity Movement was one of those organizations that came out of, I suppose one could say, the Labour Party, what used to be the White Labour Party. And when the White Labour Party split around about 1918, 1919, the Communist Party came into being in 1921. And that again split eventually into Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the Non-European Unity Movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway.
It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc.
If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase or a stage, but an aspect of socialist revolution. Certainly, the coming into power of Gorbachev in 1985, the cessation of support from the Soviet Union for armed revolution meant that no permanent revolution was going to take place in South Africa or, for that matter, anywhere else in the world. And to that extent, I think that the Unity Movement was on a losing wicket. And the ANC, the African nationalists, were on a winning path. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the Unity Movement, and by the way also the Congress movement, made in those years, I'm talking of the 40s and the 50s, was the fact that they did not encourage their following, especially the Afrikaans and English-speaking following, to learn African languages. Had they done so, and had it become a cultural movement, similar to, say, the Afrikaans movement, had it become a cultural movement, we would not have the kind of alienation that you have today as between language groups that we know. The Unity Movement hadn't thought through the cultural revolution. For them it was just political education, and at some point people would be so hurtful, as it were, they'd be so fed up, that eventually they would go on a general strike and the whole house of cards would just fall apart. If you read the text of that period, you'll find that the Unity Movement basically, because it consisted mainly of teachers, the leadership, basically was afraid of losing their salaries. We didn't know this. You know, I came into the Unity Movement in 1953. By that time, there was this pattern that you don't disport yourself in the streets. You don't demonstrate and protest and march and whatnot. That's not part of politics. Politics is teaching people the right thing. Education, political education. That's politics. And our youthful rebellion, our youthful refusal to be restricted by this sort of ethos was often seen as being undermining of the leadership.
By 1960, the apartheid government had closed down all avenues of peaceful protest. the entire liberation movement was compelled to move towards armed resistance. I was finally expelled from the unity movement in January 1962 for alleged insubordination. By then, a group of us had formed the Uchichen Club. The Uchichen Club consisted of a group of activists who understood the need to turn to arms and who wanted to acquaint themselves properly with the theory and practice of armed struggle. We took the name from a book by Mao Zedong, which meant guerrilla warfare. In 1964, 11 of us were charged with plotting to overthrow the state, and we received sentences of between 5 and 10 years. We were sent to Robben Island in April 1964. The student and trade union movement in Germany mobilized their members across the entire country and raised all the funds for our trial. This was in fact the beginning of the anti-apartheid movement in Germany.
One of the most important things about Robben Island was that, I would say, under the leadership of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu in particular, we decided to turn Robben Island from a place of punishment into a place of learning. And right from the beginning, Nelson used to say to every time the commanding officer came around for what they call complaints and requests, you would say, we would like to turn this place into a university. I mean, Nelson knew that it was a provocative thing, but he was also trying to impress on all of us that this is the approach that we need to take here. And we set about establishing really an educational system. And it's a question of each one teach one. The most important things about this, quite apart from the actual practice, is the fact that the authorities allowed it. I think that identity itself is such an atmospheric essential. People have to identify. They need a comfort zone. They need to have that feeling of belonging to some extended family or other.
There is a fire on the mountain. There is a fire on the mountain.
Today, because of genomic science, we know that actually there's no basis to the idea of race at all as a biological entity. Race as a social category continues to be significant. I think where our critique begins is when we see how intellectuals and political leadership who do know better, and if they don't ought to know better, how they perpetuate these identities, how they imperil our society. One only needs to refer to the genocidal occurrences in Rwanda, where also racial identities were very deliberately created and perpetuated by the Belgians to realize that under certain circumstances, this society can implode in exactly the same way as Rwanda.
The fabulous reading club. The excellent reading club.
Races are created. It's very convenient. Opportunists can use it, and they do, as we see today in South Africa, to the point where the ANC leadership is talking out of both sides of his mouth all the time. Today especially, you hear politicians who call themselves Africans, as opposed to others whom they call colored, Indian and white, minorities. When politicians use that term, almost, I would say invariably, it has a negative connotation. You need a leadership that has the charisma, that has the power, that has the vision and the foresight, that will say to people, we are not going to continue seeing ourselves as we were seen by people under apartheid and as we wanted to be seen under apartheid. Those days are past. We in a new South Africa, we're going to have new ways of talking about one another and of dealing with one another and so on and so forth. When it comes to linguistically based or religion-based identities, I think one can be more tolerant. And it's a question of creating conditions such that people can say with pride, I'm a Xhosa speaking South African, or I'm an Afrikaans speaking South African, or whatever. Whereas it must be unacceptable when I say I'm a colored South African, or I'm an Indian South African. One of the most obvious ways of doing this is to encourage people to learn one another's languages. There's nothing more symbolically important than to say to the other person, I want to learn your language so that I can understand you better and so that we can communicate better as human beings and not remain somehow different, apart from one another. It may well be that South Africa will turn out to be the country in which we can demonstrate that it's possible to live in a non-racial world, in a raceless society, so to speak, where issues of race are not just irrelevant, but they simply don't exist. There's no reason why it can't happen, but you must disentangle it from all the economic privilege and the political power plays that go with that. That's the tricky part, but it can be done.
In 1992, the University of Cape Town invited me to set up PRISA, that is a project for the study of alternative education in South Africa. We set out to collate the experience of the anti-apartheid movement in the educational sphere, to reconnect with the rest of Africa, and to put the emphasis on the relationship between language and society, especially in education.
I've always pondered and gradually come to understand Darwin's dictum. I think it's in The Descent of Man, where he says something to the effect that there's no man without language, no language without man. There's a sort of dialectical moment in evolution. The all-pervasive, all-powerful, if you wish, importance of language also brings you back to the importance of mother tongue and how that affects identity. I believe absolutely firmly in that dictum. The lack of mother tongue-based education on the African continent is the main reason why we continue to be mired in poverty and backwardness. And there's no question about that. The self-esteem that comes from being able to to play with your language, to use your language in powerful ways, in powerful domains, that confidence, that creativity, that spontaneity is simply lacking. The moment you are in a conversation which is conducted in English, for example, in South Africa specifically, even in other African countries, and even amongst middle-class people, with some exceptions obviously, you find that people who come from an African language background are reticent, they're quiet. They appear to be less participatory than everybody else the other people who are comfortable in English. And that's just an external phenomenon. But obviously, when you go deeper into the unconscious, as it were, you realize that people are compelled to try to be creative in a language that they're not in full command of. And that's the worst thing that can happen to anybody. So I think if you generalize that kind of experience across the African continent, most African people are held back by the fact that they're not able to operate in powerful ways in their own languages. The deep social transformation that we're talking about simply isn't taking place. They keep on tinkering and tampering and messing around instead of, thinking deeply and being revolutionary about it. I mean, to take my favorite example of mother tongue education, mother tongue-based education. Why insist in an African country on English-based education? It's ridiculous. At the same time as you are basing the system on the mother tongues of the children, you can teach these children to become competent English language users. They'll never become English, and they shouldn't. But they can become, in their millions, they can become very, very proficient in English. It's through mobilizing people to accept a certain way of life, a certain set of values, that history moves. the youth will find their way back to socialist world because of the ecological imperative, because of the dead-endism of drugs and all that that implies. The global justice movement is already a sign, a signal of the kinds of battles and even wars that lie ahead. It's the first time in the history of the world that young people across the entire globe have come up against the capitalist system. For me, the last thing I want to do is to write a text or rewrite a text that presents the world as static, to rewrite it and to demonstrate that actually you can say exactly the same things but show that same world as capable of being changed. How do you get people to realize, actually I don't need to stay in this condition. I don't need to be like this. Things don't have to stay like this. We can change these things. To be able to write texts, to make analyses in that mode, I think, is one of the secrets that intellectuals have to learn today. The key is to present the world as changeable, as capable of being changed. And that has become for me almost a leitmotif. It's become a challenge. How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world?
Uti dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe, uti dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe, uti dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe, dihamba nawe.
How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. They don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of four races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, colored family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, color, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scots man, and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were one or two from Ireland, but most of them were German speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were colored, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cradock, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality or materiality.
I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958, I was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuanceness of life. My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so strong that once I realized that actually it's not leading anywhere, it's not leading to struggle, it's leading to the avoidance of struggle, when in fact struggle was what we had to get engaged in, it made it very easy for me to become a socialist and to redirect that energy and that commitment into the attempt to realize a different world altogether. I grew up in what I call really a purified Marxist and in fact Trotskyist environment. And whatever anti-white black nationalism may have been latent within me, which was the case, was very quickly excised
through the debates and the discussions and the reading that I did in the course of becoming a loyal member of the Non-European Unity Movement. The Non-European Unity Movement was one of those organizations that came out of, I suppose one could say, the Labour Party, what used to be the White Labour Party. And when the White Labour Party split round about 1918, 1919, the Communist Party came into being in 1921. And that again split eventually into Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the Non-European Unity Movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway.
It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc.
If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase or a stage, but an aspect of socialist revolution. Certainly, the coming into power of Gorbachev in 1985, the cessation of support from the Soviet Union for armed revolution meant that no permanent revolution was going to take place in South Africa, or for that matter anywhere else in the world. And to that extent, I think that the Unity Movement was on a losing wicket. And the ANC, the African nationalists, were on a winning path. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the Unity Movement, and by the way also the Congress movement, made in those years, I'm talking of the 40s and the 50s, was the fact that they did not encourage their following, especially the Afrikaans and English-speaking following, to learn African languages. Had they done so, and had it become a cultural movement, similar to, say, the Afrikaans movement, had it become a cultural movement, we would not have the kind of alienation that you have today as between language groups that we know. The Unity Movement hadn't thought through the cultural revolution. For them it was just political education, and at some point people would be so hurtful, as it were, they'd be so fed up, that eventually they'd go on a general strike and the whole house of cards would just fall apart. If you read the text of that period, you'll find that the Unity Movement basically, because it consisted mainly of teachers, the leadership, basically was afraid of losing their salaries. We didn't know this. You know, I came into the Unity Movement in 1953. By that time, there was this pattern that you don't disport yourself in the streets. You don't demonstrate and protest and march and whatnot. That's not part of politics. Politics is teaching people the right thing. Education, political education, that's politics. And our youthful rebellion, our youthful refusal to be restricted by this sort of ethos was often seen as being undermining of the leadership.
By 1960, the apartheid government had closed down all avenues of peaceful protest. The entire liberation movement was compelled to move towards armed resistance. I was finally expelled from the Unity Movement in January 1962 for alleged insubordination. By then, a group of us had formed the Uchichen Club. The Uchichen Club consisted of a group of activists who understood the need to turn to arms and who wanted to acquaint themselves properly with the theory and practice of armed struggle. We took the name from a book by Mao Zedong, which meant guerrilla warfare. In 1964, 11 of us were charged with plotting to overthrow the state, and we received sentences of between 5 and 10 years. We were sent to Robben Island in April 1964. The student and trade union movement in Germany mobilized their members across the entire country and raised all the funds for our trial. This was in fact the beginning of the anti-apartheid movement in Germany.
One of the most important things about Robben Island was that, I would say, under the leadership of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu in particular, we decided to turn Robben Island from a place of punishment into a place of learning. And right from the beginning, Nelson used to say to every time the commanding officer came around for what they call complaints and requests, you would say, we would like to turn this place into a university. I mean, Nelson knew that it was a provocative thing, but he was also trying to impress on all of us that this is the approach that we need to take here. And we set about establishing really an educational system. And it's a question of each one teach one. The most important things about this, quite apart from the actual practice, is the fact that the authorities allowed it. I think that identity itself is such an atmospheric essential. People have to identify. They need a comfort zone. They need to have that feeling of belonging to some extended family or other.
There is a fire on the mountain. There is a fire on the mountain.
Today, because of genomic science, we know that actually there's no basis to the idea of race at all as a biological entity. Race as a social category continues to be significant. I think where our critique begins is when we see how intellectuals and political leadership who do know better, and if they don't ought to know better, how they perpetuate these identities, how they imperil our society. One only needs to refer to the genocidal occurrences in Rwanda, where also racial identities were very deliberately created and perpetuated by the Belgians to realize that under certain circumstances, this society can implode in exactly the same way as Rwanda.
The fabulous reading club. The excellent reading club.
Races are created. It's very convenient. Opportunists can use it, and they do, as we see today in South Africa, to the point where the ANC leadership is talking out of both sides of his mouth all the time. Today especially, you hear politicians who call themselves Africans, as opposed to others whom they call colored, Indian and white, minorities. When politicians use that term, almost, I would say invariably, it has a negative connotation. You need a leadership that has the charisma, that has the power, that has the vision and the foresight, that will say to people, we are not going to continue seeing ourselves as we were seen by people under apartheid and as we wanted to be seen under apartheid. Those days are past. We're in a new South Africa, we're going to have new ways of talking about one another and of dealing with one another and so on and so forth. When it comes to linguistically based or religion-based identities, I think one can be more tolerant. And it's a question of creating conditions such that people can say with pride, I'm a Xhosa speaking South African, or I'm an Afrikaans speaking South African, or whatever. Whereas it must be unacceptable when I say I'm a colored South African, or I'm an Indian South African. One of the most obvious ways of doing this is to encourage people to learn one another's languages. There's nothing more symbolically important than to say to the other person, I want to learn your language so that I can understand you better and so that we can communicate better as human beings and not remain somehow different, apart from one another. It may well be that South Africa will turn out to be the country in which we can demonstrate that it's possible to live in a non-racial world, in a raceless society, so to speak, where issues of race are not just irrelevant, but they simply don't exist. There's no reason why it can't happen, but you must entangle it from all the economic privilege and the political power plays that go with that. That's the tricky part. But it can be done.
In 1992, the University of Cape Town invited me to set up PRISA, that is a project for the study of alternative education in South Africa. We set out to collate the experience of the anti-apartheid movement in the educational sphere, to reconnect with the rest of Africa, and to put the emphasis on the relationship between language and society, especially in education.
I've always pondered and gradually come to understand Darwin's dictum. I think it's in The Descent of Man, where he says something to the effect that there's no man without language, no language without man. There's a sort of dialectical moment in evolution. The all-pervasive, all-powerful, if you wish, importance of language also brings you back to the importance of mother tongue and how that affects identity. I believe absolutely firmly in that dictum. The lack of mother tongue-based education on the African continent is the main reason why we continue to be mired in poverty and backwardness. And there's no question about that. The self-esteem that comes from being able to use to play with your language, to use your language in powerful ways, in powerful domains, that confidence, that creativity, that spontaneity is simply lacking. The moment you are in a conversation which is conducted in English, for example, in South Africa specifically, even in other African countries, and even amongst middle-class people, with some exceptions obviously, you find that people who come from an African language background are reticent, they're quiet. They appear to be less participatory than everybody else the other people who are comfortable in English. And that's just an external phenomenon. But obviously, when you go deeper into the unconscious, as it were, you realize that people are compelled to try to be creative in a language that they're not in full command of. And that's the worst thing that can happen to anybody. So I think if you generalize that kind of experience across the African continent, most African people are held back by the fact that they're not able to operate in powerful ways in their own languages. The deep social transformation that we're talking about simply isn't taking place. They keep on tinkering and tampering and messing around instead of, thinking deeply and being revolutionary about it. I mean, to take my favorite example of mother tongue education, mother tongue-based education. Why insist in an African country on English-based education? It's ridiculous. At the same time as you are basing the system on the mother tongues of the children, you can teach these children to become competent English language users. They'll never become English, and they shouldn't. But they can become, in their millions, they can become very, very proficient in English. It's through mobilizing people to accept a certain way of life, a certain set of values, that history moves. The youth will find their way back to socialist world because of the ecological imperative, because of the dead-endism of drugs and all that that implies. The global justice movement is already a sign, a signal of the kinds of battles and even wars that lie ahead. It's the first time in the history of the world that young people across the entire globe have come up against the capitalist system. For me, the last thing I want to do is to write a text or rewrite a text that presents the world as static, to rewrite it and to demonstrate that actually you can say exactly the same things but show that same world as capable of being changed. How do you get people to realize, actually, I don't need to stay in this condition. I don't need to be like this. Things don't have to stay like this. We can change these things. To be able to write texts, to make analyses in that mode, I think, is one of the secrets that...
Thanks so much for inviting me to speak. Today
How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. They don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of four races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, coloured family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, colour, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were one or two from Ireland, but most of them were German speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German, being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were colored, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cranach, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality or materiality.
I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958, I was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German and rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuanceness of life.
My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so strong that once I realized that actually it's not leading anywhere, it's not leading to struggle, it's leading to the avoidance of struggle, when in fact struggle was what we had to get engaged in, it made it very easy for me to become a socialist and to redirect that energy and that commitment into the attempt to realize a different world altogether. I grew up in what I call really a purified Marxist and in fact Trotskyist environment. And whatever anti-white black nationalism may have been latent within me, which was the case, was very quickly excised through the debates and the discussions and the reading that I did in the course of becoming a loyal member of the Non-European Unity Movement. The Non-European Unity Movement was one of those organizations that came out of, I suppose one could say, the Labour Party, what used to be the White Labour Party. And when the White Labour Party split around about 1918, 1919, the Communist Party came into being in 1921. And that again split eventually into Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the Non-European Unity Movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway.
It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc.
If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase or a stage, but an aspect of socialist revolution. Certainly, the coming into power of Gorbachev in 1985, the cessation of support from the Soviet Union for armed revolution meant that no permanent revolution was going to take place in South Africa or, for that matter, anywhere else in the world. And to that extent, I think that the unity movement was on a losing wicket. And the ANC, the African nationalists, were on a winning path. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the unity movement, and by the way also the Congress movement, made in those years, I'm talking of the 40s and the 50s, was the fact that they did not encourage their following, especially the Afrikaans and English-speaking following, to learn African languages. Had they done so, and had it become a cultural movement, similar to, say, the Afrikaans movement, had it become a cultural movement, we would not have the kind of alienation that you have today as between language groups that we know. The unity movement hadn't thought through the cultural revolution. For them it was just political education, and at some point people would be so hurtful, as it were, they'd be so fed up, that eventually they would go on a general strike and the whole house of cards would just fall apart. If you read the text of that period, you'll find that the unity movement basically, because it consisted mainly of teachers, the leadership, basically was afraid of losing their salaries. We didn't know this. You know, I came into the unity movement in 1953. By that time, there was this pattern that you don't disport yourself in the streets. You don't demonstrate and protest and march and whatnot. That's not part of politics. Politics is teaching people the right thing. Education, political education, that's politics. And our youthful rebellion, our youthful refusal to be restricted by this sort of ethos was often seen as being undermining of the leadership.
By 1960, the apartheid government had closed down all avenues of peaceful protest. The entire liberation movement was compelled to move towards armed resistance. I was finally expelled from the unity movement in January 1962 for alleged insubordination. By then, a group of us had formed the Uchichen Club. The Uchichen Club consisted of a group of activists who understood the need to turn to arms and who wanted to acquaint themselves properly with the theory and practice of armed struggle. We took the name from a book by Mao Zedong, which meant guerrilla warfare. In 1964, 11 of us were charged with plotting to overthrow the state, and we received sentences of between 5 and 10 years. We were sent to Robben Island in April 1964. The student and trade union movement in Germany mobilized their members across the entire country and raised all the funds for our trial. This was in fact the beginning of the anti-apartheid movement in Germany.
One of the most important things about Robben Island was that, I would say, under the leadership of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu in particular, we decided to turn Robben Island from a place of punishment into a place of learning. And right from the beginning, Nelson used to say to every time the commanding officer came around for what they called complaints and requests, he would say, we would like to turn this place into a university. I mean, Nelson knew that it was a provocative thing, but he was also trying to impress on all of us that this is the approach that we need to take here. And we set about establishing really an educational system. And it's a question of each one teach one. The most important things about this, quite apart from the actual practice, is the fact that the authorities allowed it. I think that identity itself is such an atmospheric essential. People have to identify. They need a comfort zone. They need to have that feeling of belonging to some extended family or other.
There is a fire on the mountain. There is a fire on the mountain.
Today, because of genomic science, we know that actually there's no basis to the idea of race at all, as a biological entity. Race as a social category continues to be significant. I think where our critique begins is when we see how intellectuals and political leadership who do know better, and if they don't ought to know better, how they perpetuate these identities, how they imperil our society. One only needs to refer to the genocidal occurrences in Rwanda, where also racial identities were very deliberately created and perpetuated by the Belgians, to realize that under certain circumstances, this society can implode in exactly the same way as Rwanda.
The fabulous reading club. Excellent reading club. The excellent reading club.
Races are created. It's very convenient. Opportunists can use it, and they do, as we see today in South Africa, to the point where the ANC leadership is talking out of both sides of his mouth all the time. Today especially, you hear politicians who call themselves Africans, as opposed to others whom they call colored, Indian and white, minorities. When politicians use that term, almost, I would say invariably, it has a negative connotation. You need a leadership that has the charisma, that has the power, that has the vision and the foresight, that will say to people, we are not going to continue seeing ourselves as we were seen by people under apartheid and as we wanted to be seen under apartheid. Those days are past. We in a new South Africa, we're going to have new ways of talking about one another and of dealing with one another, and so on and so forth. When it comes to linguistically based or religion-based identities, I think one can be more tolerant. And it's a question of creating conditions such that people can say with pride, I'm a Xhosa speaking South African, or I'm an Afrikaans speaking South African, or whatever. Whereas it must be unacceptable when I say I'm a colored South African, or I'm an Indian South African. One of the most obvious ways of doing this is to encourage people to learn one another's languages. There's nothing more symbolically important than to say to the other person, I want to learn your language so that I can understand you better and so that we can communicate better as human beings and not remain somehow different, apart from one another. It may well be that South Africa will turn out to be the country in which we can demonstrate that it's possible to live in a non-racial world, in a raceless society, so to speak, where issues of race are not just irrelevant, but they simply don't exist. There's no reason why it can't happen, but you must disentangle it from all the economic privilege and the political power plays that go with that. That's the tricky part, but it can be done.
In 1992, the University of Cape Town invited me to set up PRISA, that is the Project for the Study of Alternative Education in South Africa. We set out to collate the experience of the anti-apartheid movement in the educational sphere, to reconnect with the rest of Africa, and to put the emphasis on the relationship between language and society, especially in education.
I've always pondered and gradually come to understand Darwin's dictum, I think it's in The Descent of Man, where he says something to the effect that there's no man without language, no language without man. There's a sort of dialectical moment in evolution. The all-pervasive, all-powerful, if you wish, importance of language also brings you back to the importance of mother tongue and how that affects identity. I believe absolutely firmly in that dictum. The lack of mother tongue-based education on the African continent is the main reason why we continue to be mired in poverty and backwardness. And there's no question about that. The self-esteem that comes from being able to use to play with your language, to use your language in powerful ways, in powerful domains, that confidence, that creativity, that spontaneity is simply lacking. The moment you are in a conversation which is conducted in English, for example, in South Africa specifically, even in other African countries, and even amongst middle-class people, with some exceptions obviously, you find that people who come from an African language background are reticent, they are quiet. They appear to be less participatory than everybody else the other people who are comfortable in English. And that's just an external phenomenon. But obviously, when you go deeper into the unconscious, as it were, you realize that people are compelled to try to be creative in a language that they're not in full command of. And that's the worst thing that can happen to anybody. So I think if you generalize that kind of experience across the African continent, most African people are held back by the fact that they're not able to operate in powerful ways in their own languages. The deep social transformation that we're talking about simply isn't taking place. They keep on tinkering and tampering and messing around instead of, thinking deeply and being revolutionary about it. I mean, to take my favorite example of mother tongue education, mother tongue-based education. Why insist in an African country on English-based education? It's ridiculous. At the same time as you are basing the system on the mother tongues of the children, you can teach these children to become competent English language users. They'll never become English, and they shouldn't. But they can become, in their millions, they can become very, very proficient in English. It's through mobilizing people to accept a certain way of life, a certain set of values, that history moves. The youth will find their way back to socialist world because of the ecological imperative, because of the dead-endism of drugs and all that implies. The global justice movement is already a sign, a signal of the kinds of battles and even wars that lie ahead. It's the first time in the history of the world that young people across the entire globe have come up against the capitalist system. For me, the last thing I want to do is to write a text or rewrite a text that presents the world as static, to rewrite it and to demonstrate that actually you can say exactly the same things but show that same world as capable of being changed. How do you get people to realize, actually I don't need to stay in this condition. I don't need to be like this. Things don't have to stay like this. We can change these things. To be able to write texts, to make analyses in that mode, I think, is one of the secrets that intellectuals have to learn today. The key is to present the world as changeable, as capable of being changed. And that has become for me almost a leitmotif. It's become a challenge. How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of 4 races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, coloured family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, colour, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were 1 or 2 from Ireland, but most of them were German-speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were coloured, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cradock, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priests more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality or materiality.
I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958, I was awarded the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German and rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuanceness of life.
My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so strong that once I realized that actually it's not leading anywhere, it's not leading to struggle, it's leading to the avoidance of struggle, when in fact struggle was what we had to get engaged in, it made it very easy for me to become a socialist and to redirect that energy and that commitment into the attempt to realize a different world altogether. I grew up in what I call really a purified Marxist and in fact Trotskyist environment. And whatever anti-white black nationalism may have been latent within me, which was the case, was very quickly excised through the debates and the discussions and the reading that I did in the course of becoming a loyal member of the Non-European Unity Movement. The Non-European Unity Movement was one of those organizations that came out of, I suppose one could say, the Labour Party, what used to be the White Labour Party. And when the White Labour Party split round about 1918, 1919, the Communist Party came into being in 1921. And that again split eventually into Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the Non-European Unity Movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway.
It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc.
If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase.
Thank you so much for your punctuality. We are heading into the last panel for the day, and we will reconvene to reflect and plan way forward after tea, and we really will make space for people to say what needs to be said and reflect with each other. So please remember that that will be happening. And then most importantly probably is that we will have a closing dinner together to continue the conversation. And so we really do warmly invite you to stay for that as well. I'm going to hand over to Salim Vali, who's been introduced a number of times, who will be chairing the panel. Thank you. Okay, great.
Well, welcome back. We have a really exciting panel. Very experienced people, despite their age. I'm excluding myself. They've contributed immensely, actually, to understanding the concept of racial capitalism. It's a concept that has been interpreted differently. There's a critique of it critiques. People have added to it. And I think that it will be really great to hear what they have to say. I'm going to introduce them now. Terry, unfortunately, is not with us. She's ill, but she's sent us a recording, and we'll hear the recording first. Terry is an emerging scholar activist based at the University of Johannesburg, the Center for Sociological Research and Practice. Her research interests in social and political movements are informed by her work in several grassroots organizations in Johannesburg. We'll then have Kelly. Kelly is an educator and cultural worker with a research focus on abolition in South Africa. She works at the Department of Anthropology at the University of the Western Cape as a political and legal anthropologist. She co-founded the Johannesburg Workshop in Theory and Criticism, JWTC, which she ran for a decade at Wits University, where she has also experienced the intensities of student struggles around the renewed call for the decolonization of education. We really miss Kelly in Joburg, and I remember the time during Fees Must Fall she played with Leanne, of course, a very important role. She also works beyond the university in popular education projects and anti-violence work, supporting a range of social justice formations, most recently with the Anti-Repression Collective. And I'll mention this now, but Kelly will give you more details at the end of our session. We're really fortunate to have Ruth Gilmore, who's done a lot of work on racial capitalism and abolition. And Kelly will speak to that. She'll be here in Cape Town and Johannesburg, I think, and Durban. And maybe if Selby pleads hard enough, maybe she'll visit the Northern Cape too. We then will have Andile. Andile Zulu is a political writer who regularly writes for the Mail and Guardian and has written for other publications such as the Daily Maverick, Africa is a Country, Jacobin, the Republic Journal, The Continent, and Africa Blogging. He's currently the Energy Democracy Officer at the AIDC. And finally, we have William Shorkey. He's what do you call the handle? His handle is Shocky Spear. William Shorkey is the deputy editor at Africa is a Country and serves on the editorial collective of Amandla magazine. He is also completing an MA dissertation on alienation and work at the University of the Witwatersrand. Is your supervisor by any chance here? If you look carefully, you might.
I would hope not.
No, okay. Okay. Welcome, Noor. Lovely to see you. I just want to make one or two quick points. We have a lot of time for discussion, and initially we were going to limit the panelists, but most importantly, limit me to the comments I'm going to make. But we have more time. So I just want to say one or two quick things first. That, you know, racial capitalism, the concept was not developed in universities. It wasn't the latest academic fad, but was really linked to praxis against the apartheid regime. That's how it arose. It emerged so that it could inform political strategy in the context of our struggle. And since the transition, neoliberalism, many of us believe, has reproduced racial capitalism while leading to
important shifts in the racial composition of the elite, the dynamics of exploitation, and the constitution of a racialized surplus population. Eugene talked about the global context, and this is very important because the analysis around racial capitalism when it arose was global, situating South Africa in a world historical moment, and engaged and in dialogue with a number of organizations and individuals around the world, in fact, radical intellectuals, anti-colonial struggles, anti-racist struggles throughout the world. And of course, the term wasn't the property of one individual. There were a number of individuals who contributed to clarifying the nature of our struggle. Many of us started to come to terms with the concept at the National Forum. Some of the people who are here remember the many debates we had. The opening sentence of the manifesto 1983 says the immediate goal of the national liberation struggle now being waged in South Africa is the destruction of the system of racial capitalism. And Neville Alexander was there, and he was very involved with many people about the debates. And he argued that apartheid is simply a political, socio-political expression of the system. Our opposition to apartheid is therefore only a starting point for our struggle against the structures and interests which are the real basis of apartheid. And I remember very clearly some of the debates we had, and some people say it's an ancient debate about race and class, but it takes place again and again, and newer generations come to terms with it in a new context. So we never have the final word, so to speak. But I remember at the National Forum, people were quoting, for example, C.L.R. James in 1983, and it was a particularly powerful passage in Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, where C.L.R. James says that the race question is subsidiary to the class question in politics, and to think of imperialism in terms of race alone is disastrous. But to neglect the racial factor as merely incidental is an error only less grave than to make it fundamental. And that really clarified things for many of us. It assisted the debate we were having. And for Alexander, for Neville, racism and capitalism were not just theoretical constructs requiring reconciliation, but represented, and he explained this very graphically, it represented the very material basis of life of all societies, and expressed itself not only in the political economy of colonial and apartheid rule, but also in the forms of social consciousness and organizational struggles adopted within the liberation movement. I mean, people are aware of the two-stage struggle and the debates. I'm not sure which stage we are stuck in at the moment, definitely not the second stage. I'm not sure if we reached the first stage. And it was also a critique of the national democratic revolution. There's a very lively debate about it, but recent debates about the provenance of the usage of the concept of racial capitalism are in some senses, as Enver and I have written, really academic and unhelpful. There's this competition about who coined the phrase first, and that's a manufactured debate as far as many of us are concerned. There were a number of people who used the phrase very early on: Ben Magubane, Martin Legasig, David Hampson, Neville Alexander, but there were people in Africa who used the term much earlier, in the 70s, as some of us know. But that's not the real issue for many of us. The views, I mean, Neville's critical views, even before the 80s, were a direct consequence of his understanding not only of the political economy of racist capitalism, but also on its wider influence on the whole of society, whether it was social linguistics, cultural, ethical, educational, gendered, and other oppressive ideas. Alison Drew, who was with us yesterday, couldn't join us today, has interviewed Neville about the concept, and it's a brilliant interview. I'll mention that later after the speakers. There are people, and Terry perhaps will do that in her recorded message, who talk about social reproduction theory, because while we talked about race and class, we neglected the issue of gender very badly throughout that period. And I think the points that Marcus has been making again and again are really important. So it's an attempt to come to terms and develop the concept as well. So I'm going to stop talking now and ask Leanne to help us with the recording, and then we'll move to Kelly. Thank you.
Just to say again, Terry is not well, so she's recorded this in Johannesburg, and towards the end gets load shed, so she's been load shed at the moment, so she can't join us. So you're just going to have to bear with us while we sync sound and video, and hopefully with live stream it'll all work. The other thing is to say, you all know that we are going to be load shed at 4. We'll be in the middle of our session. Please don't panic. Do whatever you want to do in the 5 seconds that the lights go out. It will come back on again and everything will start up. So that is going to happen. I know it can be a bit of a shock when the lights go out.
Thanks so much for inviting me to speak. Today I am unfortunately unable to join you in person, but I hope that this pre-recording will be okay in representing some of my thinking today in this panel, which will be about connecting issues of social reproduction to this reality of racial capitalism. So this contribution is a result of being involved with the UJ CSRP energy racism research. This was research that was trying to understand the crisis of electricity in Soweto from a working class perspective, from the perspective of ordinary people. There is quite a bit of research about the electricity crisis in Soweto, but we were trying to understand it from the point of view of how ordinary workers, people who lay the foundations of the society, experience this crisis of electrification on a daily basis. And so we did this research over a 1-year period during the hard lockdown from 2020 to 2021. And I won't go into the specific findings because the report is available online, but rather I'm going to use this time to think through how social reproduction relates to, or perhaps even underpins, this order or disorder of racial capitalism. So in doing this research, we found that the black working class bear the brunt of the electricity crisis in Soweto. They pay for electricity both with their wages but also through their labor. And on top of this, they are also punished for not being able to afford electricity through interventions like load reduction. So we analyzed Eskom's Twitter page over a period of time to see the kinds of information that it communicates to what it calls its end users, which is just ordinary people. And we were interested to see that load reduction disproportionately affects black and poor areas. So during load reduction, electricity is shut off between 5 and 10 in the morning, and then again from 6 to 10 in the evening. And these are critical times for people who are working people, ordinary people, not even only the working class, but the other classes in society are also using these times of the day to do things that are necessary to go to work and to be exploited, I guess. Load reduction is not load shedding. Okay, so load shedding affects all types of areas, all types of households, rural, urban. It affects businesses, different types of businesses in different ways. But load reduction, we see it as blatantly racist, blatantly anti-poor program by Eskom to punish people because they cannot afford electricity. Okay, so I say all of this to say that energy racism is located within a bigger national, global picture of racial capitalism. And because for the research we conducted household interviews once the conditions of the lockdown were lifted. So we were able to go into people's homes, into comrades' homes, and another issue that we were confronted with thinking through was this reproductive aspect of racial capitalism, social reproduction. And so this conceptualization between social reproduction and capitalist production isn't yet a fully conceptualized aspect of the research at this stage, but it's something that we've started thinking about. And I found Asanda Benya's work very useful here. She was analyzing the Marikana massacre, and she said that an analysis of not just labor-capital relations, but beyond that to social reproduction helps us understand what is going on the ground. So taking us from this very macro picture of racial capitalism to the kind of day-to-day workings of racial capitalism. And I just want to read a quote from her 2016 article called The Invisible Hands. She says, the inclusion of women's experiences in the Marikana narrative allows for both a more nuanced reading of the massacre and a broader understanding of what we mean by the class struggle, which takes us beyond the point of production when we include questions of social reproduction. We are better positioned to create a conversation between the world of home and work, and in the case of Marikana, illuminate conditions of life and the forms of resistance beyond the mind gates. When we view Marikana from the household or community level, we see how mine labor itself is reproduced and are thus able to analyze the symbiotic relationship between the productive and the reproductive spheres, a critical fault line in the present crisis. And I found this useful because it prompted me to start thinking about how labor is reproduced in what we call this racial capitalism. And here I just want to raise two broad issues. The first relates to this tension between capitalist production and social reproduction, a tension, perhaps a contradiction at times. Now we know that racial capitalism would not survive without this reproductive force that sustains us. And now by reproductive labor, I don't just mean washing overalls, ironing shirts to go to work the next day, feeding your family by cooking for them. I also mean, and this is maybe something that we can think about, the non-material things that are essential for our survival. Things like love, affection, kinship, compassion, things that are seriously threatened by this disorder of racial capitalism, but things that are also essential to our survival and therefore essential to the survival of the system itself. So maybe in the Q&A we can explore how production and reproduction relate and how we can use this tension to resist this larger disorder of racial capitalism. And then secondly, so notice how I've not, besides the quote from Asanda Benya, I've not mentioned the issue of gender, or I've not used words like men and women. And I've done this purposefully because I've noticed this temptation to think of social reproduction as the realm of women or as women's work. And we all, regardless of our gender and sexuality, reproduce and we also disrupt the world that we live in, right? So I'm not sure that we fully grasp what gender is and how it fits into this particular type of racial capitalism. But I mean, as we know, under this patriarchy, we are constructed as men or as women, or even as male and female, which comes with specific kinds of gender roles and expectations. And so I'm just raising this issue about how gender is articulated within this racial capitalism. And I would love to hear inputs from the floor, views on how racial capitalism relies on a particular type of patriarchy and the implications of this articulation for social reproduction. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and so maybe I'll just end here by saying that we've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic about how our private and increasingly privatized households are pulling us away from being in collectives, just like this. And so I think it's important to think more seriously about how the reproduction of our world, yes, social reproduction is in crisis, but also about how this crisis opens room for resisting this current disorder as collectives, not as privatized households. So I guess I'm asking how we make that jump from these increasingly private lives that we live to challenging this disorder as a collective. Okay, so that brings me to the end of my contribution. I just want to spend the last 30 seconds saying that I think these kinds of spaces are so important, and I'm very grateful that I was invited to speak. One of the common criticisms that we've received from the public, from academia, about this energy racism research is that it's not objective, and because of the positionality of the research team to the struggle for electrification in Soweto, it creates a situation where our conclusions are not reliable because of our positionality to the struggle. And many of our research team, our participants, were members of the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee and other crisis committees in Soweto. But I think, the world that we live in is in such a mess. And so for the project of academia to insist about this objective knowledge, I think
her point came across well. Thank you.
If you're watching Terry, she might be watching on live stream. Thank you very much for that input. And thanks, Leanne. Let's go on to Kelly.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Terry. I don't know if you're listening. Thanks for that. And thanks also for the invitation to be part of this panel. I'm very blessed to be amongst wonderful comrades. So thanks, Salim, for that. And thanks all for being here with us. I have a kind of complicated task, which is partly to pick up on what Salim was saying earlier about the history of the understanding of the term racial capitalism and why it was so important, and to think a little bit about what Neville's relationship was to that term. And then to think about this move between forms of racial capitalism that apartheid really exemplified and what's happened to a definition of racial capitalism post-1994, which hopefully will lead well into what my comrades on the panel will be speaking about afterwards. And I also want to just say that I think Neville would be very pleased to know that this is a space, even as we use his name, and we might want to use the name of the Yuchi-Chan Club or other formations, if we can use this event annually to continue the work of thinking about how to interrogate these dimensions of our society and figure out how to undo them, he'd be very pleased. So I think about our work here as in that vein. So racial capitalism is really at heart a question about how to think about the relationship between racism, the history of racism and the history of capitalism. How to characterize that relationship. And of course it has, as Salim mentioned, a very long history and has particularly come out of struggles in what was called the Third World, very strongly out of our continent. But it was really made famous, in a sense, by the way in which it was picked up and written about by Cedric Marxism in his book Black Marxism, which was published in 1983. And in that book, Cedric Robinson does, I think, two very important things. The first is to make this analysis that capitalism requires racism in order to function, that the inequality that capitalism reproduces requires something to naturalize and justify it. And racism, in a sense, answers that and creates the justification for inequality. And he does that by tracing the history of racial ordering and racism's relationship to capital to Europe. So he shows how the emergence of race happens alongside the intensification of racism as a form of control happens at the same time as the emergence of capitalism in Europe. Right? So the exportation of that onto colonies intensifies and deepens, but the invention of race really happens as a way of creating group differentiation to justify inequality. So that's the first important thing that happens in that book, and the second, and it's the reason why Robinson is often regarded as not a Marxist by a lot of Marxists, is that he critiques Marx for not taking seriously enough the history of racism and the history of colonization. I mean, apart from those small chapters towards the end of Capital Volume 1, where he speaks about writes about primitive accumulation, Marx doesn't really deal much with race in Capital or anywhere else. And so what Robinson does in that book is to retrieve a history of the Black radical tradition and to show that it is doing a lot of that work well before Marx and in response to the history of racial capitalism, right? So he treats the history of black radical tradition as a really significant place for the critique of racial capitalism. Even as it might not have been named as such, he retrieves it for that. And in this endeavor, and in the endeavor of many others that start to think about this term, the question is how to define more precisely the forms of settler colonial society that emerged over the long 16th century and their relationship to each other, right? Because they weren't all the same. And to think about how to articulate those as a global system. And as Robin Kelly's beautiful introduction to a reissue of Black Marxism in 2000 so clearly shows, and Robin is really exemplary in his internationalism here, that when we read Cedric Robinson's book, it's very important to notice that he is taking up this term, which is a term that was already in struggle, already being used in anti-colonial movement, and particularly he coins this term because when he spends a lot of time before he writes this book in England, he encounters in the United Kingdom South Africans in exile, right? And a lot of the South Africans in exile and coming through England at that time are in the midst of that Marxist turn in a lot of the social sciences, trying to think about how to define the nature of apartheid, right? So Robin Kelly, as well as others, and Salim has written about this recently and critiqued some of this recently, is that Cedric Robinson is really trying to understand racial capitalism as a global system, but drawing very heavily on South African critiques of apartheid in order to think about the logics of the relationship between race and class in South Africa and extending that. So in a sense, the work that was being done here against apartheid and in thinking about apartheid and its precursor in colonialism in South Africa, that becomes a resource for being able to think about racial capitalism as a global system. And some of those debates you all know better than I do, but some of those debates on the character of apartheid and the way to end it, so crucial to the development of the concept of racial capitalism, didn't necessarily speak about that term, racial capitalism itself, but were really interested in the problematic of the relationship between race and class. So, for example, what is the relationship between the bureaucracy of racial hierarchy and the class formation that emerged from the extractivist economies around mining in South Africa? Or, you know, the perennial question that animated so much of the antagonisms in the debates of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. If we fight against capital, are we necessarily undoing racism or the other way around, right? What is the relationship in struggle between these two formations? And of course, as Salim mentioned, probably most famously, can a national democratic revolution lead to socialist revolution? And what is the relationship between those two projects? And Neville, of course, was a key intellectual in these debates, and he started using the term racial capitalism explicitly to describe South African society, most famously, as Salim mentioned, in 1983, when, interestingly, the same year as Robinson's book is published, in the Azanian Manifesto, which he was responsible for drafting out of that conference, in which he writes, "The struggle against apartheid is no more than the point of departure for our liberation efforts. Apartheid will be eradicated with the system of racial capitalism," right? So situating a struggle against apartheid very much within the context of a struggle against racial capitalism. And although he doesn't use the term in One Azania, One Nation, which he wrote 4 years before, he published 4 years before then, it really remains an exemplary text on what came to be known as racial capitalism in South Africa. In particular, how race came to be reformulated as nation under apartheid rule and resistance, and how race and nation were a resource for capital and for resistance. And I don't know if Crane is still here, but there is definitely a rereading of One Azania, One Nation going on. Neville's work on the national question offers an incredibly precise and persuasive account of the relationship between race and class in the production of apartheid, including, and I think this is often not mentioned when this book is discussed, but including, I think, the best account we have of the rise of Afrikaner nationalism. So thinking about racial capitalism in relation to the production of whiteness. Sorry. Neville. We love your book, Neville. Okay. Yeah, so this question about Afrikaner nationalism and a reading of the production of whiteness, I think is absolutely crucial to his reading of racial capitalism. So in a recent forthcoming piece of writing, Zach Levinson and Marcel Parrott speak about racial capitalism having two heydays. The 1970s and 80s, and then more recently around post-2008 into the contemporary moment, there's really an explosion in conversation about racial capitalism. And I think I like their argument around why that is the case. They argue that both of these heydays were as a result of sustained struggle. Right? So to your point, Salim, that it seems like the reach for racial capitalism really is in an attempt to respond to serious confrontations with how to change the world. And this, I think, goes to this, something that Neville was so brilliant at, that in the struggle to radically change the society in which we find ourselves, there is an intellectual imperative generated to try and figure out what the problem is, right? Really precisely, and to come to terms with the character of the society needing to be changed. And I think Sophie spoke about this earlier on how rigorous the debates were at those moments of uprising to really try and define what the problem is. And racial capitalism is really a crucial sign in those moments of uprising to try and craft an analysis as a strategy in the struggle for liberation. And of course, that word analysis, kind of rigorous analysis in service of social change, is something that the Academy, as we have received it and in its history, likes to squander and to diminish. And engage in kind of the pursuit of word games and theorizing that doesn't take that project really seriously. Neville constantly invites us to return to the project of analysis, of serious analysis. So I think what makes the concept of racial capitalism so helpful, firstly, is that it doesn't collapse racism into capitalism or the other way around. This formulation that racism is fundamental to the articulation of capitalism and the development of capitalism, that they require each other. The second, and I think this goes to something that Terry was speaking about earlier, is that this formulation about the requirement of racism for capitalism, something that can justify and entrench the inequality that capitalism continuously reproduces and demands, opens onto the question of other forms of inequality. So not just race and racism, But how does capitalism justify itself also through the expansion and the requirement of heteropatriarchy, for example? Okay, I'm going to say a word that might freak some of the older Marxists out: cis-heteropatriarchy. We can get into that later if you want to. But also ableism, anthropocentrism, right? These forms of deep and profound division, bureaucratized, organized division that allow for the sustaining of capitalist inequality. But it also, and this is the third point about what makes racial capitalism so helpful as an idea, is that it allows us to see the longer historical durée of the formation of our society, not only before apartheid, but across many different international contexts, right? It's this work of thinking about the relationship, for example, between slavery as a global system and wage labor, right? And how we understand that those are inherited historical moments, right? They're related to each other in profound ways. But also, and this is the fourth point, and I think probably for us most significant in this panel, the focus on racial capitalism allows us to read that history across the transition of the 1990s and sustain an argument about permanent revolution. That was for the Trotskyists in the audience. Okay, so am I speaking too long? Okay, so I'll get on to the second part of what I want to say, which is about if racial capitalism, if apartheid was so exemplary in the definition of racial capitalism, and so useful for being able to see what racial capitalism is as a global system, then what happens in the aftermath of the 1990s, and how do we think about racial capitalism into the present? And I think, for me, Ruth Wilson Gilmore provides one of the most useful articulations or diagnoses of racial capitalism when she writes about how racial capitalism is a system of organized abandonment that is structured on organized violence. And to me, I think this idea of organized abandonment is very useful, in part because it allows us to define something like, for us, the system of labor that created what was called the Reserve Army of Labor or surplus labor, the Bantustan systems, right? It was a deliberately organized system of the creation of surplus in relation to labor. But also, she stretches the term organized abandonment to also show how that wasn't just a bureaucratic project of states' relationship to capital, it is also a process of capitalism itself. And I think if we think about how apartheid created this kind of heavily bureaucratized, organized system of abandonment in the production of profit for white capital, we can also see how that process of abandonment has only been intensified in the wake of apartheid. But it's part of the same process. Right? It's not like this is a new process. It's an intensification of a process of abandonment that was organized in a different way. So, for example, if the apartheid project was the formalization of townships and forced removals, right, the creation of the Bantustans, the building of homes in township for the forced relocation of black people, then post-1994, this remains a system of organized abandonment intensified in the kind of relegation of townships to informal settlement, right? The kind of intensification so you're not doing a reversal, you're doing a further abandonment, right? You're allowing for black life to be abandoned to sites of auto construction, right, with the very minimal resources that the apartheid system and the post-apartheid system has allowed for that auto construction. So we see through this process of intensification of abandonment also the privatization of almost all aspects of life, right? This is part of that process of abandonment, is that intensification of privatization. And I'm very happy to see a student of ours from anthropology at UWC, Zakia Rabani, in the audience. I know you'll hate me for signaling you out, but Zakia has just finished an extraordinary project, an MA work on looking at one of Anglo-Americans' old coal mines in Mpumalanga, and looking at how people who were originally brought to work on those mines are now living off of the pickings of those mines in order to just eke together a means of survival, right? So having to go down underground into burning underground fires and sinkholes in order to retrieve coal to be able to burn in order to be able to survive, right? So this kind of intensification of abandonment, I think, that work really shows it very clearly. But I think what is important to read alongside that is also that alongside this intensification of privatization and abandonment, we've also, as the left, as progressive forces in this country, been subjected to, and in some ways subjected ourselves to, processes of demobilization, right? And how difficult it is to build grassroots political organization right now under conditions of that intensification of abandonment and privatization. And we see this all over the country, a kind of terrifying mix of abandonment and how difficult it is to organize against it. Okay, so I know I'm running out of time, but just to give you a sense that of what this looks like in work that some of us have been doing, Derek and Leanne and others, with 19 community fronts on the Cape Flats, we're seeing how, in Freirean terms, the generative theme that is coming out of a lot of community organizing and struggles right now is literally safety. Like how one can even constitute a life that is safe, because let alone food, let alone water, let alone electricity, just the capacity to be safe is being pulled out from underneath people. And so you see in this condition, which I think Neville would argue as a kind of long-term sustained barbarism of racial capitalism, is that forms like street committees and civics are being reformulated to confront the situation as quite reactionary forces of vigilante response, neighborhood watches, that are not about opening into the kind of long-term organizing against racial capitalism, but are just about trying to figure out ways to survive. Okay, so I'll end with this, and it's a question about what does one do with the symptoms of long-term unending barbarism that racial capitalism produces. And Neville was, he was very good at many things in speaking about these long lists of things that we need to do. But I think one thing he actually wasn't very good at in my reading of his work, and that's around the question of violence. I found in some of his work, he was not very good at dealing with the question of crime and violence. He was quite, there were moments when he speaks about how the state needs to be much harder on crime. And in some parts of his writing, he seems to evoke a kind of very hard on crime response, which I think is worrying in his research and his writing. Because I think if the long-term systematic impact of ongoing racial capitalism and mass organized abandonment has left people in conditions of really extreme violence, then you have to figure out creative responses dealing with that violence. You have to. You cannot simply normalize that as criminality, right? You have to think about how to respond in a different kind of way to violence. And this is where I think some of the work that's being done on abolition in other movements in other parts of the world is so interesting, because it's thinking about how do you respond to this kind of rising levels of violence, interpersonal violence. 90% of assault in this country is done between people who know each other. Right? If that isn't an expression of how histories of the structural violence of racial capitalism doesn't land in poor black neighborhoods, but in interpersonal relationships, I don't know what is a statistic that can describe that. So we have to think about how do we build and create ways of dealing with the symptoms of this kind of long-term systemic violence and where it lands. And we need 1,000 small radical experiments to try and figure out how to do that. One of the problems, I think, with the way in which we've organized in many formations across this country is that we try too quickly to go to national formation. We try too quickly to go to political party, to workers' party, to even to unions. I think those formations, I don't think that they're going to respond to the situation that we find ourselves in now. And I think what we need are these 1,000 small radical experiments that contend with specific experiences, and we need to connect across them with radical conversation and critique. This too quick move to national formation, assuming that fronts and parties can be made from the fragments of organizing going on locally, hasn't served us, and I don't think it works right now. And we have to be thinking about how do we help to renew the ideas, the radical mobilizing ideas that we can use to develop these experiments in local organizing, and think about generating good, shareable material and ideas out of those organizations such that we can link with each other and figure out what is working and what is not. So I'm really interested in how we build the political infrastructure for this kind of making and sharing that we can where we can work towards the renewal of how we link the local experiment to the big idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So to build up on the historical context that has been given about racial capitalism as both a real-world phenomenon, of course, and as a tool of social analysis, what I'd want to do is to provide a broad overview of the critical obstacles since the transition to democracy. So in other words, what does racial capitalism actually look like in the past 27 years within the South African context? Because I think being able to identify precisely what racial capitalism looks like, the conflicts and contradictions it creates, means that we can then come up with political strategies to defeat it, which I assume is our objective here as comrades. So the first thing that's quite critical is to acknowledge that we live under neoliberal racial capitalism. So it's quite important to highlight the specific kind of capitalism that we live in and what it has done within the personal lives of South Africans. And of course, we have to return to 1994, in which the ANC, like many liberation movements, found itself in an incredibly difficult position. And whether they decided to make compromises due to pressure or whether they decided to do it because of their own political interests is a very contentious debate that I think we can deal with later. But nonetheless, the ANC compromised on what I would call its generally egalitarian tradition and political philosophy. And so facing the pressure of international capital, facing the demise of the Soviet Union, the threat of right-wing forces conducting violent action, they decided to adopt a neoliberal paradigm to guide their economic policy and to guide their governance. Now, of course, you often hear, especially within leftist spaces, this word neoliberalism, but I think it's quite important to define precisely what neoliberalism is so that we can understand exactly what kind of crises it creates. And David Harvey provides a very useful definition of neoliberalism. And in the first instance, he says that it's a political project It's a political project to re-establish the conditions for capital accumulation and restore the power of economic elites. And how does this project unfold? It unfolds through strong property rights, through free trade, and through free markets. And it's quite important to ask yourself why we must call it a political project. And if you call it a political project, you can simply recognize that since 1994, the working class, the unemployed, and the poor have been losing, and the rich and their political partners within government have been winning. Not coincidentally, but through the design of this economic system. And so what does neoliberalism in terms of policy since 1994 actually look like? Firstly, it looks like the liberalization of trade, the opening up of our economy to international markets. It looks like the privatization of certain parts of the state and the eradication of public good and public services increasingly. It looks like the ANC accepting loans from the IMF on the eve of our first national democratic elections. It looks like Cyril Ramaphosa implementing austerity, or rather heightening austerity since his presidency, cutting funding to social services, to healthcare, to education, and advancing the privatization of certain state-owned entity or trying to go for state and private partnerships. It also looks like the easing of corporate tax. It looks like illicit financial flows, in other words, billions of dollars leaving the country towards the benefits of transnational corporations. Neoliberalism also looks like the drastic depoliticization of the working class, and importantly, a tax on organized labor and a tax on employees. In other words, finding ways to weaken the position of employees relative to their employers. And it's very important to recognize that this is a deliberate project. It isn't something coincidental. And so all of those policies have accumulated in the country that we see today, where 18 million people live in poverty, in extreme poverty, where 6.5 million people currently are food insecure, in other words, don't know where their next meal is going to come from, where about 5 million South Africans are classified as the working poor, especially within agriculture, domestic services, manufacturing and mining. So you have millions of workers working in grueling conditions for hours on end who are earning about 4,000 to 5,000 rand a month, who aren't represented by unions and who have no choice but to not dissent in the face of their incredibly powerful employers. It looks like being the most unequal country in the world. And these policies, of course, have resulted in 7.2 million people being unemployed. And of course, that's a conservative estimate. We must remember that there are two definitions of unemployment, and the 7.2 million is a conservative estimate. So this is the country that neoliberal governance has left us in. A country in which it is the landscape is very much cultivated for the rich and their political partners. And the working class, the poor and the unemployed, who are the majority of this country's population, are left essentially vulnerable, are left defenseless, and are also caught in a daily struggle to survive. And so this creates violence, it creates political instability, it creates social death, it creates drug abuse, it creates mental health crises. So it's very crucial to always remember the specific kind of capitalism that we are talking about. And some have articulated it better than I have. And one good description is, in the transition to democracy, what we witness is a change from Keynesian racial capitalism, in which the state secured the conditions necessary for accumulation of the capitalist class as a whole, based on cheap black labor power, cheap energy, and regulated capitals. With the adoption of neoliberal policies and governance, we witness the state attempting to open up new areas for commodification. So it's very crucial to remember, a lot of people talk about neoliberalism as an attempt to deregulate the state. But Guy Standing, he writes a lot on labor, is from the UK, has said that no, in fact, what neoliberalism does, it re-regulates the state. It equips the state with the ability to create the conditions for capital accumulation. And that's precisely what our state has been doing for the past 27 years. Unfortunately, though, neoliberalism, and this is something that's a bit specific to South Africa and quite fascinating but a threat to all of us, neoliberalism then collides and converges with what many people call state capture. And personally, I'm not a fan of I don't think most of us are a fan of the term state capture, because in some way or another, historically, all states have been subservient to certain interests. This idea that the state is some neutral entity, it's nonsense. So what people call state capture, in other words, really is a battle between the capitalist class, or rather the class of black bourgeoisie who run this country, right? On the one hand, you have the Patrice Motsepes, the Cyril Ramaphosa's, people who are committed to accumulation through conventional means, by appeasing transnational corporations, by cultivating a land for foreign direct investment, and of course by they themselves participating and reaping the rewards of that kind of racial capitalism. On the other hand, then, you have a class of emergent and ambitious black capitalists who have not been able to penetrate the free market quite successfully. So instead, they turn towards the state as a site of political accumulation, but also as a way to build networks of patronage and networks of corruption. And so often what's framed as a conflict between the radical economic transformation faction and the more conventional reformists within, let's say, Ramaphosa's camp, it's not two distinct camps so much, it's a bit more than that. Really what it is a battle between the new black elites, deciding how they will accumulate and deciding how they will wield political power. So if we look briefly at those bent on wielding power and accumulating through the state, through tenders and various other forms of corruption, that leads to certain problems, of course. And the most important one being is that the state's capacity over the past 10 years has been almost completely destroyed, right? The state in many parts of the country is not able to fulfill its basic mandates in terms of providing electricity, providing healthcare, housing, public cleanliness, and ensuring that there isn't waste. And often in the news, this is framed as a problem for our reputation as a country and a problem for people who might not be able to get to work on time because there's some construction on like a pothole. But what it really is a crisis for the working class and the poor. If you have a country in which so many people live in destitution and in which so many people don't have their own means of survival because they can't find it within the conventional economy, a state that isn't able to do its basic functions in terms of ensuring streets are clean, in terms of ensuring there is public safety, in terms of ensuring people have some form of food on their tables every night, a state that does not have the capacity to do that in a context where there is so much suffering and destitution, that creates a situation that will lead to what we saw last year in Durban in July. That is the consequence of both neoliberal governance and a state that lacks the capacity to provide people with the assistance and the support structures they desperately need. So not only are people being assaulted by employers, by capitalists who are consistently exploiting them like never before in terms of the 21st century, now people must also turn towards a state that colludes with that capitalist class quite actively, but a state that is not there to ensure their safety, a state that isn't there to ensure children will be able to get to school on time, or to ensure that children aren't hungry when they arrive at school, a state that isn't able to protect women and victims of sexual assault quite on a regular basis. If people cannot turn towards the state, and if the economy is a place of hostility and exploitation, what you get is what you saw in Durban last year, when people are sick of these conditions, and people will do whatever they can and what they need to do in order to survive. And then, of course, the state isn't able to respond, and you have a crisis of incredible magnitude on your hand. So the state has lost its capacity to do its basic functions. Which also means then that in the public arena, when you talk about, for example, truly providing free basic electricity, when you talk about trying to pursue a wealth tax, when you talk about shifting onto renewable energy, when you talk about free healthcare, what do most people tell you? They tell you that the state can't do that. All they're obsessed with is corruption. All they're obsessed with is chowing money. They don't have the capacity. And so those are consequences for us on our political side of the spectrum, because we have the task of advocating for a shift in the economy and for a shift in how the state functions. But if the state has consistently proven that it lacks the capacity to do what we need it to do, we're put in a very difficult position in terms of when we go into our communities and try to mobilize for these kinds of projects. And another critical obstacle that we're faced due to misgovernance and neoliberalism colliding is the issue of identitarianism becoming resurgent. So in the past 5 to 10 years, but especially in the past 5 years, you've seen the return of xenophobia like never before. And xenophobia now has always been a consistent problem. It's always sort of permeated the public and collective consciousness of many South Africans. But in the past 5 years, you've seen xenophobic formations being well funded. You've seen xenophobic formations move onto social media as a tool for advocacy and radicalizing South Africans. You've seen xenophobic formations become politically articulate and develop their own vocabulary. So it's no longer necessary for a person to be explicitly xenophobic. They can just say that I want to put South Africa first, and people automatically understand what you're talking about. So these formations, such as Action SA, Operation Dudula, and even major political parties that compromise in xenophobia to get votes and to avoid accountability, such as the EFF, the Democratic Alliance, and the ANC, pose an incredible problem, because it means, one, that the government can easily avoid accountability for its failings, and the economy as well. But in the first instance, the government can avoid accountability for its failings because many of the political elites are willing to cooperate with xenophobic formations in order to maintain their power and better their chances in the upcoming election, and also potentially garner new votes while not having to do anything about their failures. But the other issue then is that it allows employers, in other words, capitalists, to completely evade accountability and responsibility for the mess they've created in the past 27 years. Someone from Operation Dudula can point towards an African migrant and say, no, the reason why you're starving, the reason why you can't find a job, the reason why your community is decaying has nothing to do with the policies of governance. It has nothing to do with the capitalist who devours most of your income and who levies unemployment against you if you want to rise up against them. It's all about that migrant over there. So it functions as a way to distract and mystify and obscure the true class relations, or in being specific, the property relations that are resulting in people being unemployed or having to work in jobs that are truly inhumane towards them. So xenophobia is becoming an issue in that regard. The elites are able to avoid accountability because of it. But another reality that I think the left and socialists in general need to wake up is that because xenophobia is so much more organized, so much more articulate, and because it exists not only within communities but on social media, it is incredibly violent. And that violence is going to become an increasing issue as not even the years, as the months go by. And you have a situation in which a lot of South Africans are desperate. A lot of people are finding it difficult to survive on a daily basis. And so many people find it easier to engage in the politics of xenophobia than to engage in let's say, for example, socialist politics, because xenophobes have quick and easy answers. They have quick emotive answers as well, and they can clearly point to who they consider to be the enemy. Whereas on the other hand, it can be very difficult to tell someone that, well, no, capitalism is your problem. And then they ask, well, what is capitalism, right? It becomes difficult in some instances to illustrate exactly what the system is, but it's very easy to point towards the migrants and blame them for that problem. And because it's happening a lot on social media as well, people are being desensitized towards discriminating and having resentment towards migrants, and that makes the violence a lot easier to enact against people. And if it's organized, we all know what's on the horizon of those kinds of movement, what the future holds for those kinds of formations. Not to be alarmist, but I think it is one of the most pressing issues in the country. And importantly, what the media does, they make this very worse. And it happens across all kinds of capitalist nations, where xenophobia is reduced to an issue of personal prejudice. The problem is people's mindsets and not the material conditions and the class relations they find themselves in. So we very much need to develop a vocabulary to combat xenophobia, not just within elite spaces like this, but when we are advocating in our own communities across the country. And of course, then there is the new elite, which is another major obstacle. And what the new elite has done is they've done precisely what Neville warned would happen in 1994 in the transition to democracy. And he said it quite clearly himself, talking about the adoption of neoliberalism and the abandonment of revolution. And he says in 94, if the purpose is to place oneself in control of the levers of state power within a capitalist framework, one has to realize and accept that the end effects will be to strengthen, not weaken that system. That's precisely what we've seen over the past 27 years or so. But how is this unfolded? So the new elite has reawakened race as an ideological construct. And we must recall that ideology serves the purpose of rationalizing, legitimizing, and justifying. In the historic context, as Kelly said, ideology in terms of race served the purpose of justifying conquest and dispossession and rationalizing exploitation. Now, what the new elite has done is that they've reawakened race as a way to justify their accumulation, to justify their misuse of power, and then to also avoid accountability for their actions. And it's not a hegemonic development, but it's one that is gaining momentum over the years. And you see it in different ways. So when Lindiwe Sisulu attacks the Constitution as something ineffective that doesn't deal with black poverty, as something produced by compromise with white monopoly capital or whatever term, that is her using her race as a way to justify her position and to also defend herself from accountability. Because when you point criticisms towards that kind of rhetoric, she will say, do you not want me to succeed as someone formerly oppressed, as a black woman, etc., etc.? And it totally distorts their class position as people who have control of the levers of the state and who have the authority of government. Jacob Zuma did this throughout his tenure consistently in different ways to justify his project of crony capitalism by saying that he was pursuing transformation, when in fact we know he was pursuing theft and criminal activities. But what's important to remember is that liberals within the new elites do this as well. Liberals do this quite often under the guise of transformation as a way to reform race relations and to achieve racial equality. And again, Neville warned about the danger of pursuing racial equality. He didn't want racial equality, he wanted a destruction of capitalism, of the very system that is at the heart of racial inequality, not the personal preferences and prejudices of individuals. Those matter as well, but they're not the driving force of it. So this kind of using of race to justify accumulation and political power of the new elites also seeps down into corporate spaces in the corporate world. Increasingly, you have emergent black capitalists who, when faced with criticism, when they are exposed for how they treat their employees, their environmental damage, their financial crimes, again, race is their defense in terms of justifying their behavior, in terms of saying, well, if we pursue to replace white capitalists with black capitalists, we're going to reach some kind of true rainbow nation and not do anything about the property relations that pin up the whole system. And then just a last final obstacle that faces us is nihilism. I think as leftists we need to do more to interrogate the ways in which material conditions and property relations seep into our mind and reconfigure in many ways the ways that we perceive reality. And because so many people are poor, because so many people cannot find jobs, because so many people are terrorized by violence on a daily basis in their communities, because people are faced with a state that lacks capacity and a government that is not responsive, many people do not believe in the possibility of social change. Many people have become disinvested from the idea of engaging in politics in the first place. One cause of it is that many people simply don't have the energy to do it because the day-to-day struggle is quite severe and quite intense. But Cornel West gives us a very good description of what he means by nihilism. And he describes nihilism as the monumental eclipse of hope, the unprecedented collapse of meaning, and the incredible disregard for human life. And according to Dr. West, nihilism results in a numbing detachment from others and a self-destructive disposition towards the world. And when you look around the country and see the kinds of violence that are unfolding between people, to me it very much seems to be a result of this kind of nihilism, where racial capitalism has been so brutal and so devastating towards people that they lose a sense of meaning. They lose any need, any want to have hope. They lose any faith in the ability or the possibility of social change. And so that is a huge obstacle for socialist organizing. If most people, or increasingly many people, are existing within that kind of mental framework. So nihilism also is an incredible challenge. So how do we revitalize politics within the imaginations of people? Politics not merely as party politics, but politics as a way to pursue radical change. Obviously, not as some dramatic revolution, but as a long-term revolution unfolding over many years and perhaps really decades. So we're faced with many obstacles and we're faced with many challenges under post-apartheid racial capitalism. And so I think one of the solutions that seriously needs to be explored again is simply a return to class politics. As Kelly mentioned, many of us have been depoliticized within academia, but that depoliticization has also been occurring within the working class, and it's also affected organized labor. As many of you know, many of our unions are not in the States to be able to take on the tremendous battles they need to take on. And many grassroots movements are facing incredible oppression and violent suppression. So Abahlali Basemjondolo has lost literally dozens of members. 24. Abahlali has lost 24 lives in the struggles that they're immersed in due to the actions of the local governments cooperating with private security and with the South African Police Service. So that depoliticization provides a huge obstacle, but I think there needs to be a return to class politics. Why? Firstly, because the working class forms the majority of this country's population. Secondly, because the working class has an active interest in changing the material conditions. And thirdly, and perhaps most critically, the working class is the only class that has the capacity and the leverage to be able to make capitalism change in terms of people suspending their labor, people disinvesting from production, poses an actual challenge to those who are accumulating and getting profit. Historically, they have been the only formation that has been able to push capitalism in a direction that can work for more people. But of course, it has to be a broad coalition in which there are social movements involved, women's movements, environmental activists, the youth, not only within universities, but within townships, within rural communities. It has to be a broad coalition, but one that is led by the working class. And just to conclude it, the final obstacle that I think is the greatest obstacle, not only for us, but for the world, is the climate crisis, is the ecological disaster unfolding around us right now. So for example, if South Africa goes beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, that's the benchmark left by the Paris agreements. So the Earth should not warm up beyond 1.5, that's what the aim is. If South Africa warms up beyond 1.5 degrees, it's going to mean droughts in Gauteng. Gauteng will run out of water. It's going to mean flooding and cyclones and typhoons across the south coast. It's going to mean wildfires in the center of the country. It's going to mean a migration crisis, or rather a migrant crisis, unprecedented. And it's going to collide with the issue of capitalism and the issue of a state and government that does not have the capacity to truly serve its people. So the climate crisis, I truly believe, poses an existential crisis to human civilization, and especially for those of us in the global south. Our efforts to overcome capitalism cannot occur if they are not in harmony with dealing with climate change. Those two struggles are one and the same struggles, because climate change is a crisis of economic production. It's a crisis of a few people deciding, regardless of what the world needs and what's the best for the rest of us, it's a few people deciding we're going to burn fossil fuels, even if it means an ecological disaster for the rest of humanity. Again, because their class means that they have the right, legally, to decide how production goes and how resources are used, what workers want, be damned. So the climate crisis cannot be separated from racial capitalism, and our struggle to overcome it must include that zone of struggle as well. Thanks.
Amandla. Aware too. Aweni comrades. It is a deep honor to be invited to speak on this panel and to participate in this conference. I'm deeply grateful to all of the organizers and to everyone that has spoken before. Grateful to Kelly and Andile for their rich contributions. And I think this conference in and of itself is important, as everyone has been expressing, just to keep the memory of Neville's contributions alive, or should I say, the contributions of various people, the Yushi Chan Club, the Unity Movement, and so on and so forth. And I think a big reason for that is, if I'm being crudely honest, these ideas are marginal in our society at the moment. A lot of these ideas are Neville Alexander's work, I think, is virtually unknown. At least it's well known in certain corners, but speaking for my generation, once you break beyond a certain range of political association, very few people know about Neville, know about his work and his contributions. And I think my own encounters with Neville's work is a testament to that. Unlike a lot of people who are present here today and who've been remarking over the course of the weekend, I had no prior association to Neville or to any of the organizations that he was affiliated with. In fact, my encounter with Neville's work happened by accident, to be frank. And that stemmed from the fact that we share the same birthday. And when I was in my late teens, as it happens to someone who's in their late teens, I was gripped by a deep existential crisis, kind of plunged into that kind of self-involved anxiety where you're wondering, oh my gosh, what is my life going to amount to? Will I live a life of deep significance? Will I do anything valuable in this world? And at that point, I was a lapsed Catholic, so I wasn't going to find my answers from God. So I had to turn to other resources, and I started flirting with astrology. And as one does when you start flirting with astrology, I went onto Google.com and looked up famous birthdays, 22nd of October. And the results were extremely disappointing. One person born on that day is the Jamaican-American artist Shaggy. I don't know if anyone knows who that is. Has a famous song that goes by the lines, "It wasn't me." I would repeat the lyrics, but I don't know if they're child-friendly, so perhaps not. Another person born on that day was the former coach of Arsenal, Arsene Wenger, which, I mean, I know a lot of people in the audience are like, Arsene Wenger, but this was the worst person to be born on that day, because not only am I not an Arsenal supporter, but perhaps the most controversial thing I'll say today, I'm a Tottenham supporter, who are their arch rivals in North London. So I had very slim pickings as far as people born on that day who I thought could present me with lives of inspiration that I could draw from. But I eventually did a lot more research and digging, and then I came across this fellow, Neville Alexander. And at the time that I encountered his work and read about, you know, his support of non-racialism, I was like, goodness, this person is a liberal. Oh. No. So I even rejected Neville, at least at that point in my life, as someone who could inspire me, and it would only be much later that I would make a turnaround. And I think what I want to talk about today, I think, follows on nicely from what Kelly and Andile contributed. And Kelly mentioned the question of what kind of radical mobilizing ideas could we in this juncture turn to in order to reinvigorate our politics. And I've always wondered, well, what happened to non-racialism as one of those ideas, which I know is a word which triggers mixed reactions, and I can hear a little bit of some whispers and rumbles in the audience. But I think non-racialism is interesting, and it's interesting as a conceptual resource to turn to precisely through the work pioneered by Neville Alexander, the Unity Movement, the Uchi Chan Club, who envisioned non-racialism as a radical anti-colonial praxis. And it's this radical anti-colonial praxis that is disappearing from view in our society. It's disappearing from view in our society in South Africa, particularly, first and foremost, because the idea itself has been co-opted by our adversaries. So, as Andile was wonderfully explaining now, the post-apartheid class project was one that sought to prop up a black elite that kept capitalist property relations intact and that failed to redistribute wealth to the black masses. And the way that class project was legitimated was through the ideology of rainbowism. We were all sold this lie that 1994 had smoothed over the differences of inequality that existed amongst the South African population, or at least were told that formal equality was equivalent to substantive equality, that by simple dint of the fact of having the right to vote, the right to elect our leaders, that this meant that our society was on this inexorable march forward, and that black South Africans, now by being integrated fully into the capitalist economic system, would have a full shot of upward mobility, and that there were black faces in high places which, if only the rest of us were to look to, that would be the template for our own aspirations that each and every person apparently had equal opportunity to strive for. And this was what non-racialism meant since 1994, with its figureheads in the ANC, including Nelson Mandela. And the South African public bought this as the received view of what non-racialism meant and constituted. And of course, the key event which blew that completely apart, and justly and rightly so, was Fees Must Fall and Roads Must Fall, when young South Africans started to question the post-apartheid political compromise and question the idea that South Africa was an equal country, and pointed out the ways in which it was racially capitalist. But I don't think this is what non-racialism actually is, what it's meant throughout South Africa's history. And I think the important thing for us as progressives to do is to reclaim the radical anti-colonial meaning of non-racialism. as some comrades were saying earlier, non-racialism doesn't mean being blind to the way racism exists in our society, to the way capitalism requires racism in order to justify the exploitation of the masses, the ways in which they are inextricably linked. But it begins by first and foremost, and as Neville did throughout his work, questioning the idea of race in the first place. I want to ask, and you'll pardon me for indulging in this, and it might seem like a bit of a nonsensical question, but if I were to ask, what is race? Who would feel confident enough to give me an answer as to what exactly race is? Does anyone want to volunteer one? When you think about that question in your minds, you don't have to give an answer. But if you were to ponder, what is race? What happens? I think for a lot of us, we become a little bit stumped in the sense that race is something which plays such an overpowering role in South African social and political life that it has almost a divine, incontrovertible quality to it. It's just this thing. I mean, what do you mean, what is race? That's a bit of a nonsensical question, Will. Race is race. I'm black, you're white, you're colored, you're Indian. We're apparently all of these things, and that's what it means to belong to a racial group. And I think the important thing to begin to start questioning again in society is the idea of race in itself. Because the idea of race is unintelligible. There is no such thing as race. There is no such thing as groups having these natural biological differences within the human species that we all belong that mark us as different to each other. But it's become something which we've, as Neville would say, accepted the facticity of. We've accepted race as something that is pre-given, that is preordained, that will continue to structure the ways in which our societies are organized, the ways in which we interact with each other, and the ways in which our interpersonal relationships are formed. So I think it's important to question the idea of race. But that is different to saying that since race doesn't exist, racism doesn't exist, or that racialization doesn't exist. And in fact, races might not exist, but racialization definitely does, i.e., that we all treat what we are actually talking about is racialization and racism, then we ourselves are going to become oblivious. And this is, I think, another important point that Neville's work raised, that the work of a lot of scholars throughout history has raised, that precisely because race is not something that is pre-given and preordained, patterns of racialization in society can change. They can evolve, they can mutate, they can become different. And just as racialization happens, some groups can become deracialized. They can move from becoming racialized groups to simply becoming ethnic groups. I think some of the groups which experienced this were Irish Americans, Italian Americans, Jews throughout history. But at the same time, groups that previously weren't racialized can become racialized. I think it was interesting that Andile a moment ago said that when we're talking about xenophobia in South Africa, we need a new vocabulary to capture the gravity of the problem. And I think xenophobia is inappropriate to capture the gravity of the problem. And in fact, what I'd argue is that the treatment of non-South Africans, particularly African nationals in South Africa, is a form of racism. It's not xenophobia, frankly. Because what that attitude and that structural subjugation of those groups constitutes is African nationals are treated as groups that are distinguishable based on particularly visible features and characteristics linked to a common ancestry, and that common ancestry is confined to a geographical location, and that geographical location is outside of Africa. And the way we treat them is precisely to racialize them. And in racializing them, we mark them out for differential treatment in our society. We are racist towards them, frankly. And in fact, this all stems from the holdover in the South African imaginary of race as real. It's an offspring of the Four Nations thesis, which Neville and his comrades wonderfully critiqued, that in South Africa, there are four permanent nationalities: white, Indian, colored, black. And it's precisely because we've had this continual image of South Africa being a nation that constitutes these four nations, we've developed a national identity. Anyone who is outside of is therefore marked for racist treatment. And I want to quote what the writer Sisonke Msimang once said about this. She said, as longtime researcher Natla Valiji has noted, the fostering of nationalism produces an equal and parallel phenomenon, that of an affiliation among citizens in contrast and opposition to what is outside that national identity. In other words, South Africans may not always like each other across so-called racial lines, but they have a kinship that is based on their connection to the apartheid project. Outsiders, those who didn't go through the torture of the regime, are juxtaposed against insiders. In other words, foreigners are foreign precisely because they cannot understand the pain of apartheid, because most South Africans now claim to have been victims of the system. Whether white or black, the trauma of living through apartheid is seen as such a defining experience that it becomes exclusionary. It has made a nation of us. And I think realizing the extent to which the idea of South Africa as a nation comprising these four nations is the precise thing to be wary of. Racism exists to naturalize economic subjugation. And in South Africa, it naturalizes the economic subjugation of the poor black working class. But this racism, and I think this is an important thing to recognize about contemporary political South Africa, is not something that only flows from white South Africans to black South Africans, or amongst colored South Africans to black South Africans, and black South Africans to colored South Africans, but also in and amongst black South Africans themselves. And the distinction that marks out which groups are the targets for racialized treatment is class. I think an important way to illustrate this argument is to think back to the COVID-19 pandemic, which I think was an incredibly startling time to witness just the extent to which class contempt pervaded South Africa's discourse, in the ways in which, for example, when organizations and groups were mobilizing for the stress of release grant to be extended or to be increased, the stereotypes peddled in the media about how the people who are the beneficiaries of these grants are lazy, who don't want to work, when communities expressed worried about returning to work due to unsafe working conditions, particularly in the healthcare sector, and once again stereotypes were peddled about how South Africa's essential workers were lazy and didn't want to work, when the debates around the alcohol ban and when it was lifted, and then there were spikes in trauma incidents in hospitals, and everyone had in mind poor black working class South Africans as being the ones abusing alcohol and overwhelming our healthcare system, the ways in which police brutality was justified after the murder of Collins Khoza and countless others, the ways in which those communities were being policed. It was a particular kind of community that all South Africans, regardless of race, had in mind as being particularly wayward or degenerate or non-compliant, so on and so forth. And this was poor black South Africans. And the word we would use to describe that is to say, oh, it's classism, because we're demonstrating class contempt against people who are of a particular class position. But I don't think it's just classism, because if you pay attention to the way these stereotypes pervade South African society and the way these groups are understood as possessing inherent moral characteristics, as these characteristics marking them out as a cultural identity rather than a class position, as these characteristics being something that they cannot change, that they are doomed to have, that sounds like racism to me. And paying attention to these new patterns as our democracy changes, as patterns of class and class differentiation changes, I think is important to understand who are at the receiving end of the most egregious racialization in our society. And so I think paying attention to that is crucial, and the only way we can do that is if we keep alive in our minds constantly the knowledge that race is not real, but racialization is, and patterns of racialization can change, and that then has an effect on how racism in our society manifests and where that racism needs to be fought. So I've said all of this about racialization. What of non-racialism as the possible antidote to racial capitalism? What does a non-racialist politics in contemporary South Africa look like? I think Auntie Betty said it best earlier, where she said a lot of these things like non-sexism, non-racialism look good on paper, but it's difficult to practice. And I think part of the reason why non-racialism was able to be co-opted in the first place, why it was unable to convince the masses of South Africans it was a good idea, stems precisely from the fact that it's difficult to practice. I don't have the answer here of what a radical non-racialist praxis looks like, but I think non-racialism is important as an ideal to keep in the emancipatory horizon, precisely to ward off against widespread feelings of despair, nihilism, individualism, mistrust, and suspicion. And that non-racialism is distinct, as I was saying earlier, from colorblind rainbowism, precisely because in its character, it's anti-capitalist. It doesn't simply say that we must ignore race, race doesn't matter. It says, well, race matters as a social construction that manifests through racialization, which then in turn leads to racism linked to economic subjugation. But it says that the way to fight this is to continually imagine a non-racial society that can only come about through social and economic transformation, through an actual material redistribution of wealth in this country, through socialism. But it's important to maintain as a value and a commitment in order to emphasize that South Africa's marginalized have a common basis of oppression that goes beyond racialized divides, that poor black South Africans and poor colored South Africans have a shared experience in their subjugation. So goes for poor Indian South Africans, so goes for poor South Africans and poor Africans, poor foreign nationals. This is exactly the horizon to keep alive in this moment as we see increasingly the rise of politics which are increasingly nativist, increasingly emphasizing that those who belong to this country are those who have some primordial historical link to this country. And so I think The work of imagining non-racialism must ask both who we are currently, who we are, as Lydia was saying yesterday, as people that are living under the brutality of the system, that are shaped by the system, that, as Terry was saying earlier, that reproduce the system each and every day. But also, who do we want to be? What kind of society do we imagine for all of us? What kind of common project do we imagine that we can all contribute to? What kind of society that goes beyond the inherited ascriptive identities that none of us had any part in choosing, but to a society where, regardless of those identities, that all limit us, that all constrain us, that all suffocate us, can lead to the flourishing of all of us? This is the question that I want to put forward. And so I think it's an imaginary, and I think this is what I think it can be as a starting point, an imaginary that must then become a praxis, something that we don't only speak about, as I'm doing now, which is not enough, but something that we live, something that we embody, something that is woven into our politics as we organize, as we mobilize. But as an imaginary, I think it's something that is important to reclaim, precisely because no one else is offering that vision in this society. And as is on every pamphlet, where there is no vision, the people perish. And so, by way of conclusion, I didn't want to take too much time. I think, for me, one of the most moving words as to what this could mean, or what the beginning of this work could mean, comes from the concluding paragraphs of Frantz Fanon's Black Skins, White Masks. And I want to conclude by reading out how it goes, and it reads as follows. I, a man of color, want but one thing. May man never be instrumentalized. May the subjugation of man by man, that is to say, of me by another, cease. May I be allowed to discover and desire man wherever he or she may be. The black man is not, no more than the white man. Both have to move away from the inhuman voices of their respective ancestors so that a genuine communication can be born. Before embarking on a positive voice, freedom needs to be made an effort at disalienation. At the start of his life, a man is always congested, drowned in contingency. The misfortune of man is that he was once a child. It is through self-conscious and renunciation, through a permanent tension of his freedom, that man can create the ideal conditions of existence for a human world. Superiority, inferiority. Why not simply try to touch the other, feel the other, discover each other? Was my freedom not given to me by the world of you, man? At the end of this book, we would be like the reader to feel with us the open dimension of every consciousness. My final prayer, oh my body, always make me a man who questions. And to question whether or not we will always live in a society trapped by the accidental identities of our birth is, I think, something that the left needs to reinject into South African politics. Thank you.
Well, we've just heard 4 incredible presentations. Unlike the state, I keep my promises. Let's give them another round of applause. And despite the apocalyptic scenario, which actually we're living through right now, and besides the urgency of the task, there's hope. There's a lot of young people listening to you speak. There were 600 plus people yesterday on the live stream. I'm not sure how many people. So I think that movement, that momentum, whatever we want to call it, looking forward, it's very possible. I think there's many things that depress us, but there are a lot of things we can look forward to and build on the good work people have done in the past and continue to do, and the analysis and the compass we've been given by people involved in struggle, and particularly communities around the country and, in fact, around the world. There were a number of points made. I know there's going to be a clamor of lots of hands going up in a moment. But for you to gather your thoughts, we have over 30 minutes. We have about 40 minutes for discussion. But some of the points are really important. I think the point that Terry made about everyday life, about energy racism that confronts so many communities, that happens in all aspects of society, and this is what we were trying to say about racial capitalism. Besides the work that Terry, Trevor Ngwane, and others are doing around racial capitalism and energy, there are people like Samantha Ashman and others doing similar work on housing and transport. Others doing that work on education, on land. This is going, it occurs throughout the country. And I just want to share very briefly what Samantha Ashman mentioned about housing and transport. She says these two areas, and actually these two systems, combined with patterns of work, this is by way of you formulating your questions and your comments, or the lack of work, have left these dynamics largely untransformed since 1994, with weak infrastructure provision in black areas, poor housing, often long distances from centers of employment, an inefficient and expensive transport network, and a general weakness in the social wage. Racial spatial segregation remains, except for the minority which has escaped to the suburbs. So the whole question of spatial segregation in schooling as well. Neville's work on education and with urban planners around taking the ghetto out of schooling and schooling out of the ghetto, clustering schools, it was published by UCT Press, remains relevant, and it's about the struggle against racial capitalism as well. I think the point made by Andile about the negotiated settlement is absolutely important. It's something Neville spent a lot of time discussing with various collectives, and really it's one of the fault lines of what we have here today. It ensured that racial capitalism remains the foundation of social relations today. I think that Kelly's points around Cedric Robinson are very, very important, and her links with people involved in struggle against racism, with Ruth Gilmore, and that connection that has always existed, actually. We were very influenced by the Black Panther Party, the national liberation struggles, and that must continue. There are differences, there are debates, but we are enriched by that. There's a brilliant piece written by I was talking to William about this, I'll pass it on. And, he takes issue with some of the formulations. The black radical tradition that Cedric Robinson relies on are really people who saw themselves as Marxists. People like Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, and others, Amilcar Cabral as well, a whole range. Some people put Neville in that category of the black radical tradition as well. And I think what Robin Kelly talked about, the manufactured debate and this attempt to have competition now between Neville Alexander and Cedric Robinson, it's happening right now. It appears in some journals, etc. It's a waste of our time. I think they had differences, they're different contexts, but they had a lot in common as well. So despite those differences, Cedric Robinson was involved on the ground. He was linked to solidarity networks. He was involved in Ferguson, him and his wife, up to the time he died in 2016. With Ferguson, with solidarity with the Palestinian struggle, and I think that's what matters, all of those things. And finally, when William talked about rainbowism, there's this beautiful, lovely quote by Neville, and it's in the booklet that's circulating, the Foundation for Human Rights. It was the moral responsibility of intellectuals. And it's really useful. It's very short. I won't read the whole thing out. He talked about ardent as well as reluctant racists of yesteryear having become convinced non-racialists bound to all South Africans under the united colors of capitalism in an egregious atmosphere of rainbow nationalism. The same class of people, often the very same individuals who funded Verwoerd, Foster, and Botha are funding the present regime. The latter has facilitated the expansion of South African capital into the African hinterland in ways the likes of Cecil John Rhodes or Ernest Oppenheimer could only dream of. And I think capital moves into the hinterland, but people are not allowed to move. And I think the points about migrant labor that some of the people here, Mondley and others, have been working on, and a number of others, but the points you made about xenophobia, what it tells us, as well as William, about the racism involved, those are vital points for us to come to terms with in terms of our praxis. And the final point is about BEE that Neville made, that, Isa Shivji in Tanzania a long time ago, critically supporting Ujamaa and Nyerere, etc. At that time, with a number of people, was also critical, talked about how, he talked about the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, this was his formulation, how the state apparatus is used for people to accumulate wealth. And in this country, many of the members of the Communist Party leadership are part of state structures, nationally, regionally, and locally. I'm going to leave it there. There's a lot more I need to say about this, but I'll end with Gwede Mantashe's quote on this issue. He was talking about the mining charter, and I think it's extremely revealing. Not too long ago, a couple of years ago. And I quote him, "One of the mistakes we make in talking about broad-based black economic empowerment is making as if it is a social program that will benefit everyone. Until we are categorical," these are his words, "that the program is about creating black capitalists. Once we understand that, then we'll assess the success and failure on the correct basis." But even that was not what the National Democratic Revolution was about. In the road to freedom, the Communist Party's expression for justifying the two stages, they didn't use that language, I'm being very crude, but it says that in the first stage, what they want to do is drastic agrarian reform. 30 years later, nothing of the sort. To restore the land to the people, widespread nationalization of key industries to break the grip of white monopoly capital on the main centers of the country's economy. More and more privatization, as you talked about. Radical improvements in the conditions and standards of living for the working people. We're just getting more unemployment, more poverty, more inequality. So even that program has not been met at all. In fact, there's been a slide backwards. Okay, you've had enough time to formulate your questions, make your comments. We have ample time. Please indicate. We have one hand, Comrade Sia, Comrade Sophie, one more so we can have three, and Comrade Stewart. Okay, 3 hands. Please go ahead. We'll take the questions first, and then we'll give a chance. Okay, go ahead, Sia.
Thanks for this, and William knows I enjoy listening to him. But what I want to come at, we talk about these things as if these are things that are abstract. These are things that are not happening. We talk about we need to form movements that think about this. But we do not reflect on what's existing currently. Because you do find movements that are actually fighting against these issues. Issues around seismic surveys, you find fissures. And these, by the way, are related to the fight against racial capitalism. This year, very interesting, there was a huge citrus strike in Ado. And this citrus strike came about the community seeing that actually the employer is employing people from foreign nationals. So they're like, no, this will cause problem for our community. First, the employer needs to consider this type of salary for if they employ foreign nationals. These are the salaries that they need to consider. These are the benefits that they need to consider. It cannot be exploited work. And this was a huge strike and they stipulated that actually we also need to have a fair share so that we don't fight amongst each other. This was organic struggle that came up from communities. It happened this year. And there are emerging movements. In Makhanda, there's a huge unemployed movement that fights against even water apartheid. They talk about these things. But then how do we relate to those movements? How do we make them visible and talk about them as if they do exist currently and as movements against racial capitalism? And I think it's important to think about those things. And Leanne, that's the point that I wanted to make. Sure.
Sophie, just put your hand up.
Thank you very, very much, young comrades. You have really, really given me a lot of hope, I must say. It was wonderful, wonderful listening to you. Your analysis and your solution-oriented approaches. I have two what I think is very sort of simple questions. one is something that has plagued me all the years in engagement with academia and also working at universities. Why is it that the research, no, what can be done about research in our country so steeped in the Verwoerdian classification of our people? Why is it steeped in that? Given that we cannot possibly find solutions within that. And I want to give one example. When the mine workers go down into the gold mines and they breathe in the gold dust and so on and so forth, and they developed silicosis, which then predisposed them to TB, you know, which is part of the reason why TB spreads so much in our country. And then people often die of TB. So the discussion is not about the fact that it is the conditions of work that is causing the disease and the TB. The discussion is about the fact that you are prone to silicosis because you are black. It's inevitable to come to that conclusion if you look who is going down into the mines and so on. So a biological construct gets completely changed to be interpreted that it is actually the fault of the mine workers because of the color of their skin, not the conditions of work, because then you don't have to change the conditions of work. So I just want to say, we cannot find, so why is it being perpetuated? And in your discourse today, all of you, the discussion around racial capitalism and how the many formations of racism changes to fit in, to suit the capitalist class all the time. Why is it that we so, in such a profound way, not profile the terrible road we are on as a nation with a kind of perpetuation of Verwoerdian classification through the four nations concept? It's something that I think it's a disaster in the making, and we need to, because there are some of our young people who never see anything different than that classification. The other one is because of the lack of leadership in our country, because of the lack of leadership in so many levels, even from amongst the churches. And even taken into consideration, there are many, many good things happening in our country. The resistance that Sia spoke about, I fully agree. During COVID, there are about 150 NGOs doing different things and so on. But we don't find unity of purpose amongst these and so on. So where do we find it? My question also is that every second day you hear of somebody starting a new church, a new priest to follow. And because of this lack of leadership, our people are getting up more and more and caught up in this religious fervor that will bring answers and so on. And I just want to highlight that a little bit because I was absolutely shocked at the prevalence of that, how much our people have to put their hopes into the different priests from so many different churches that comes, or religious bodies that comes up as a way of coping.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophie. I know there are a number of people here who can also respond to that question, who've done deep thinking about it and writing as well. And some people have even paid the price. I don't know if Paul Hendricks is here, but you know, for 6 months, he wasn't paid his salary. I think he was at CPUT, if I'm not mistaken. 6 months, right? He didn't get a salary because he refused to tick that box, the apartheid racial classification. Ask Noor, you don't get promoted if you leave it empty. You can't go on to the next page in the NRF when you're giving your reports, etc. Enver has written extensively about this, and perhaps he wants to also comment on the issue, so it's not just left to the speakers here. Stuart, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start first by really thanking the panel there. You have said a mouthful in taking us to school on this capital racism. And the thing that I think maybe we have left out, maybe to talk about, is the fact that there is a public strike for the public servants that is coming. And I would like this forum to look at how we can explore the opportunities that may rise in strengthening the working class, because this strike is coming as a result of the attack by the government that is put on to the working class. And if we can really put our minds together and see as to how we can be able to support the public strike for the public servants. The other thing, comrades, excuse my ignorance on this one, there is a lot of criticism that has been going around in terms of the country trying to transition out of the fossil fuel for electricity. And the government is going out there to bring in a lot of dollars, which is going to be a burden onto us as the country. Now, in his conclusion, I think that is Andile, who said that the climate change is going to be affected more by people who are advocating for the banning of coal. So if you can just reconcile that for us, it would make sense.
Thanks, Stuart. So we'll ask anybody, if you, or all of you. Oh, that's 3, but shall we take a few more? Okay. Mondley, you had your hand up. Okay, whoa. Okay.
Zaid Baker, yeah.
I'm going to indicate people. After you, there was Mondley, there's Crane, Kader, and I saw, and right at the back, right. And as well as Eugene. So at some point, you'll get a chance to speak. Did I leave anybody else out? The women. Who? Oh, sorry, I didn't. Jean, sorry, you're hiding behind somebody. Okay, I got you. Okay, we'll get. Can you keep your? I'm sorry, I spoke too long. But can you keep your comments or your questions brief so that we can fit everybody in? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, just to compliment the presenters. I must say, I've learned so much. I'm Zaid Baker, I'm the principal of South Peninsula High School. And unfortunately, I missed the presentation yesterday, which dealt with the national question, language and education. But I will follow it on the stream. The one aspect for me is the whole issue of racial capitalism and the impact that it's having on our education system. We have a system that is based on class, and that, for me, is perpetuating the whole issue of racial capitalism. And I'm interested to hear from our esteemed speakers how they feel. Yes, we can see what is currently happening. We have a perpetuation of an apartheid education system. And I'm really interested to hear from the speakers their take on what impact this is actually having on the future of this country. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, my question is that, look, it's actually okay to say, let's have non-racialism. But my question is, what are the concrete plans, concrete campaigns that are there to actually fight racism, right? Because it's now easy to say, we are all equal, we are all the same, but racism continues. So are there any concrete plans to deal with it, politically and also organizationally? Because I mean, you have things like, for instance, institutional racism, and of course, on top of that, when you go to these your universities, you're going to find out that women are, cleaners, they are administrators, but there's no campaign to deal with those issues pertaining to race and the gender discrimination. Because then it doesn't make sense to say, no, like, look, let's end the classification. But I think for me, racism continues, and it is real. My second issue is that when you look at the ANC, for instance, I mean, quite clearly, its historical mission was to find ways and means to accommodate your black petty bourgeoisie within the capitalist system, right? But I think as the struggle intensified, I think the point made by Salim, there's an attempt to include some working class and economic demands, right? But I think for me, what then happened was that there was a very strong element of co-option, right? And for that to take place, the working class movements had to be destroyed, right? You can go to KZN, there were the killings and that type of thing. And I think for me, the question about the current political disorder, it has a lot to do with the co-option of the black middle class through PEE and through all these other systems, right? And for me, I think the orientation then has to be about, I mean, how do we rebuild working class organizations in order to fight this barbarism? Because I think I'm now getting convinced that what Rosa Luxemburg said about socialism or barbarism, I think the reality now is that we're living under conditions of barbarism, but that doesn't mean that we can't reverse that. I mean, you see it with xenophobia, we see it with load shedding now and the unemployment. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So hello, my name is Jeanne, and I do research on xenophobia in the schooling institutions. I had one first remark on the use of the term xenophobia that I understood from the speakers, and the other one is a question more of strategy on public services and campaigning on state reconstruction. So, on the first remarks on the use of the term xenophobia, I think first I wanted to say I was very inspired by the presentation and the diagnosis in general, and I found the discussion on the concept of racial capitalism very useful, actually, to open up, understand how different justification for inequality work together for economic exploitation. And I think xenophobia is one of these concepts that can be articulated to racism as well, and to patriarchy. So to me, there was two things that I was stuck with in listening to the presenter and Dile's presentation. I found, but maybe I'm mistaking also the way in which it was presented, but that there was a very discursive understanding of xenophobia as being a sort of scapegoating discourse of the elite, and I think it's only a part of the concept. Like we need to not forget that there's a very material also dimension to it in access to public services, access to jobs, and wage exploitation, as it was also mentioned. So that is one aspect, and to me, there's also like it doesn't make xenophobia less serious to say that it isn't different from racism. It doesn't make it less, because it's also something that you mentioned, William, I think. But there's also like some interrelatedness and independence in mechanism as like nationalism, the difference between national and non-national, which is a sort of a discussion on nationhood that wasn't really present in the previous panels, but I think it's very relevant to understand like post-apartheid national construction. So this discourse, then the other discourse on nativism, so discourse on blood, on descent, which you also mentioned, William, and the third one on autochthony, on like who can have a claim to the soil. So these are different kind of ways to understand xenophobia, which of course articulate with racism. I completely buy what you said on racialization and evolving form of racialization that do, of course, intersect in how xenophobia manifests itself in South Africa, but it also has some independent features as well, which are important to consider. And so I'm going to move quickly to the other question. So, because in the diagnosis you made also, and Dile, you spoke about the fact that we cannot rely on state protection anymore, or that having a wage tax seems almost like an empty promise for the working class as a, and I don't really have an answer to that. But what do you think of like campaigning for public services then in such a context, for campaigning for status construction as well, not only like as a localized community organizing, but how do we articulate this to a broader question about state institutions and public services? Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Thanks very much. So I really loved listening to all of you. And I am going to make a kind of ageist remark here. You take me back like 20 years. I mean, 20 years ago we would have been deeply rehearsing discussions like this. And it's a great tragedy that within this period of so-called democracy, that the quality of the conversation around difference has deteriorated so. And we have to understand why that is so. And this is why, Kelly, I'd prefer to talk about, and maybe to all of you, I'd prefer to talk about social formation first of all, rather than social reproduction. You know, to be concentrating on how these things come to be. How is it that these things come to be in our heads? You know, how is it that these particular conceptions of self, us, and them come to be constituted in particular kinds of ways? And I'd say exactly, and use that argument exactly for race as I would for gender. It's the very same thing. The way in which we've been reproduced and formed in these gender ways is a much, much older thing than the way in which we've come to be formed, you know, in these racial ways. Because formation produces these variations in the way in which this reproduction happens, because this reproduction takes place in very different kinds of ways. This thing of race is a very different thing now to what it was 50 years ago, to what it was 100 years ago. You know, so it's a really important thing to kind of understand what's going on. And this is why One Azania, One Nation is so important in thinking about. Our Neville brought in this idea of caste, and how caste comes to be an ideological, if you like, lubricant, which permits particular forms of distinctions to arise. But I just want to say that it really is, and I echo Sophie here, it is really great to be thinking along with you here, you thinking along with us here, in terms of just what is happening in front of our eyes. I love your distinctions between race, racialization, race making, and there are many other ways in which we can be, coming to distinguish those particular things. They aren't the same. We consistently make the problem and have this issue of conflating them into one thing. You use this word currently, race, to work for all of those processes, and that's not correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the starting point for this concept, race and racialism and multiracialism, comes from our Constitution. I think we need to start there. This Constitution that we have, was a consensus reached on that Constitution? Because, like the lady on the far side over there, Kelly Gillespie, she spoke about these concepts in detail. And I think we need to go back to the Constitution, because this Constitution was an imported Constitution. Yes, we did have some say and some input into it during the Kempton Park negotiations and all of that period, the golden period of negotiations, as I would call it. But 27 years later, we see what's happening. You mentioned some of these things. The crime, the violence, the safety. You spoke about safety as well. I don't think we need to microcosm this. These are macro issues that needs to be referred to the Constitution, because it's affecting the judicial system as well. So what I'm saying is, we need to review the Constitution. It is our right. If we need to review the Constitution, analyze it, rescind it if possible. Because some of the strands and some of the clauses, chapter 20, or chapter 2, I think, the two gentlemen that was leading the constitutional talks was Kada Asmal and Albie Sachs. And Dalomar also had an input on it. So this needs to be reviewed, because we're sitting with a different cohort, different generation. They're thinking differently to us. They're enriching us in certain ways. So they need to have a real look, because where are we going to be in 2050? Departments are doing statistics about population projections. We need to look at the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, because this gender-based violence is extremely high. The statistics are understated. The second thing is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. After the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we only had the Amatimo inquest, we only had the Imam Harun inquest. After 27 years, most of them have died. So who do we hold accountable? The community wants to see accountability. They want to see transparency. And these are issues, burning issues, it's boiling up. And the community is angry for another issue. Then, the land issue, last question. The last question is the land issue. They promised us the land 27 years ago. Only 4% out of the 100% got their land back. What happened to the other 96%? So here we have a deficit in terms of promises. I would like Andile to respond to that and to the public sector paralysis. Thank you. Sorry, Gabriel.
So I haven't forgotten Eugene, Lee, and Omar. There is somebody right at the back there. I will give you absolutely. And another one. We've gone beyond 5 o'clock, so I really appeal to people to keep the questions or comments very brief, please, so that we can accommodate everybody. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm Helga, and I'm at the School of Education here at UCT. And I think my question is directed at Andile. I'll try and be brief. You challenged and tabled, Andile, a return to class politics. And I'm wondering if our work as thought leaders, as thinkers, as students of thinking, we shouldn't be more our analysis about who is the working class in South Africa in 21st century South Africa, 21st century racial capitalism, who is the urban poor and who is the middle class. I often struggle with framing this who is this in the context of building a new society. Our societies have transformed. Heathfield High have more than 70% of their students are first generation kids who came over in their mother's bellies over Beitbridge in the 90s and in the early 2000s. In Vrygrond, which is close to where I live, there are Zimbabwean fathers and South African mothers whose kids are teenagers now. Our societies don't look the way it looked in the 1980s. That having a white or black partner is no longer a political statement. It's the way our families and our society is evolving. And I often grapple with, when we think about how do we do this new society, this new vision, this imaginary, as William was talking about, are we still framing it in the 1980s South Africa, where you had, I think Salim spoke about these 4 nations. Our society doesn't look like that, and so the way in which we analyze even class has to change and reflect that, and that's the challenge to this community of thinkers. Because if we continue framing it, we buy into the racial capitalism that tells us how to think about gender and race and class. So I just wondered if you could maybe just reflect a little bit on that. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm not sure how the panelists are going to deal with these very profound questions, but I think Crane or whoever, Lee, and then Eugene, sorry. Lee and Eugene.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Andile, Shoki, Salim, and Kelly. So I'm a student, and I'm a type of worker at UWC. So I have many questions, yeah? But I'm going to keep it brief. So the first point I'm going to make is that I think it's in the opening paragraph of the chapter, The Pitfalls of Nationalism, that Fanon writes about neoliberal confusion, how the middle class enters a state of confusion that we may. And I don't know, when was that book written? In the 1950s or the 1960s or whenever it was written. So it's not new. Neoliberalism isn't the past 20-odd years. It's like, it might be the past 100 years. And then connected to that, yeah, I want to connect 2 things, and maybe this is for William, and to what Salim spoke about capital moving into the hinterland, yeah. I'm wondering what happens when capital moves into the hinterland of our minds, yeah? And in that movement, how does that change us? As as people? How does it change us? So, which then relates to how does racism operate in our psychic lives? And for me, this is, I think this is a very important question, and it takes me to Neville Alexander in the mix with Stimela, when they speak about the great tributaries of pain, that we kind of to move forward, we need to move through the pain. So, and I think that's the kind of the language that we seem to lack. Like we don't know how to talk about affect, and I know it's the thing that really irritates me with like hardcore lefty spaces, where everybody talks about the macro situation, and they leave out the microfibers of what informs our attitudes. And that really bothers me. So one of the major challenges, I think, is can we imagine institutions without a formation that is called the board of directors? That's my last question.
Thanks, Lee. The psychosocial is vital. And I can listen to you for hours, but we don't have time. You're very lyrical.
Who's next?
Eugene.
Eugene, this Eugene?
No.
That Eugene, okay. Please stand up because the camera needs to be able to see you.
I guess, yes. Hello. It's a response to Comrade Stewart's second question. I'm going to try to be very brief and we can follow this discussion up privately if necessary. His question is, he says, yes, climate change, we have to get away from fossil fuels. Why are we borrowing a huge sum of money from overseas, which will just put us into debt once more? And that is the perfect question, because it reflects how government follows the imperial model. The money must come from outside. It's a tiny fraction, maybe 1% is that the grant. But that grant money is used to entice you to take on the borrowing. That's number one. Number two, a good chunk of that money, perhaps 25%, is for something that you don't need. It's for exporting hydrogen to the first world under contract conditions which we'll never know about. And the terms of borrowing, we'll never get to know what they are, what the interest rates, and so on and so on. So you don't have to do that. You have to deal with climate change, but the way in which government is going about it just reflects their slavish obedience to the dictates of capital, local and international.
Hi everyone, I'm Zakia Rubani. I'm quite nervous to speak because of so many intellectuals in this room, but I'll go ahead. Just to touch on what Andile said, I touched on it a little bit on the individualization of systemic issues. I'm curious on what the panel has to say on the new campaign, Unsmoke South Africa. It's targeting individuals who smoke to reduce, the climate impact of the burning of cigarettes. And what's so ironic about it is that Philip Morris is sponsoring the campaign, and they are the producers of these cigarettes. So just wondering what you had to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stand up? Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, it's just a reflection on us as organizers of the conference that Neville would never have organized a conference that only uses English as a language of communication. He would have organized interpretation and translation services and also called on people to speak in their own languages if they felt like speaking in a different language in a conference like this. I think this is something that for us to think about. But I have a question for both Andile and William, and I'm wondering, in your conceptualization of racial capitalism, whether you have considered the intersection between language, race, and class. Professor Carolyn McKinney here has done that, conceptualizing in terms of race and language in providing us with a concept, Anglo-normativity, the expectation that everyone should be speaking English or should be English. If they are not, they are deviant or deficient. So my real question is, have you considered the question of underperformance, failure, repetition, dropout in schooling, and the reproduction of the labor force in a capitalist state?
Dankie. Miskien moet de mens maar 'n bietjie Afrikaans ook praat, man, of so mense daar in die Bontewil en in die ander plekke praat. I just want to briefly respond to Stuart. I don't know if I should do it in isiZulus. Okay. So, Stuart, I think Stuart's first part of his question related to the public sector strike. Now, I think it's not easy to answer that question, and I think it really requires a much deeper analysis and introspection of the current state of the labor movement itself. And I think I'm reminded some time back, you know, when we had labor commission meetings with the late comrade Neville also being present, and you warned us about one particular tendency that's creeping into the labor movement, and that being the development and entrenchment of a labor aristocracy within the labor movement. And the reason why I'm raising that is that what comes to mind for me, and what is worrying for me, having been and still being a labor activist for the better part of my life, is that we've seen now in the last period a lot of strikes, and I want to use the example of a strike about 3 years ago, Dis-Chem strike. I'm sure you all have seen the Dis-Chem strike. You've seen the strike of the clover workers. There was a boycott called for clover products as such. And apart from that, even the struggle of the community healthcare workers who are fighting since 2016 for the integration into the public health system to be recognized as health workers as such. Workers that are vulnerable, they are falling under the precarious workers as such. You know, even workers in the security sector and even here at the universities, workers who are outsourced and so on. And also now with platform workers in the gig economy, e-hailing drivers who are being killed. You will recall also the test case against Uber that one of the unions took up, and calls were made to the labor movement to support a strategic litigation against Uber. But none of that calls were ever responded to, even if you consider the kind of support that has come, or the lack of support that has come for, you know, these kinds of struggles of workers who you can regard as falling under the precarious kind of sector. And you look at the response of the labor movement, which is totally fragmented, there's a dismal kind of response, even if you look today at the public sector strike in itself. I think why I'm pointing that out, yes, principally, I think, you know, we need to support workers who are out to fight for improvements in their living conditions, but I think it calls for a much greater introspection in terms of where the labor movement is at this point in time. And particularly if we look at the public sector in itself, one considers that in the public sector you find, and I'm being very provocative about this, in the public sector you find more structured kind of employment. You find that public sector workers do enjoy benefits that workers in other sectors do not enjoy. But you find now a response from the labor movement that tells us, or that signals some kind of hope, but a hope that I'm cautiously optimistic about. I must concede. So what I'm trying to point out in response to Comrade Nklapo's question is that, and latching on to what the speaker pointed out, in us beginning to understand what we mean in analyzing racial capitalism, in understanding what we see and what we understand to be working class organizations and the building of working class organizations. And that calls an urgent response in us responding, in seeing the need to developing other forms of organizations outside the mainstream of the labor movement, which I believe is further actually entrenching this thing that Neville warned us again about a labor aristocracy. And we should be very careful about how we position ourselves at this point in time. Thank you.
I'm going to be very, very short. My question, after enjoying your research report, it speaks to us. I'm happy. Now my question is, where are we going after this?
Thank you so much, comrades and colleagues, for all the various questions and contributions. There's definitely a lot to discuss. So I'll deal with some of the more specific questions. I think there was one very interesting point about the flourishing of what is evangelical charismatic Christianity, and how many people, especially within townships and just urban areas in general, how many people are flocking towards these kinds of charismatic pastors who exploit a lot of their congregates financially, and who also in many instances abuse their trust. I think we all remember that ridiculous situation of the pastor who sprayed doom on someone a few years back. But of course, there are much more severe instances of exploitation and abuse. And I personally think it's the results of neoliberal capitalism. So what neoliberalism has also done is that it has led to, on the one hand, the increasing veneration of wealth and materialism, but on the other hand, it's also made people incredibly precarious financially. So now more than ever, people do not have health benefits and health insurance. People do not have as much protection in the workplace as workers. States are retreating in terms of providing services and support to people. People are diving further and further into debt, or rather being pushed into it. So while people are becoming so precarious, you have pastors who say, if you do X, Y, and Z, I can promise you health. I can promise you prosperity. I can promise you financial security. And there are many Christians, in fact, socialist, progressive, and liberal, and even conservative, who object to this kind of movement because it's being imported from the US all over the global South. And not only does it abuse people, it also then makes people reduce poverty into a personal issue. So people think, I haven't prayed hard enough, I haven't given enough tithes, and therefore that's why I'm poor. And of course you can have theological debates about it, that's not the venue, but it is an ideology born out of neoliberal capitalism. And I think there are some progressive Christians who are fighting to combat it as well, which is a good development. And then the question of climate loans, I think, is a very urgent and important question. So the government has signed a just energy transition investment plan. They've marked out, I think, 1.5 trillion to help in us lowering our fossil fuel emissions and moving on to renewable energy. Now, what's very problematic about these loans is that, first of all, they have to be paid in foreign currency, and the rand is increasingly depreciating. The government is already swaddled by a lot of foreign debt. But also how the government plans to pay for this, and how they've done it before, is by getting more austerity. To service the debts that will come and to do repayments, they are going to continue cutting funding for healthcare, education, et cetera, as also a way to please the rating agencies. So there's the austerity that's going to result from these climate loans, but also some environmental researchers and scholars have called this loan green structural adjustment, because the just transition in the government's framework is not occurring from the ground up. Those plans were formulated in secret, essentially. I mean, we all just heard about these loans. None of us were consulted. Mine workers, coal workers, people who are vulnerable to climate change were not consulted. And importantly, it isn't a coincidence that the World Bank and the partners that are funding these loans, Germany, France, UK, US, are in full support of the unbundling of Eskom and the continued privatization of the energy sector. And what the World Bank itself has actually said, that in order for South Africa to have an energy transition, they want more labor market flexibility, they want reforms to monetary policy, which we know that means more austerity, essentially. So the World Bank, the IMF, and their European and American partners are using our just transition to essentially carry out the type of structural adjustment policies that devastated the continent in the 80s and the 90s, while also trying to privatize the energy sector, which will lead to less people having access to electricity. And there's a whole slew of social problems that comes from that kind of energy poverty. And it's also potentially, we suspect, going to lead to a lot of people within the fossil fuel industry losing their jobs. That is not to say that we should not move on to renewable energy and decrease our fossil fuel emissions. That is an absolute must. But it has to be a process led by the South African people, first and foremost, not by corporate sponsors and international finance institutions and the political elites. So the transition away from coal must happen, but it must be led by workers, environmental activists, rural women's groups, fishermen, the people who are most affected by climate change. So we must be very critical of that when that development continues to grow. And then there was the question of the Constitution, which I think is it's a pressing question for most South Africans, because many people feel disappointed, especially comrades who were present during that time of transition. People feel betrayed and disappointed. And this perhaps feeds into the other questions about how do we build a movement and alternatives. There's a very enlightening and saddening quote from Ronnie Casserol's talking about that moment of transition. The Faustian Pact, yes. And he says that we took an IMF loan on the eve of our first democratic election and had already succumbed to the guile and subtle threats of the corporate world, which had been chipping away at our revolutionary resolve for some years. We walked into that misguided belief that there was no other option. But then he says, while saying that it was, them cowering was a problem, but he says that we lost faith in the ability of our own revolutionary masses to overcome, with united action, with correct theory, and reliable leadership, all obstacles. With those masses who were so fundamental to destroying apartheid, we would have arguably had the means and the resources to press home huge advantages for the revolution. So I think the quote by Ronnie Casseroles points to the fact that we can turn back and begin that process of reevaluating the deals and the compromises that we made in the 1990s with, as Casseroles says, united action, correct theory, and reliable leadership, and of course, the masses who make change possible in the first place. But to me, the Constitution has never been much of my beef with the post-apartheid order. I think the ANC had a lot of legal room to do more with the Constitution. I think, again, capitalism subverted that effort. However, we must have questions about the clause about land and whatnot. However, I think the judiciary and the Constitution have not been the obstacle so much as the government and the economic system. But of course, there might be comrades who feel differently, and we can have a conversation about that. I'm not a legal scholar, and I'm sure there are people who, here who might be and who can inform us better about that. And then the very important question of class, of who is the working class? How do we define it? How do we identify it? And I think in some socialist spaces, especially among socialists who are my age, those of us who are younger, there's a tendency to have a romantic idea of who the working class is. When you say working class to some people, people just think, a bunch of men in factories, for example. But really, in the most simple way, the working class are those who do not have any control over economic production, who do not own economic production, and importantly, who have the surplus of their labor taken away by employers. Now, that's an incredibly broad, description, but that's exactly the point. That was exactly the point of what Marx was trying to identify, in that most people in society are the working class. However, as capitalism has evolved, some class dynamics have changed slightly. So, for example, many people within the academic world I would consider working class people. However, health insurance, benefits, the fact that, there's ability to negotiate working hours, paid leave, those things change the dynamic. And the salary, of course, means that you can be a working class person in the simple definition while you live, for example, in the suburbs of Rondebosch, and you can take holidays and whatnot. But I still do think that the majority of society are people who are working for someone else, the true value of their labor is being taken off by someone else. But it becomes complicated in certain junctures, and that's where we can have a conversation about lower middle class, upper middle class. But I still fundamentally think the working class is most people. And of course, as the comrade said here, within the working class, you also have shifts in the relation to production. Increasingly, more and more people are becoming precarious. More and more people are working on short-term contracts. When the Uber drivers were having their mobilizations, talking to them, they were like, we don't even know where Uber's offices are. There's no way to identify the employer. And so that changes the tactics, that changes the organizing, it changes how we confront the problem. But nonetheless, precarious, those people are still the working class. They are not in control of production, and the true value of their labor is being siphoned off by someone else. It's exploitation. I think, just identifying the main issues, and the comrade at the back there, I forgot her name, had the question about public service. Jean had the question about public service. And although the state has lost an incredible amount of its capacity, I do not think you can pursue revolution in South Africa without some engagement with rebuilding state capacity. If we want to transition to renewable energy, for example, and not have famine and cyclones all over the country, That has to be a public sector-led approach. It's going to require the coordination and the capacity building, the capacities of the state to do so. And how you then confront people about those possibilities, it's a difficult question to answer for me. It depends on the perspective. So when people object and say, we don't have money to, for example, rebuild ESCOM, let's say. I say, no, in fact, we have an incredible amount of financial resources. The government just chooses not to use them. And they choose to use them towards their capitalist friends in the country and overseas. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that leave the country every year from transnational corporations. The pension fund has trillions in reserves that are completely untouched. And also, it's great being a corporation in South Africa. The corporate tax since 1994 has been drastically decreased. So there are financial resources to reform the state. It's a question of political will, I think, really, more often than not. But yeah, I think comrades can continue. Yeah. Yeah.
Good job, Comrade Andile, and thanks to everyone for such an incredible range of comments and questions. It's been a lot, so I'm going to do my best, as Andile just tried, to respond to some of them, and of course, the conversation will continue later. So I think, first start is to piggyback off what Andile's response to Jean's question, but I'll respond specifically to the question of xenophobia and racism and why I use racism to capture what would ordinarily be understood as xenophobia. And I'll admit that I am playing fast and loose with a lot of the concepts here, and I'd be interested to continue this discussion. But I think the reason I use racism is because I'm trying to pinpoint what feels like a new phenomenon in xenophobic sentiment and attitudes, particularly in South Africa. And perhaps the best way to illustrate this is through example. If you take Andile and myself, right? Andile is much better looking than I am. But a crass racialization would say that Andile and I are both black men. But something that I'm beginning to encounter, and this is a fact of my biographical origins, is that my parents are Tanzanian. I'm of Tanzanian heritage. And even though maybe 20 years ago you'd look at Andile and I and say, these are both two black South African men, something is starting to happen, and it's the experience of other quote-unquote foreign nationals, where even in sharing skin color with black South Africans, distinctions are being drawn based on other physical characteristics. I'll encounter people and they'd say, where you from? And I'd be like, I'm South African. And they'd be like, oh, you don't look South African. I'm like, well then, how do I look? They say, you look African. And I'm like, sure, I look African, but I'm black, just like you. And I think this is a new phenomenon that's emerging, where new physical characteristics or somatic markers are being used to distinguish people within what would have ordinarily been groups racialized as black. And I think, to me, that's an experience of racism, and it's comparable to perhaps the way Irish people would have been treated 100 years ago, or Italian people, or Jewish people, or whatever group which was formerly racialized. I think we're seeing a reverse phenomenon where groups previously racialized as black in a sort of crude, homogenous way, there are racializations happening within that. And I don't think we yet have the vocabulary to capture that. And perhaps as a placeholder, I'm using racism. And I think there's another good example that's given in a book called Racecraft written by Karen and Barbara Fields, where they talk about an instance of police brutality which happened in the United States in America, where a Ghanaian man, Amadou Diallo, was shot and killed by police. And in initial reports, the reports would say a black man was shot down by white police officers. And then it was clarified that he was Ghanaian, and then an African man was shot down by police officers. If you look at Amadou Diallo, and if you look at a black American, they look exactly the same, one would say, in an ordinary crass racialization. But in certain instances, nationality linked to geographical location and ancestry and physical characteristics starts to lead to treatments of different groups in ways that I think aren't just xenophobia in the way we ordinarily understand it, is what I'd say. I don't know what it is exactly, and I'd be interested to continue having that conversation. Then I want to combine answers to a question that Oli raised and the principal of South Peninsula High School with regards to unequal distribution of resources within the public education sector, the underperformance of some children in the public education sector, linked to the question of multilingualism. I think absolutely a non-racialist politics would emphasize and actively pursue and encourage multilingualism. And I think the place where that starts is in our public education system. And I think a worthwhile campaign to pursue there is to decommodify and democratize the public education system, which is to say, private schools should not exist. Private schools should not exist in a country such as ours, and they not only entrench racial and class inequalities, but they also undermine the project of overcoming those inequalities and building the possibility of a non-racial future. If we think about what education is for, I think we need to shift away from an idea of education, and this is something that I know that is echoed in the writings of Alexander and others, as simply being a tool to prepare one for the labor market, but should view it as the site in which people are prepared for a common citizenship. And you cannot build that common citizenship if there are differences in the authority of certain languages over others, if people aren't exposed to the languages that populate their country and their environment, if they aren't exposed to people who are distinct from the identities that they've inherited at birth. So I think part of a practical, non-racialist politics that is simultaneously an anti-capitalist politics is to campaign for the democratization and the decommodification of our schools, and to think of schooling as a place where you're not only prepared to be the most successful person that you can be in your pursuit of upward social mobility, but you're prepared for civic and political and social life in a country of distinct languages, and learning those languages, being taught those languages from an early age. And I don't think that will happen in a country that has a segmented education system such as ours. I hope that answers some of the question, but we can continue the discussion later. And then to link it to Mondli's question earlier about institutional racism and how to fight it, I think, of course, initiatives and programs that exist now to address it in the here and now are worth retaining. But I think the best way to fight it, and to use your example of how in a lot of these institutions, the majority of people who are in positions such as cleaning or administrative and clerical work are black and are black women. What I'd say to that is, there is nothing inherently wrong with being a cleaner or a clerk, provided that the work performed is well compensated, that the conditions under which the work is performed are democratic, and you can exercise control over it, and that work is not turned to out of economic compulsion. And in fact, the only reason we think of some work as being perhaps undignified or demeaning, and we think of it as an injustice that certain groups of people inhabit those positions rather than others, is because that work is racially codified in the first place. And it's racially codified in the first place in order to facilitate the continued exploitation of people in those positions, the continued underpay of people in those positions, the continued subordination of people in those positions. So the way to fight that kind of racism is to build people's economic power, is to support campaigns for that work to be well compensated. And in the here and now, practically what that looks like is supporting the public sector wages strike, so that people who are in our public service in those positions, for example, in those institutions, are well compensated, do have economic power, do have a say over the conditions of their work. And I think that's then how we fight the stranglehold of a racial imaginary in which certain groups of people befit certain degrees of work and other groups of people befit other degrees of work. To transcend that, we shouldn't have an idea of which work is appropriate to which group and which work is appropriate to others. All work would be dignified, and all work would be work that is well compensated, and only work that people pursue if they want to, because they live in a society of decent social provision. They have access to free healthcare, to free education, and they earn a basic income. And so that the work they want to perform is to contribute to the social reproduction of our society, and that's where value is derived from. And then to answer the question that Sophia asked about, the holdover of the Favourian classification and what we can do about research, I think some of the answer to that has been answered throughout this weekend about how we need to sort of rebuild our movements as sites of critical knowledge production and shift it away from the university. And that critical knowledge production, as much as the best efforts of a progressive and radical intelligentsia, is always going to come under the weight of university bureaucracy and the neoliberal university system that is governed by the prevailing ideologies. And I think, to echo someone who'd asked the question earlier today about just expressing sheer disbelief at how vibrant these movements were during the anti-apartheid period, I think just thinking about the dearth of radical knowledge production that we see now, the fact that the alternative public sphere which existed once before, with the flurry of publications, with hyperactivity of people, writing and publishing and circulating documents and pamphlets, I think we need to think about how to resuscitate that, how to give a voice to communities who, as people have acknowledged, are already showing us the praxis of the new world. But then how do we build that into a cultural hegemony? I think that's by becoming self-sufficient and not looking towards the established institutions as the places that will give us the answers. But, as Asher was saying earlier, trusting our own knowledge, trusting our own knowledge production, and giving it a home, a site, a vehicle, as many people have been doing already, and speaking about the community archives that have been built. I think all of that work needs to be encouraged, and it needs to be consolidated amongst us all, so we know what's out there and what we can platform and what we can amplify. And then I think that's it as far as direct things I can answer to. But if I've forgotten anything, come find me and we can keep the conversation going.
Thank you, Comrades Mandla. I want to just start by thanking this audience for your disciplined attention. There is nothing like a left audience for discipline and staying over time and listening carefully. So thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure. And also to be on a panel with young socialists whose ideas I really admire. Thank you. Before I forget, please come to UWC on Monday to listen to Ruth Wilson Gilmore speak about Change Everything, Racial Capitalism, Abolition, and the Necessity for Militant Scholarship. Please join. I think many comrades in this room would appreciate what Ruth has to say. For me, I would want to know what values are at stake in the public service strike. What kind of public service are the strikers wanting to produce? And this is part of what I was getting at earlier around what are the ideas that are circulating and what is the responsibility of intellectuals in those movements to deepen the idea of what a public service means, right? Because it's no use having jobs that are more protected if there isn't the kind of spirit of solidarity in those jobs that can understand how desperately we need to build a public service that serves the majority of people in this country. I consider myself a public servant, and I have learned this because of my involvement in movement and organization, particularly socialist organization. I think about Neville's comment at some point towards the end of his life when he asked the question, in a system of barbarism such as the one that we live through, how do we live with dignity in such a system? And I think it's a very powerful question and goes to a lot of what people have been asking. And for me, there is a discipline around the work of sustained daily critique, of sustained daily resolve, and of sustained daily solidarity. So how I try to think about that, about how to live with dignity in this system of barbarism which breaks your heart and your spirit every day, this society. How I try to think of my project as a teacher, Mr. Baker. One of the things I love about these conferences every year is that the number of people who value education that sit in this room is high, and I really appreciate that, the work that teachers do. So how I try to think of what I do in my teaching and my research work is that is foundational to any socialist project. How do I redistribute value? Every day. How do I think about my work? And this is in big political projects, in movements, but also in my daily comportment as a person living in this sick society. How do I redistribute value every day? And sometimes that involves stealing from places that are value, that are attributed value, and redistributing that explicitly as a practice of educational work. But the work of thinking this question, how do I in my daily practice and in my organizational work redistribute value from that which has been valued to that which has been devalued in this society? And I think that as an animating principle I find very helpful in my teaching work and in my organizing work. And to go to your point, William, about non-racialism, for me, this is like the foundation of any possibility of non-racialism, is if you can first do this work of redistribution. So my question to you would be, if we want to reclaim non-racialism, how do we do that with an explicit redistributive agenda at the heart of it? You don't want to be white? Hand over your money and your resources, right? So how to be dangerous like that in the reclamation of non-racialism. So in the building of daily solidarity, I feel like we all have to ask ourselves this question: what are we building? How are we just redistributing value? What left progressive organizations are we building? How are we protecting the organizations that exist? Comrade Sia, I agree with you, there are many really interesting organizations afoot. We also live in a world in which many really interesting organizational forms crash for all kinds of reasons. So the work of sustaining and deepening the analysis, the work of those organizations is absolutely critical, including how do we keep the police off of organizations and how do we keep the assassins off of organizations. This is the work that I feel is becoming more important as we continue and is part of the work of the anti-repression campaigns that we've been building. So it's not only what organizations are you working on and with, but how are you teaching and assisting others to form and support organizations, right? It's this each one teach one principle. That's also deeply part of this tradition. And it seems to me that if one holds oneself there as a matter of one's comportment, then you learn all kinds of things in the doing of that work about things like how do you articulate the question of what is the working class? Because in existing organizations, as they are articulating themselves now, the forms, the new forms, right, that you're calling for, the new concepts that we need are emerging, right? They are emerging. And so to pay, as intellectuals, to pay particular attention to that, the emerging forms and the emerging concepts, and how they do or do not link to things that we know from the past, but whose concepts might need to be revisited or reworked for the contemporary moment. The working class is one that I think is particularly due for revisiting. But also, the place of land, what's happening to the land question. The land question is being resolved currently through land occupations. Like, that is the site of the land question right now, how it's being resolved. So how are we, all of us, thinking about how we are supporting land occupations? Because that's where the land question is right now. How do we bring our skills to be of service of the land occupations that are right now afoot, right? And I loved what Uncle Marcus said yesterday about socialist education, or a socialist orientation towards education, is that you go and you learn and you read and you write and then you go and serve your people, right? And so this how we build that kind of comportment in each of us, how we remind each other about it every day, how we take seriously the work of teaching others about that comportment, is for me absolutely critical to the current moment. And that includes Comrade Lee, sister, in the hinterlands of our minds, and how capitalism reaches into the hinterlands of our minds. This is something that I fully agree with you. Often a kind of Marxian left project doesn't take seriously the ways in which the co-option of the self and the destruction of the self, the barbarism of our society is wounding and traumatizing at that level, and that we have to renew and heal, and work even on our subjectivities, which are also the threshold of new forms of capitalist primitive accumulation ongoingly. So for me, the work is about, in the deliberate, daily, sustained critique, resolve, and solidarity, how do we find in that comportment joy, energy, beauty, and allow for those solidarities to recreate ourselves in the image of the kind of society that we want. And this is also subjective work, right? It's deeply psycho-emotional work, right? Is that this work shouldn't drain us. It should provide resources for carrying on, for keeping going. And so what we need is, with joy, in beauty, in solidarity with each other, to keep organizing, to fight to win, and to take care of each other so that we can be dangerous together. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. The last two sessions, we're going to combine them. Let me see if I got the line right. We're going to combine them. We're going to come back here in 15 minutes. It will take us a few minutes to bring people in. So by 6:15, we should be back. We will end at 7. We have a lovely meal waiting for you at 7. Please, you must join us for dinner. So we'll have 45 minutes to allow us to have a discussion about reflecting on the past 2 days, and perhaps consider the question posed by BRICS about the road forward. I think BRICS, your question is very important. We're going to be considering it after the break, so we'll have the session then. And we owe it to this incredible panel, including Terry, who is listening to us actually, We've been communicating. Let's give them another round of applause. And please don't overwhelm them. They need a few minutes of a breather, but please approach them for further discussions. Thank you very much. Please, we'll see you at 6:15, not later. Thank you.
How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. Don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of 4 races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, coloured family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, colour, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman, and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered, when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were 1 or 2 from Ireland, but most of them were German speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German, being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were colored, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cranach, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented, and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand. Humboldt Fellowship to study German language and literature in Germany. I was awarded the PhD in February 1961. The fact that I studied German and rather than history or anything else for that matter was decisive in determining the rest of my life. Amongst other things, I studied all the great literary masters such as Goethe and Brecht, and anybody who's read any of those authors can never underestimate the complexity and the nuanceness of life. My commitment as a youngster to that religious environment was so that commitment into the attempt to Stalinist and Trotskyist elements. And essentially the non-European unity movement is an outflow, if you wish, of the Trotskyist breakaway. It was formed in 1943-44. It was a federal body and included a variety of associations, civics, teachers' bodies, peasant bodies, student bodies, etc. If one wants to look at basic principles, they stood for two things. One was a non-racial nation that had to be built. There was no nation. We're talking now about the early 40s, late 30s of the 20th century. In other words, the whole issue of black nationalism and racial identities had to be countered, and that national liberation was really an aspect, not a phase or a stage, but an aspect of socialist revolution. Certainly, the coming into power of Gorbachev in 1985, the cessation of support from the Soviet Union for armed revolution meant that no permanent revolution was going to take place in South Africa, or for that matter anywhere else in the world. And to that extent, I think that the unity movement was on a losing wicket, and the ANC, the African nationalists, were on a winning path. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the unity movement, and by the way also the Congress movement, made in those years, I'm talking of the 40s and the 50s, was the fact that they did not encourage their following, especially the Afrikaans and English-speaking following, to learn African languages. Had they done so, and had it become a cultural movement, similar to, say, the Afrikaans movement, had it become a cultural movement, we would not have the kind of alienation that you have today as between language groups that we know. The unity movement hadn't thought through the cultural revolution. For them it was just political education, and at some point people would be so hurtful, as it were, they'd be so fed up, that eventually they would go on a general strike and the whole house of cards would just fall apart. If you read the text of that period, you'll find that the unity movement basically, because it consisted mainly of teachers, the leadership, basically was afraid of losing their salaries. We didn't know this. I came into the unity movement in 1953. By that time, there was this pattern that you don't disport yourself in the streets. You don't demonstrate and protest and march and whatnot. That's not part of politics. Politics is teaching people the right thing. Education, political education, that's politics. And our youthful rebellion, our youthful refusal to be restricted by this sort of ethos was often seen as being undermining of the leadership. By 1960, the apartheid government had closed down all avenues of peaceful protest. The entire liberation movement was compelled to move towards armed resistance. I was finally expelled from the unity movement in January 1962 for alleged insubordination. By then, a group of us had formed the Uchichen Club. The Uchichen Club consisted of a group of activists who understood the need to turn to arms and who wanted to acquaint themselves properly with the theory and practice of armed struggle. We took the name from a book by Mao Zedong, which meant guerrilla warfare. In 1964, 11 of us were charged with plotting to overthrow the state, and we received sentences of between 5 and 10 years. We were sent to Robben Island in April 1964. The student and trade union movement in Germany mobilized their members across the entire country and raised all the funds for our trial. This was in fact the beginning of the anti-apartheid movement in Germany. One of the most important things about Robben Island was that, I would say, under the leadership of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu in particular, we decided to turn Robben Island from a place of punishment into a place of learning. And right from the beginning, Nelson used to say to every time the commanding officer came around for what they called complaints and requests, you would say, we would like to turn this place into a university. I mean, Nelson knew that it was a provocative thing, but he was also trying to impress on all of us that this is the approach that we need to take here. And we set about establishing really an educational system. And it's a question of each one teach one. The most important things about this, quite apart from the actual practice, is the fact that the authorities allowed it. I think that identity itself is such an atmospheric essential. People have to identify. They need a comfort zone. They need to have that feeling of belonging to some extended family or other.
There is a fire on the mountain. There is a fire on the mountain.
Today, because of genomic science, we know that actually there's no basis to the idea of race at all as a biological entity. Race as a social category continues to be significant. I think where our critique begins is when we see how intellectuals and political leadership who do know better, and if they don't ought to know better, how they perpetuate these identities, how they imperil our society. One only needs to refer to the genocidal occurrences in Rwanda, where also racial identities were very deliberately created and perpetuated by the Belgians to realize that under certain circumstances, this society can implode in exactly the same way as Rwanda. Races are created. It's very convenient. Opportunists can use it, and they do, as we see today in South Africa, to the point where the ANC leadership is talking out of both sides of his mouth all the time. Today especially, you hear politicians who call themselves Africans, as opposed to others whom they call colored, Indian and white, minorities. When politicians use that term, almost, I would say invariably, it has a negative connotation. You need a leadership that has the charisma, that has the power, that has the vision and the foresight, that will say to people, we are not going to continue seeing ourselves as we were seen by people under apartheid and as we wanted to be seen under apartheid. Those days are past. We in a new South Africa, we're going to have new ways of talking about one another and of dealing with one another and so on and so forth. When it comes to linguistically based or religion-based identities, I think one can be more tolerant. And it's a question of creating conditions such that people can say with pride, I'm a Xhosa speaking South African, or I'm an Afrikaans speaking South African, or whatever. Whereas it must be unacceptable when I say I'm a colored South African, or I'm an Indian South African. One of the most obvious ways of doing this is to encourage people to learn one another's languages. There's nothing more symbolically important than to say to the other person, I want to learn your language so that I can understand you better and so that we can communicate better as human beings and not remain somehow different, apart from one another. It may well be that South Africa will turn out to be the country in which we can demonstrate that it's possible to live in a non-racial world, in a raceless society, so to speak, where issues of race are not just irrelevant, but they simply don't exist. There's no reason why it can't happen, but you must disentangle it from all the economic privilege and the political power plays that go with that. That's the tricky part, but it can be done. In 1992, the University of Cape Town invited me to set up PRISA, that is a project for the study of alternative education in South Africa. We set out to collate the experience of the anti-apartheid movement in the educational sphere, to reconnect with the rest of Africa, and to put the emphasis on the relationship between language and society, especially in education. I've always pondered and gradually come to understand Darwin's dictum, I think it's in The Descent of Man, where he says something to the effect that there's no man without language, no language without man. There's a sort of dialectical moment in evolution. The all-pervasive, all-powerful, if you wish, importance of language also brings you back to the importance of mother tongue and how that affects identity. I believe absolutely firmly in that dictum. The lack of mother tongue-based education on the African continent is the main reason why we continue to be mired in poverty and backwardness. And there's no question about that. The self-esteem that comes from being able to to play with your language, to use your language in powerful ways, in powerful domains, that confidence, that creativity, that spontaneity is simply lacking. The moment you are in a conversation which is conducted in English, for example, in South Africa specifically, even in other African countries, and even amongst middle-class people, with some exceptions obviously, you find that people who come from an African language background are reticent, they're quiet. They appear to be less participatory than everybody else the other people who are comfortable in English. And that's just an external phenomenon. But obviously, when you go deeper into the unconscious, as it were, you realize that people are compelled to try to be creative in a language that they're not in full command of. And that's the worst thing that can happen to anybody. So I think if you generalize that kind of experience across the African continent, most African people are held back by the fact that they are not able to operate in powerful ways in their own languages. The deep social transformation that we're talking about simply isn't taking place. They keep on tinkering and tampering and messing around instead of, thinking deeply and being revolutionary about it. I mean, to take my favorite example of mother tongue education, mother tongue-based education. Why insist in an African country on English-based education? It's ridiculous. At the same time as you are basing the system on the mother tongues of the children, you can teach these children to become competent English language users. They'll never become English, and they shouldn't. But they can become, in their millions, they can become very, very proficient in English. It's through mobilizing people to accept a certain way of life, a certain set of values, that history moves. The youth will find their way back to a socialist world because of the ecological imperative, because of the dead-endism of drugs and all that that implies. The global justice movement is already a sign, a signal of the kinds of battles and even wars that lie ahead. It's the first time in the history of the world that young people across the entire globe have come up against the capitalist system. For me, the last thing I want to do is to write a text or rewrite a text that presents the world as static, to rewrite it and to demonstrate that actually you can say exactly the same things but show that same world as capable of being changed. How do you get people to realize, actually, I don't need to stay in this condition. I don't need to be like this. Things don't have to stay like this. We can change these things. To be able to write texts, to make analyses in that mode, I think, is one of the secrets that intellectuals have to learn today. The key is to present the world as changeable, as capable of being changed. And that has become for me almost a leitmotif. It's become a challenge. How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? How do you write? How do you speak? How do you behave in such a way that people can see that you can change the world? I'm not a communist because I'm not a member of the Communist Party, but I'm very definitely a socialist. Don't believe in politicians. They only think as far as the next election. It's all about keeping power, being opportunistic, instead of being visionary, being revolutionary. And as the proverb says, where there is no vision, the people perish. If you're born in South Africa, you cannot but be conscious of race, of the fact that people identify themselves in racial terms. How they identify is, to a very large extent, determined by historical events. The white liberal paradigm of four races became the dominant discourse in South Africa already at the beginning of the 20th century. As a lower middle class, coloured family, I think we were all conscious of social hierarchy, colour, caste, etc. But somehow, both my parents had a very strange, in those days, approach to this whole question. First of all, my mother was pitch black. She had a real Ethiopian appearance. Secondly, my father descended from a Scotsman and Khoi coloured mother, was fairly light in complexion, had a very definite attitude about equality with whites. As far as he was concerned, he was as good as any white man. It's only much later, of course, that I discovered when my mother started telling us this, that her mother, our grandmother, had been an Ethiopian slave. In subsequent years, it became clear to me that the fact of enslavement, in the social sense of that term, is one of the most important, if not the most important, colonial legacy. When I look at the situation from the point of view of the language question, just to take a particular angle, it's very clear to me that the manner in which most African people throughout the continent undervalue their own languages can only be explained in terms of this legacy of slavery. The fact that people were literally depersonified, that they wanted to be somebody else, always. And it's expressed also in the way in which they insist that the most proper English, the most proper French, is what makes one into that other, into that something else. The slave heritage is by no means a reason to condemn people to perpetual inferiority. And for my father to have broken through that nonsense was in itself an act of rebellion of the first order. After my father came back from the war, Second World War, we moved to Cradock. I think the second major influence in my life was school. The Holy Rosary Convent in Cradock, which is a school for coloured children. You can educate children under the most minimal, if you wish, of conditions, if you have good teachers. Most of the nuns were German. There were one or two from Ireland, but most of them were German speaking. So we grew up throughout primary school as well as secondary school, listening to German, hearing German being spoken, and of course learning German, which eventually became an exceptionally decisive fact of my life. The sort of sum of all of this was that I really imbibed what I would consider to be a non-racial ethos. To me, there was literally no distinction between whether you were colored, white, or black. Because of the nuns, the issue of white didn't play a role at all. On the other hand, whether you were Afrikaner or not was important. In our experience in Cradock, Afrikaners were brutal, were oppressive, repressive, and rude, simply rude. But at the same time, you could relate to so-called white people simply because of that bridge that the nuns represented and really, were for us something almost like a lifesaver, if I could put it that way. The priest, more particularly, but even the nuns, introduced us to Roman Catholic theology, to philosophical speculation about God. And I think that was quite important in my life, played a big role in making me try to understand things in some sort of bigger way, and not just to stare at the concreteness of reality, of materiality. I went to the University of Cape Town in 1953 and majored in German and history. In 1958,
What is the time? Do you have the time? Can you put it here? Yeah. Okay. The time is 25 past. It's 25 past 6. We have to bring this to a close at 10 to 7. So we don't have enough time. So what we have, what we are coming to now is we are coming to the end of our conference, and we would like to reflect a little bit about this morning and afternoon, and also the whole conference as a whole, as well as look forward to where to from now. I think this question was raised earlier. What do we do from now? So I will hand over to Yunus to do a bit of a reflection of this conference for us before we can go discuss the way forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, colleagues. I would have liked to end this conference on the high note that Kelly ended us with. I think it was just magnificent. I think we ought to give everybody who participated, all the panels, a hand before we start on any reflection. It's my task, and I think and it's a real privilege, thanks, Chair and everybody, to try to draw together some big strands that have emerged in the conference. There is no way that I can do justice, or I think that I can do justice to the richness of the discussions of the past two days. So I'm going to focus on panel 3 that happened earlier during the day and try to link that, I think, to what has emerged over the past two days. The panel was titled Understanding Neville's Place in the Movement and Intellectual in Context. The provocation, and this is going to start off, the provocation was that we need to start thinking, and Asher helped us to think about this, are we fetishizing the individual in our historical imaginations, and what are the implications of those fetishizations in terms of silencing, for example? That brings up immediately the issue of the individual and the collective. That big concept, I think, has animated Marxist thinking and progressive thinking across ages. It's not new, but it is something that we ought to be grappling with. And I think that that's going to be the framing of this short summing up. The idea is that we are going to speak quite frankly about the fact that the name of this conference elicits responses in various ways on the basis of that. Are we to name this the Neville Alexander Commemoration? Are we to name this the Yu Chi Chan Commemoration? Why not the National Liberation Front Commemoration? In other words, the contestation sits around the naming of things, and that's not new either. But to be able to make sense of that, one also has to come to terms with the fact that the specific context in which these events occurred and in which these moments begin to crystallize for us, and how we look at them historically from the present backwards, is an important factor to consider. One of the things to consider here, and something that emerged very strongly as part of that debate on panel 3, was the idea that the culture of disguise was posited as a way of us beginning to understand how intellectuals and how activists, and I'm going to make the distinction between the two for now because that's another point that we need to bring up, but how intellectuals and activists, inside and outside the academy, grappled with the fact that the kind of smashing of people, literally, not just intellectually, the physical disintegration of bodies under a Stalinist order was real. It was absolutely real. People died, people were purged, their lives were taken, properties destroyed. And it is really important for us not to gloss over that fact. It is not easy, even for a person from my generation, and I'm just going to say this by way of a single little insert personally. There were people who lived in Thornton Road, in Athlone, and I'm going to say that for people who don't know, it was one of the roads, just one of the roads among 20 million in South Africa, in which visible resistance to apartheid and to apartheid capitalism occurred. It's not unique, right? But the image of the Trojan horse on the back of a railway truck and security forces jumping out at the back of that truck and mowing down children is visceral for all of us. Yet there were people two roads away who came from work that evening on tramways, buses, who had no idea that that had happened. They simply refused to acknowledge that it was happening. Now, I'm using that as an example to say that one cannot simply say that this was an ever-present phenomenon. People simply did not want to engage. Many did not engage. So I'm saying the context of the time and our listening to people saying, are you sure that happened? Are you sure this isn't a manufactured history in my street? Because this was a very peaceful street when I came home at night. Is very real and something we need to grapple with. It's really something that we ought to grapple with quite intensely, because slipping through the cracks are these minutiae. As we attempt to build the big picture, the minutiae is slipping away. And we are beginning to lose nuance in a way that right at the end of this conference, persons from the floor were saying in response to Kelly, when Kelly spoke at the end, and that's why I thought it was so useful, that as we strive for the political and as we strive for an ideological set of clarifications for ourselves, we are often unmindful in the present, especially when we talk about forms of violence that are so pervasive, that the affective dimensions of the very things that we are supposed to be fighting for are not attended to. When Trotsky was on the verge of being butchered, one of the most beautiful pieces of writing was he stands at the window and writes to his wife and describes the garden. And he says to us, that's what we're fighting for. We're not fighting to fight. We're not struggling to struggle. We're struggling to achieve. As Kelly indicated, we fight to win. And so it is very important, I think, that this debate between the individual and the collective is transfigured in a way that doesn't become disparaging of people who, and I think it's really important, what Elizabeth van der Heijden said this morning. Neville fought hard for his ideas, fought really hard for his ideas. And I'm going to add some words to that was unsaid, often perhaps silencing others next to him. I'm not sure if that was intended, but we ought to be quite clear about the fact that simply because Neville fought hard for what he believed in, the question arises from that, does that need to be a silencing and an invisibilization of the name? Or ought there to be other names alongside Neville, rather than to talk about the collective? At the end of the day, and this is something that teases me, and I want to say, arising from the conference, at the very moment that we emerge from a history that has anonymized all of us, blacks, infidels, terrorists, fundamentalists, whatever we were, communists, that was the big one, the Roy Gevaar. At the very moment that we emerge into the world, we begin an introspection that re-silences ourselves and re-invisibilizes ourselves. It's a really important thing to begin thinking about. We can talk about an individual within a collective space, but it does not mean, and this is not about great man theory, I think we've disposed with that. And so we ought to be careful when we do it, but I don't think we ought to be discarding. And so the provocation, Asher, was really useful because it's begun to open up for us, I think, a very fruitful engagement in terms of perhaps an unmindful, simply doing of things. And I don't think sitting here at the moment, neither you nor anybody else, is suggesting that the persons who have conducted the Neville Alexander Memorials over the past decade have been unmindful of these inputs and these kind of intellectual strands. Having said that, I think that the issue of the dynamics of for example, the Cape Peninsula Students' Union was fantastic today. That discussion, and some of it was in jest, on the panel, the far leftists, from my perspective. They're your far right, by the way, from where you are sitting. Perspective matters. But that discussion about who brought whom in, linked to what Marcus was telling us over the past few days, who inducted persons formally into these movements and into these unions, I think was very useful. Something that touched me and got me thinking rather seriously was when Elizabeth van der Heijden said it was quite easy to organize the CPSU. I didn't have that formulation in my own head, that it was easy at UCT because it was an anti-New SAS, an anti-kind of white liberal formation at the time, and it was easy, and she said something very important. It was easy to induct people and to recruit people and work both on the basis of race and gender. That in fact, it was probably easier with the formation of the CPSU. And I think there's a really important piece of research that needs to be conducted. What then runs wrong or counter to that when we speak about the invisibilization and the anger of women, for example, in the non-European unity movement as a broader movement? There's a story of difference, perhaps, within the formation of the CPSU. In other words, the panel today has brought together for us, I think, very usefully, a very big set of pictures about what it is to conduct what it is that one ought to be when one claims to conduct oneself as a progressive. Neville has provided for us one of those examples. And I say unashamedly here that it was talking about Neville that has allowed me to be able to sit here and say that I can walk away and say Neville was at his core as an adult a revolutionary socialist. And that guided his direction in life. That ought to be explored for all of us if we ought or we think we want to be decent people working for justice in the world. I think it's an extraordinary takeaway, actually, that one can begin, and the points of engagement, the point of first insertion, I think has become really, really pointed in the audience. From where shall we begin? It's a really important one, and we began this conference by saying we begin at Neville's standing point of revolutionary socialism. Where we go to is where this forum now attempts to take the discussion forward. I've in no way fulfilled my obligation to do a summary of the conference, but the sheer breadth and the intellects on display, and let's make no excuse for the fact that intellectual work is an integral part of everything that we ought to be doing if we want to become persons who do the work of praxis. Right? We ought to be taking this elsewhere. But that is not to say that this work is secondary or it is among a tier of work. So in that sense, I want to say that, Comrade Salim has indicated that there are two-person chair, two contributions from the floor. One is from Uncle Frankie van der Horst and one is by, I think it's Enver. So can we pass a microphone on to Frank, or is there a microphone? Oh, can we take them? Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you very much. Towards the end of the meeting, last session, I got this slight feeling that we're losing a little bit of steam. We did a fantastic conference, we did a good analysis, we made good contributions, and we brought together a large number of very intelligent cadres and analysts and people who want to do something. We're reaching the stage now where we look back. We're now looking forward. The question is, how do we continue what we've done? How do we continue the work that has been created for the last 2 days? A lot of questions were asked at the end. What's going to be done? Who's the working class? How are we going to organize? How are we going to continue with the work? How are we going to continue with the analysis? And I think you summarized it beautifully now. I want to raise a question, not a suggestion, a question rather. I listened to the last speakers and I thought they were unfairly asked to make an analysis or answer questions on the spur of the moment on things they never thought through before. Maybe we should suggest that we elect an ad hoc committee of all the speakers and other interested parties to pool the ideas that were raised, the suggestions that were made, and to offer analysis as to what the way forward, and to circulate it to everybody as a way of engaging everybody in discussion and plan the way forward in an organized manner, in a discussion, interactive manner, and decide on how we can continue the work looking forward. That is purely my suggestion at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me stand up. I really thought we ought to answer Brix's question, Comrade Brix, which he asked the last time. And I want to say to Comrade Brix and everybody that what I heard over the last 2 days, and I must say that this last panel, this brilliant last panel, what I heard from the collective voices of everybody who participated in this are two very important things. The first is that we absolutely must continue to clarify and deepen our concepts, the questions we ask, and how we understand the problem we face in society. We must absolutely do that. But that is not an end in itself. It may be an end for academic purposes. I think in most academic environments, that constitutes the end of the exercise. But if we are to learn anything from Neville, the relationship between the process of theorization, that is a clarification of concepts, of understanding them more deeply, understanding them historically, the purpose of doing that has to be political, strategic, and organizational. Otherwise, the clarification process really is paralysis. It doesn't take you any further. And yet I want to emphasize that the process of clarification is itself an extremely important process. And I don't want to minimize its value. So what do we mean when we say that the purpose of clarifying our ideas is political, strategic, and organizational? I mean by that, firstly, that we have to be quite clear about what kind of politics we want to pursue. It's absolutely the question of what kind of society we want to build. That, for me, is, as Neville would say, is the Gretchen question. What kind of society are we talking about? And I think it's now increasingly necessary to be quite explicit about socialism and our vision of a socialist society. And by the way, that requires us to begin clarifying the elements of such a society and what it means, because history has distorted conceptions of socialism. And we have to begin to do that properly. Secondly, we have to do this clarification strategically. In other words, we have to think, well, where exactly are these ideas best applied? In what? Because the range of possible areas of application in countries which are dystopic like this, in fact, in a global environment which is dystopic, which is crazy, which is barbaric, and which is increasingly turning towards all kinds of neo-fascist and fascist purported solutions, there are many, many, many things that have, nearly everything has to be redone, everything. But we have to think strategically, because it's impossible to do everything simultaneously. And I think that that leads to the organizational question, which means that where exactly are the best possibilities for advancing socialist ideas, and under what conditions? Well, I don't think we have to invent the areas of the application of socialist ideas. I think they exist already. Well, it's quite clear to me that even for an old-style Marxist like myself, areas of production where factory workers, mine workers, transport workers and other workers work continues to be an extraordinarily important area of organizational work and development. I don't know where Comrade is there. I forget names. I'm sorry about this lapse in my memory. But I think it continues to be absolutely central. If anyone says to me, you don't need to think about the strengthening of the organization of the working class in production systems, I think they're living in a different world from the world I'm living in. Because that continues to be, in some ways, it is one of the Achilles' heels of capitalist production, of global capitalist production. But we have to struggle to integrate struggles in the realm of production with struggles in communities in the realm of reproduction. Sorry, so I just want to complete this point, Oli, if you don't mind. And I think things are happening there. It's not as though we have to invent them. They are happening there everywhere in the communities of the working class. And we can struggle with defining working class. I have no difficulty in defining that concept because we know exactly who we're talking about in practice. It's those communities of our society who are the most oppressed, most exploited, most ignored, most violated, etc., etc. And it's what is happening already, and there are old struggles, but there are also emerging new struggles, which are a convergence of struggles in the environmental area, around food, around water, energy, health, education, and perhaps a whole lot of other things. But strategically, we have to think about where exactly, for myself, I have to think where would my energies be best applied. And it might be very different from the way Leanne might think about where she might be best engaged. So those are the 2 points I really wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enver and Yunus and Uncle Frankie. In the interest of time, we no longer have time now to discuss the way forward, but I would like to take the suggestion from Uncle Frankie that we people can write to the organizing committee, and that perhaps we could set up a space for discussing this way forward, because it is not easy to discuss it now, and I think it's not also the right time of the day to go on, because there's a lot that would need to be discussed. So I think setting up a separate space for discussing the way forward would be one way we take ideas and people's thinking around this conference for this weekend, and that people must write to the organizing committee to put forward their suggestions for the way forward, and then from that we create a space for discussing these ideas. So I will now hand over to Leanne and you and to Azim. Is it Azim and Leanne to close the conference, because Salim and Azim and Leanne, because she's standing here holding a mic. That's why I'm calling her name.
That's the only reason. I'm not on the program.
Yeah, you're not on the program, but you're holding a mic. So, so that's why I'm handing over to you as well.
So Collie and I have been outmaneuvered, to be honest. And so I think what we would love to do is, I see Liddy has a hand up. Is it something around a way forward? Because we can't be outmaneuvered by the bullies, guys. Uncle Frankie, I love your suggestion, and Uncle Enver also. But I think that we did say we wanted to, without Comrade Chair, I think we were both outmaneuvered. So I would like to give Liddy, and maybe if there's one other person, just a short amount of time. Are we okay with that? There we go.
Thanks, Leanne, and I will be short. Apologies that I missed some of the previous sessions. I just want to put some of my sort of feelings, I suppose, of worry and frustration into the room. So I feel like we have reflected a lot on what's been happening, and I think all of us are engaged. We're all building, we're all organizing everywhere. On health, education, electricity, water, you name it, we're all organizing, we're political activists. But I think in a sense we have also retreated from the national political discourse, and we've retreated into these issue-based political spheres. At least that's what I've done over the last 15 years. And we've retreated out of that sort of more political domain because it's very hard to work in that space. And I feel like we do need to reflect, and I don't know if this is a way forward, and of course we've got like 5 minutes. We do need to reflect on the fact that somehow, as the left, we have failed and continue to fail to ripple these ideas out beyond this room. So if you take the tremendous intellectual capacity in this room and the tremendous commitment to all of humanity that we have in this room, but we do not have a visible presence on the national political stage. And why don't we? I feel we have to reflect on that. Not only do we need to reflect on why we don't, we need to accept that we have a responsibility to do that. Because how, in this moment of crisis, do some of the best political minds in the country come together and we don't actually have a way forward for what to do? So my challenge, I suppose, is when we're discussing the way forward through the committee or however we're going to do it, I feel as the left we need to come into our power within this country. We need to go into the messy terrain that is the political discourse of this country, which is messy, it's ugly, it's aggressive, it's not the kind of politics that we want to engage with. But you know what? It's the kind of politics that exists. And I mean, I'm saying this to myself as well, because I've also been very comfortably in the health sphere. I mean, it's, you know, I know that space, I'm comfortable, it's not difficult, but it's not enough. There's nothing that I can do in health that is going to be solved without solving the bigger political issues of the day. So that's really my brief comment. It's an appeal for us to reflect on what we have not done correctly and how we're going to change that going forward so that we can take the responsibility of stepping into our power as the left in this country. Thank you.
Comrade Co-Chair, one more.
Make it quick.
I'm going to be in trouble here. This is...
Okay, just 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay, just 1 minute. I'm Neville's product from 14 years old when he recruited me into the civic and taught me a few things, and he spoke to me in Afrikaans. Because I geweet ek is Afrikaans. So I just want to say the big gap that we have to address, otherwise we can talk and talk and talk, and we won't even have food sovereignty. And that is the women. Totally absent, invisibilized, and we have patriarchal ways of silencing women in the dialogues, in the conversations. So going forward, can we please center African feminist methodologies of knowing around the fire where we come from? We in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, June. All right, thank you so much, June. We're taking that idea and we are closing this commentary session now. We are going to have Salim and Azim to close the conference for us. Thank you so much. You can sit here. It's here.
Good evening, all. Myself and Salim were going to do the vote of thanks. But I think Salim, just in the interest of time, we said let me do the vote of thanks on our behalf. Not only when I say our behalf, I'm speaking about the collective at UCT and University of Johannesburg. I don't know where that word popped in my head. Old idea. Okay. The challenge of doing a vote of thanks is that you have to thank people. And so this might take longer than I expect. So I've written down who I need to thank. So let me start and just go through it. On behalf of the School of Education at the University of Cape Town and a CERT at the University of Johannesburg, I would like to thank this evening. First, I'd like to thank the University of Johannesburg for including us in this. This is an event that Salim has been building and in different places across the country. This event has emerged. This year, myself and Salim spoke and we said, let's do it together. Thank you, Salim, for having agreed to that, because I think we had a wonderful event. So let's go just for that thought and how a thought can grow into an event like this. I mean, the event would have taken place anyway. I want to thank also all the colleagues that have come from across the country. You go to the Neville Alexander commemoration event on an annual basis, and this year you all travelled from your various locations across the country to Cape Town to attend, and I thank you for that. I thank you for gracing us not only with your presence but also with your intellect, your collegiality, and the rigorous spirit of community that you brought to the conversation. I'd like to also thank colleagues and friends from across Cape Town. Many of you I haven't seen here on UCT before. I mean, I haven't been here long, but the building has kind of led to people coming into a space. And so I thank you for attending this event. Or joining via live stream and contributing in various ways at the various sessions. As Asher noted earlier today, events like these have invisible hands and minds. So let me start off with my vote of thanks to the various partners. Thank you firstly to those that create the posters and the banners, Natalie and Lindy from Media Chile. Thank you to Izzy's Printing Collective for the program and the brochures. Thank you to Paul Hendricks for developing the collage of photos that we used for those posters. And then also thank you to Paul for bringing the South Peninsula Band here yesterday and bringing that level of talent into our space. It was such a privilege to have the young people with us and for sharing their talents with us. People we must never forget. Thank you to the security people that while we sit here, they're looking after our cars and they overseeing the various spaces. Thank you to Bruce Bremer in access control that they did all the hard work just opening the building up, because in a world of surveillance, our entire building has access control. Every room has access control. So you need people to help when we start doing this. Basic things like the maintenance staff, we had to get them to ensure that we had diesel for when the generator needs to kick in. So thank you for people like that. We deeply appreciate the wonderful and tasteful foods that Prashad Cafe, our caterers, provided over the past 2 days. Food, as we know, is crucial to all meaningful conversation. To eat well is one thing, to eat tastefully is another. So thank you, Prashad, for exciting our palates and our taste buds. Thank you to Surplus Foods, Surplus Books. Surplus Food, means of production, these things are getting out of hand. Thank you to Surplus Books for setting up a bookshop for us to peruse the many books that we would not otherwise see, and for joining our sessions and giving input in those sessions. Thank you to Mishka and to Mishka Peters, I should say, and Asher Gamesi, and the Interim Collective and the library for setting up the Neville Alexander Archival Room for attendees to peruse over the past 2 days. Thank you, Asha and Mishka, for the work that you do. On to the internal people. Thank you to Teresa. I would like to have called them in, but we're in such a rush. Teresa, Virginia, and Jason, those that work alongside us in the building on a daily basis. They're a crucial part of our Neville Alexander Building family. They keep it operational, clean, organized, and ready for our everyday use. Thank you to Mishka. A big round of applause for them firstly. Because all three of them agreed to stay behind yesterday until 9 o'clock last night. And today they come on the off day. And so we deeply appreciate them coming in to do this work for us. Thank you to invisible people like the person that did our invoicing, Janine de Villiers, for doing all the purchase orders this week when we needed to get things done, where we needed to get taxis sorted out and accommodation sorted. People we should not forget. Then I'd like to come to the committee. I speak on behalf of the committee. I do this vote of thanks on behalf of the committee. We had a local planning committee led by Leanne Naidu, so I want to give a huge vote of huge applause for Leanne. Leanne kept us on our toes, and Leanne worries, and she does things, and she stays up at night, and she gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning. She sends me a message on my phone at 4 o'clock in the morning saying we need to do this and that. Thank you for Leanne for being that wonderful leader. Our group consisted of Tolisa Gazula, Yunus Umar, myself, Isha Dilraj, Lita Tielu, Keisha Orense, June Saldana, and Sandy Saleko. Together we rushed about like mad people for the past 3 weeks to get everything together. It involved long hours and necessary interventions. Sometimes we had 3 to 4 hour meetings, and this is in the past 3 weeks. And led to things like Isha phoning and meeting caterers at 7 o'clock at night. Lita fetching participants at the airport, even though we had the taxis arranged. Lita taking Auntie Betty home today. This is the kind of work that you have when you have a community of people helping you. Leanne, again, a fantastic leader, keeps us on our toes. Tolisa and Eunice, June, amazing colleagues that contributed not only in the organization, but in the inputs itself. Special mention to Isha and to Lita. Without them, we would have probably fallen flat. Lots of the things that needed to happen only happened because they put in the hard work. And finally, thanks to, at least at School of Education, thanks to my various colleagues. When I say colleagues, I always tell our students. I don't like calling them that because most of them are my age. I speak of them as colleagues. My colleagues and those that study here. Thank you to all of them for partaking in this event. And I'll speak to Salim in a minute about their contribution. For coming to the event and being part of the event. It's a part of a journey that we all partake together, developing a camaraderie and an academic ethos. And specifically, the one thing that drives us is not only the academic ethos, but the commitment to public education, to public good. I think that's one of the things that hold us in one place. We can debate what public means, but we know when we say it, what we mean. It's the majority, those that are left out. So one last thank you, part of the local committee, Salim will come, but I do want to mention Enver. Enver's always there. So I want to make a special mention to Enver in our committee meetings. That at every committee meeting or local committee meeting, Enver was there, giving us our inputs. So thank you, Enver, for giving your time for things like that. And then one last thing, if I may, Salim, thanks to the gods above for our new building. These things often come fortuitously, but when you have a space, you have an opportunity. And this building has given us an opportunity to bring people like yourselves together, to bring you here 7 p.m. on a Saturday evening. What in the world are you doing here? Other people are watching rugby, watching soccer. We are involved in political debate. It tells us a lot about what's possible. So thank you for the building and for having a space to have you here. Salim, thank you.
Of course, Azim can't thank himself, so really we need to thank Azim and the entire team. I'm not going to go through the names again. They've been incredible hosts, but also thank you for coming. It's been very difficult for some people who dropped what they're doing. People have come from very far around the country, but also some people were in pain physically, but they made it here. They wanted to be here. And, from Joburg, if it wasn't for people like Mpumi and Lawrence, who's not here with us, we wouldn't be here. We had great difficulty with the travel agents and the resources, etc. But they managed to pull off some minor miracles. So thank you all, but also the hundreds of people who watched us in this past 2 days. So thank you very much. Thanks, Azim.
I'm not sure. One thing I forgot, of course, to mention, and I'm looking straight at them, is our sound people. This event would not be anything without you coming to the front, seeing to all the mics, making sure our sound's working, doing the live streaming. My huge apologies for not having written you down. Like we said yesterday, when I mentioned Foucault, I said, we see, but we don't see what is really in front of us. So I see you, but I don't see you. My apologies. Huge thank you for what you have done for us over the past 2 days. I want to close the meeting, but I also don't. There's a reluctance. Because of the community that there's a feeling of community here that you want to hold the space. So I urge you, let's continue this debate. Let's continue the debate in our various spaces. Bring it here, bring it elsewhere, going out to communities, but we need to take this conversation further. But more than that, let's take it into supper. So please join us for supper upstairs. We have a special, again a reminder, when we spoke to Karen, we arranged for the supper based on something, prashad, having food from prasads or Maharaj at a particular time. Let's share in that food and the spirit thereof.
Who were in and out and volunteered their time. We're going to put some of those images probably on the YouTube page if that is possible, but we'll figure out how to make that available. Thank you.